don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy, a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that like I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had some coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game, just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the Challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. And maybe last year they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting, because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like Amedi, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against Amedi, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. The media has been very welcoming, and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get Amedi the 3rd participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to Ascend. Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's funny and good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just like really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like just generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. And I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, you know, at like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, you know, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
All these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
NV's bad. NV's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, oh, lineup. I mean, take with like, now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this point. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the playoffs of VALORANT Challengers North America Stage 2. It's day 2 with the 2 first matches yesterday. So much to be hyped about, and I cannot wait to get started with even more today. Sierradon, Gompers, and Ash here on the desk yet again. Ash, what a fun day yesterday. And you know every single day of the playoffs is going to be a hype one. I cannot wait for today.
Yeah, yesterday was... Okay, hold on. Maybe we have different definitions of fun. Because it did take an hour for us to get into that first matchup.
Okay,
but despite it being... I like how you completely just like, yeah, that just did not happen. It was still fun at the end of the day, though. I think that Envy came out swinging. There was no surprise there. They managed to break that curse of dropping down to that lower bracket from stage 1 and maintain that momentum, you know, that undefeatedness here now for stage 2. And then that Ambrosia versus Burger Boys game, it really felt like it could have gone either way between these two teams. And it was just like insane, the performance that Bonnie had throughout the entirety of that series, but also got to give huge kudos to Shondex on the Ambrosia side as well for honestly having like a lot of insane multi-kill.
Match is worth waiting for. My point rests, right? Get it out of the system, everything now. But yesterday, minus that 1 hour, was a lot of fun. Cannot wait for more today. And even eyeing up this bracket, as you touched on, it was Envy and Burger Boys that were able to advance just that one stage. YFP and Ambrosia, of course, being sent down into that lower bracket. Gomps today, it's matches between Winthrop University and Cubert, and then Chet's Pets, formerly known as M80, with most of that core there, going up against TSM. This should be really exciting, and whoever loses, like, this bottom bracket's gonna be crazy.
Dude, I'm jumping up and down in my chair just thinking about the matches that we get to see today. It's going to be so exciting, right? Roster changes coming through with members that are quite legends within the Valorant scene in Cube and in CPS. So for me, I'm incredibly excited to see, what new strats are we going to see? Or are we just going to see kind of like, these players try to fill in for the original roles that we had before? So for me, we do have like really good teams playing against each other. I know for Winthrop specifically, right, being such a phenomenal collegiate team that did happen to make it up into playoffs now is going to be able to kind of prove to everyone and themselves, like we can be such a good contender in this moment. So for me, this is like probably the best Valorant day I could ever ask for sure.
Winthrop University and Cubert Academy have gone up against each other a couple of times, so that'll be really fun. But that match is going to be for later, and I'm excited for the one that we have first up on the dock for today. It's going to be Chet's Pets going up against TSM, and this one is cool for a bunch of different reasons. Of course, TSM is a team that we've talked about so highly and maybe struggled a little bit to get to this point in the playoffs. Chet's Pets, on the other end, formerly, again, this M80's core, has this rebuilding era. So I'm really intrigued to see, pulling up this roster, talking about this team, Ash, what we're going to get. Because obviously, looking at this core, you have Bao, Victor, and Caillou, who are just amazing. Giza and Marv joining the team? That's going to be so cool to see.
It definitely is. I think that's the big thing that we have our eyes on, right? And I think also questions about what the roles are going to look like for this roster as well, with so many of these players leaning into that like smoke, that controller and sentinel role. So I do have questions about how that's going to lean. We've seen that Victor has been like a massive flex player for Chet in the previous iteration of this roster. Honestly, my expectation is maybe to even see Victor return back to his duelist roots for this squad. And if we're going to see like a puggy approach, or if Pet did lean into trying to like really work Giza and Marv into the system that they've built up in the short amount of time that they've had together. And again, the reason why we do have Giza and Marv stepping in here, if you guys didn't see the news, is because Okeanos and Sato did get that call up to Tier 1 VCT in Americas, where they are going to be playing for Leviathan, which is huge for them. That's what we want to see from these players, that pipeline for talent to get to the Tier 1 stage. But very interested to see the approach here from Chet's Pets.
Yeah, but Masters in the scene, I guess, as well, right? With seeing Marv, of course, not playing in such a professional setting in terms of like, match play for quite some time, but, VCT champion coming into Chet's Pets, let's not forget. So it's quite interesting to see the roster kind of formed up. And yeah, of course, you have familiar rivals, but very unfamiliar faces. And I also feel like that, in a sense, kind of gives leeway to Chet's Pets, right? Of course, yes, there was familiarity before. We did get to see a couple games played against both of these teams, but at the same time, now there is some unfamiliarity there, and there is a chance and potential to kind of fit into the roles that maybe you wanted to test out before, and just be that spontaneous burst of energy for Chet's Pets today.
I am really excited to see Giza on this roster, actually, from Maryville University, and Maryville being a collegiate team that actually rivals Winthrop. Like, that's a cool call-up to be playing with a lot of these skilled players. So that'll be one to keep eye on. But I want to take a moment and actually look back at M80's journey throughout Chet's Pets. But of course, when they were playing throughout this regular stage, it was the M80. And it was a team that, a little stumble at the beginning of the season up against a really strong Ambrosia that we got to see yesterday. But I think where my eyes are most drawn for this is looking at that qualification match to get them into playoffs, which was a match up against TSM. So obviously a different look going into the roster today, Ash, but still having that be something that was pretty recent and winning actually both 2 times that they faced against TSM recently. I'm curious with how that's going to build into today's match.
It's going to be definitely interesting, because that was a matchup where it forced TSM to end up playing like 2 other matches to actually qualify to playoffs, and having a much more comfortable qualification there for Chet's Pets. And also just looking at this, the fact that we are seeing these 2 teams go head to head once again, there's that revenge potential, I guess, coming out from TSM. But when you look at the long-standing history, this Chet's Pets that was previously that M84, TSM had played against M80 since the beginning of the Challengers tier 2 stage back in 2023 a total of 10 times. This is technically like their 11th game up against what is no longer that banner, but that rivalry, it kind of is still there in a way.
And I love this little quote coming out from IGL the team. We're the better team at the end of the day. This wasn't necessarily referring to TSM, but just kind of in general. And I definitely think that this Chet and these players have a lot of that skill and that discipline to be able to get that done. But again, Goms, that's where I have all these questions of, we're seeing back to highlights that include Oki, that include Sato. They were two huge pillars of the team. So what does that really look like without them, even if you have really skilled replacements in their place?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I agree, because then it's like now you have to rebuild that synergy that you had before that was working so well. Of course, there were hiccups in terms of M80 and their gameplay, but at the same time, like that was the core roster. This was the family that they got to build and become familiar with in terms of personality, in terms of mental. Who was going to be that person to take that extra step up when things go dry? So it is a little scary to see so many changes starting to kind of make way for, you know, the team of Chet's Pets, but they keep the original core of, you know, their coach. They're having pretty much everybody here except for maybe 2 players that have had championship experience. Of course, Giza not necessarily in the VCT scene, but this is a player that has won back-to-back collegiate scene championships, that is super familiar with not only the Sentinel role, but a duelist role. So I feel even with that flexibility, we do have the potential to see so much coming through from this team, which is super exciting.
I think the conversation about that chemistry as well, you have to keep in mind that even though Giza making his debut on the Challengers stage, I know the Maryville Esports Club is very supportive of him making this debut, but my conversation leans back into Marv. The fact that, yes, we do have these 2 players coming into this roster, but Marv also has a lot of experience playing with Victor back in Tier 1. They also have experience being together under the helm of Chet as well. So we have to keep those dynamics in mind. This is something where they do have that comfort. And I would imagine that a big part of pulling Marv into this roster was because of some of that familiarity that should hopefully also then translate to the rest of the team with the relationship that Victor has built with the remainder of the roster, well, in Bao and in Kaiju.
I really hope that we get to see that come to light today, because having that little bit of additional pressure, not that the players on this team are unfamiliar with pressure, but having that, of course, going into the playoffs with such a short build around time should be intriguing, especially going up against this TSM team that has been one of the teams that we haven't seen changes from throughout the season. Even a couple of the big org teams, but a couple of the other really big threats within Challengers have changed up. TSM have stuck with this roster all year long, and it's one that Ash has been working really well for them. Even through some of the tough times, they're still together and still fighting it out.
They are. And they also qualified in like the most TSM way possible, right? Like a 3-game loss streak into like that 2-1 really close matchup up against Landor. But this TSM team, like you were talking about here, Sierra, they've been sticking together. That is a synergy that has just been built over time. Their chemistry has taken time to gel. These players have developed very close relationships with each other. And I think that's where we kind of stand as far as the questions between what we're expecting from these 2 rosters, if it will be a more puggy approach from Chet's Pest versus the very systematic, like protocoled approach on the side of TSM, where this roster really shines, I feel like, is in a lot of the calling from Vora, but then also just like the individual skills within all of these players, where they are all also like masters within their roles as well, which is a little bit different from the Chet's Pets, where we're talking about how some of those comfort roles, I guess, overlap on that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I highly agree too, because it's like, you're playing against a team that has had that long time standing team synergy coming into playoffs. Of course, the timing wasn't necessarily forgiving for Chet's Pets, but you know, TSM, they kind of have this solidified flow that they can continue to work with, right? They can fix those mistakes that they've been able to take a look at in VOD reviews and stuff like that. So, you know, when you're comparing the 2, of course we're going to see mistakes coming through from Chet's Pets, and there are going to be, you know, those moments where is it going to be possible to really recover from that? But I do feel like, you know, despite that, there is so much potential with a team that doesn't really, with TSM not necessarily knowing too much about this team or even what strats they're going to pull out. For example, we don't even know what agents we're going to see. So for me, I feel like that would kind of give me a sense of fear in what am I going to expect from a team that has two players that honestly are pretty on par with everybody else in the scene right now.
I mean, I look at TSM and I look at the core of the team that's been together forever and the two additions coming in. And even if there is an unknown on the other side, I feel like they're capable of being able to handle a serve just being thrown their way, especially to overcoming a lot of, well, what stage two had to offer. I mean, Ash, you called it the most TSM way ever to qualify, which made me giggle, but it's actually kind of true, right? We get to see 2-0 starting off the split. You get a win versus Cubert, YFE, Ambrosia, amazing. And then they win map 1 versus Envy and then lose the next 2. They win the first match versus Chet's Pets, they lose the next 2. They win the first match versus Burger Boys and lose the next 2. It was kind of crazy to see. It's finally the last possible moment, do or die, that they're able to go up against Landor, break that curse of losing those games 3s, and be able to qualify. But I think for the team, if you're looking at the ups and downs, it's all about how you can really come out on the other side of things. And I think for TSM, that was something that Kevon got to talk about in the interview. I mean, Ash, they're talking about, the mental, the tight group, being able to keep the sanity, and talking about how those games should have been 2-0s. So maybe mistakes, maybe things got away, but I don't think we'll get to see that much more of them going on forward.
No, and then we're talking about this quote, but then there is also a quote from Sim where he talked about how they just have to keep the mental, right? And I think that tying that into what GMD says here about having such a tight-knit group is their ability to support each other in that fashion in the server as well and outside of the server to ensure that this entire team can maintain grounded. And that's why we see them as this squad that's able to go on some of those like loss streaks and then make that comeback when it really matters. And this is a team, that they're a playoffs team too. It's like they'll have these kind of like troll runs for the group stage, but then when it comes to playoffs, they don't come to play, and they look like they kind of just like level up. Like something just like turns on for this team once it gets to this stage of the game, and that's the TSM that we know and love.
We've also, had Grumon say that the coach also knows how to put them back in the game. So it's not only just the team as a whole, right? Whether or not that tactical timeout is going to come out where they can finally, kind of have those revisions, is that also going to be kind of like a hey say as to, you know what? Yeah, okay, we can't as a group get ourselves back, but let's get that extremity in here to make sure that we can get back on track and we can make everything work. So that's another support system that I feel like is really dangerous to have on TSM side.
I'm so excited for so many different points of today's match. But two players that we wanted to highlight before we really got into the nitty-gritty of it all. We want to talk about Victor from Chet's Pets and then compare and contrast with 7 coming out from TSM. I love that we get the opportunity to highlight this as well, because we've gotten to highlight a lot of Sim from TSM, notably so, right? You get the flashy duelist, a player that's really being able to make waves, but Ash, if you really look deeper into the team for TSM, there's so much talent there, but Victor is a very skilled, very experienced player, and his addition, Chet's Pets, aka M80, was a very welcome one.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think the big reason why we want to talk about these two players as well is the support that they're able to provide their duelists in the server, but not just that, perform so consistently as well. You can see it in the numbers here. And on top of that, just the amount of flexibility that they bring to the table while leaning heavily into the initiator role. They are also flex players at heart. We see 7 dipping his toes into that secondary sentinel within that cypher, within that deadlock on occasion. Similar things for Victor with the KJ, and then even pulling out the ISO here and there as well. And that flexibility is what has made it possible for both these teams to find a little bit of that comfort in trying out some very dynamic compositions in the side of TSM. And then for Chet's Pets, that ability to kind of figure out their role situation a little bit more and add that diversity where they can make those adaptations on the fly when it comes to those comps. And I think this is going to be a massive moment to keep our eyes on Victor for this as well, with 2 new players coming in for this team in particular, with Marv and with Giza, and how we're expecting some of these roles to maybe flex around.
Yeah, the fact that there's a very flexible player on this, I mean, both teams have flexible player, but namely looking at that for Chet's Pets when you have these two different players slotting in and a lot changing. Again, we touched upon the patch yesterday. Taeho kind of just not around. Having any level of flexibility heading into playoffs is going to be so nice. But going into today's series, another thing as well, when we talk about that conversation with Taeho, the Asian compositions, got to talk about the maps, because that one will be really interesting to see, not just where these teams feel comfortable, but what changes we're going to see there. Split, though, coming out from TSM. This is not necessarily one that's going to surprise me too much. I feel like we've gotten to see a decent little chunk of comfort here coming out from the squad comp. So great way to be starting this off.
Yeah, and a super consistent composition as well. And it never does them dirty. For me, this is probably the best pick TSM could have started off with. Being strategic with their play, you know, starting off strong is not only a good way to kind of get your mental up, but also just solidify, like, you know, we're going to play in a map that we are familiar with, that we know what to do, that we're going to play. Everything is familiar. But the only thing that's not is really this rivalry that they had for so long, and just maybe two unfamiliar faces. But for them, this is probably the safest bet. And I think strategically, this is, for me, what I would do in this moment. This is great.
I think we look at this map pool, and it's a strong map pool for both of these teams. When you're looking at the first two maps, Split and Haven, very comfortable for both. I think Split is the one that I'm most excited for, just because of how good of a map it's been for both sides. So we're expecting a very close affair in that regard. But then my eyes lean over towards Ascent, and that's where it feels like it's a little bit more of like a dangerous spot for the side of Chet's Pets. They haven't found as much success on it. But it's been also a while since they've last played on this map. There's been a lot of time for Chet's Pets, at least at 4, to work on their approach to Ascent going forward as well. Again, curious to see what the compositional changes are going to be, because both these teams definitely leaned into the Taeho meta as well. So I don't know. I'm super excited. I really am just really looking forward to seeing how Marv and Giza look to synergize. We talked a little bit about Marv's relationship with members on Chet's Pets, but even with Giza, I forgot that he actually played on St. Clair Saints before Maryville, which means that he was already under the leadership of Caillou previously. So there is also that dynamic that the Chet's Pets do have going for them, some of that comfort going for them. They managed to take like one of the collegiate esports commissioner cup championship together and win out that grand final. So I have a lot of actually expectations on a team that at first glance, if you don't know the history, you might think might have a bit of a puggier approach. I think there are a lot of different experience pieces that come together for them. And I'm just looking forward to this. I'm genuinely just really excited for this game.
It'll be a lot of fun, especially too. We've seen Haven between these two, but of course with the changes to Chet's Pets, but it was the Chet's Pets that also won in the past, and then how the agents are going to be switched up because of Taeho and that being something both on Split. There are so many different layers to the match that we have ahead of today that it's going to be a lot of fun to be diving into. But before we jump quite into the agent select and the match, of course, we got to know how we all thought this one was going to go for today. And Ash is already laughing. It is not a good sign when the analyst starts laughing on the desk. Girl.
Yo. I'm going to wait until the graphic comes out. I'm not going to spoil any.
Okay, I think it's already spoiled. Production, let's get the predictions. Let's see why Ash is giggling. I think I might have a little inkling as to an idea as to why. But
listen.
I don't even think like that's crazy. Okay.
It's not crazy. No.
Thank you guys. All I know, I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter. I know that I'm the contrarian today, which is unusual because it's usually Sierra. It is usually Sierra. But honestly, for me, I went with Chet's Pets. I think that this is going to be a close series regardless. But when I'm looking at this team, I'm thinking, okay, drop by the M80 banner, revenge arc incoming. I feel like it's just one of those moments where they're going to have that fire lit under them. And I think that could be a huge difference maker. I'm a big fan of that type of storyline as well. Chet's Pets on their villain arc right now.
I am a fan of Chet's Pets and all these different levels of synergy with the team. I think it'll be a close matchup, and I definitely think that only one person voting for them on the desk is a little criminal. I'll give you that, Ash. I just think for TSM, having watched the fact that they I mean, realistically, we're not expected to make Ascension last year. We're able to, and then have that little bit of a rebuild, what they're able to accomplish this year. I think it's just really, really cool. And even if, you know, their qualifications in the playoffs was the kind of TSM thing, I feel like the squad has done a lot of learning during the years. And for a team like TSM, I'm like, that has to run out at some point. And I think maybe those little mistakes have run out right about now. So I feel pretty confident predicting TSM with that one, Gomps.
Yeah, I feel like I cooked a little, but at the same well, like everybody at this, we were all in the same kitchen at this time. So I guess we all just kind of cooked with TSM. I don't know. In terms of their performance, I didn't want to vote for Chet's Pets, not because I don't think that they're capable, just in the terms of, I don't know, TSM, they've been putting improvements in, and they've really been working hard in regards to, you know, just fixing their composure in the game, you know, just trying to be a little bit more put together with their mental. And I really respect that, and I feel like you can kind of see that in their gameplay. So I wanted to give them that benefit of the doubt of, you know what, let's see it in action.
It'll be a great one for sure. So got to be sure everyone has the opportunity to get as much snacks as you need, a cozy blanket. Make sure that, like Chet, you have your pets along with you to watch the games. We're going to be taking a short break. On the other end, Chet's Pets versus TSM. Stay tuned. I hope you have your snacks. I hope you're ready. TSM going up against Chet's Pets. And of course, Ash, we anticipated switch-ups and a lot of them. It's going to be TSM bringing out the Sage double duelist and Chet's Pets. We got Victor on that Yoru.
Wait, okay. Hold on. We are cooking right now. We are cooking right now. I think when I'm looking over at Chet's Pets, I'm not surprised by the role selection here. I think the expectation was for Victor to slot into that duelist after losing out on Sato. And then for TSM though, I'm really excited to see recoil on the Jet actually in this double duelist situation. My only concern being though with the TSM comp is that the only flash that they're going to have to rely on isn't even a flash. It's the near sight, the paranoia coming out from GMD in that Omen pick. Otherwise, it is going to be kind of like difficult to re-clear into a lot of space, especially considering the Pets are running that double smoke with the Viper and the Omen, and then also have technically, I guess, 2 different flashes that they get to work with Giza and Victor. So that is where my concern lies, is how TSM are going to look to counteract a lot of that flash play and I guess like try to work off of what they have in their.
Yeah, I agree. Very quick pace, but I don't know. Like switching it up for TSM is really interesting. I do like it though. I mean, the double Sentinel definitely seeming like they're going for, I'm gonna assume more so of a defensive side kind of tactic, though double duelist, I don't know, it feels so strange to see because I'm so used to like that double initiator, double controller, but to bring this sort of composition out is quite interesting, and I'm hoping, I mean, it works out for them, because this is gonna be like probably one of the strangest, I mean, 6 times that they've played with the original composition that they've had before, but now we're kind of swapping over to a no role. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm excited to see it.
It's going to be a lot of fun between these 2 top-tier teams with a lot of great players. So let's not wait any longer. Let's start to get into the server and into Split as the players are ready, and so are the casters. The oh so wonderful, so nice Van Silly and Jen. Take it away.
All right, Sierra, now say it like you mean it this time. But
I think she was only talking about me.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I mean, this is a familiar matchup, minus the name. We got some unfinished business. Last playoffs, TSM was sent packing by the hands of Chet's Pets. Now TSM returned, they're hungry for revenge, but then Chet's Pets got these 2 new adoptions, and they have leveled up their firepower for playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Although the desks have been mentioned and Chet's Pets haven't played this map in a very long time, I still think that with the new subs coming in, it kind of makes sense because Giza's been playing a lot of Sentinel role, Bao has been as well, Marv also has been playing controller roles, so you have an opportunity now on this map that all 3 players could play a very hybrid role in terms of their agents that they're picking. On the side of TSM, though, I want to know what the hell Link is bringing to the table. So Link is the latest assistant coach joining into the TSM force, and then he's pulling back the Summon FC composition or something like that from like 2020. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but we'll see as the action's starting already towards the B site.
Everyone's bringing new firepower, but also new comps to playoffs. We even saw that yesterday. Big opener for Sim. He's a highlight on this team, continues to be, even when locked out from the rest of the squad. TSM has set up camp, but CPS or Chet's Pets want to do want to be on prevention duty. But man, this is about to be a flawless pistol for TSM. Okay, Caillou's alive and well in the high ground, thank God, but man, TSM are rocking this first round.
And that's the thing. So again, my apologies. I meant to talk about Fish 123, the first team that Link started to play with when he first joined into Valorant. But I feel that the composition coming out here for TSM just kind of makes sense. Because Teo's nerfed their ground, you don't have that, hey, let's slow things up and throw out salvos at the very beginning of the round, and they just want to fight instantly into like some heavy firepower and some double dive to say, look, we're going to control the tempo right off the rip, and already coming in with the kills. They almost get a flawless going to this one and only losing 1 player in the process and building up the economy. And look at them. They're grouping up towards the B site once again. They have weapons to work with. Sim has a rifle already.
Yeah, TSM looked good doing this with pistols. Now imagine with better guns. And it starts off well again. The first blood's going TSM's way, and Sim's just unleashed. Now he has more bullets to shoot with, and he gets to farm up orbs. And there's just, guess what? Kind of deja vu. Caillou's the lone wolf. And it's TSM that barely got into playoffs with that 3-loss streak that the desk was talking about, but they're alive and well, and they want revenge, as I said, against Chet's Pets, aka that former M80 squad.
Yeah, and Sim already builds up into a showstopper in round number 3. That is how crazy he's been farming since that pistol round. Already got a 3K into that one as well, and now they could actually leverage something quite strong into their bonus round. The thing is, look at how much of a gamble we're going on the side of Chet's Pets. Already an op, glass cannon out for Victor, and because of the conditioning of the consistent hits towards this B site, they're already leaning this op towards this site first. The TP is going to be way too late, and this gives a chance now for TSM to just flood into only a solo hold on the A site.
Chet's Pets just trying to stack the B site as a response, but it's TSM again with the first blood, but the op is loud and it's proud, and TSM extending out of the site, maybe able to even wrap around towards heaven, but at least having eyes, and that's Victor, or 7 I should say, watching ramps, 3-man push from Chet's to go on a flank, and you got a crossfire from TSM, and GMD holds that down. Nothing to say from Chet's Pets, and this is quite some dominating one-sided rounds from TSM to kick things off, even on that first rifle round.
And very nerdy to start as well. Yeah, Marv has no choice but to, I don't think necessarily he lost weight. I think he lost some height. Look at that. You only see the top of his dome in his camera right now. It's like fully focused into his screen, just trying to save his weapon. But jokes aside, you saw from the very beginning, yes, not only into the showstopper, the good reads on TSM with the conditioning, but it's also Vora putting up his wall at the very beginning towards the attack spawn so that he could actually play on top wall and actually observed into the windows to support Sim into the entries on the site. So I kind of like that TSM are still cooking something moving forward into a very, very traditional composition on this double dive on this map. So yeah, again, assistant coaching coming out from Link, maybe building up something here with MBS as the main coach for TSM, and it's working dividends so far on their side. Unfortunately here for Chet's Pets, you're kind of just guessing around still, and their stall plays hasn't been working out too well when they're playing this double Sentinel composition on their side. Because of just the, well, I call it Sentinel because you're playing with the Viper, but they don't have enough util to really just stop the players at the entrance of the sites, just owning them with the rifle so far.
Just one rifle for Marv, the rest on some saves, and we wanted to see TSM come out consistent in playoffs. They want that deep run, top 6 last playoffs, and they had the capabilities of beating a team like Cubert Academy, going to map 3 against Envy, but then dropping to Burger Boys. So it's been ups, it's been downs, but TSM are up for now. And against a team that have those, 2 new players, but have so many accolades under their belt. We've talked enough about Marv and Giza. How does that all come together at the last minute in their first match together as a squad? Now TSM with that mid control and haven't gotten any kills yet. And they're stacked together. They have their bases covered. They have GMD pushing through Garage, the Jet watching behind, and it's Bao this time that can start off Chet's Pets on a good foot. But as soon as Bao steps up, it's just out in the open, and Vora gives TSM back the advantage. And it's Chet's Pets that have to break through all the walls, rotating over from the A site. It's an easy plant, and TSM just looked very synchronized on the post plant.
And it's going to be very difficult to retake the site, too. There's already a trip to find the information from Marv moving forward. And Seven's in a great spot. Here's the footsteps. There's a kill.
Another day at the office when you watch TSM. Like, everything is so planned out from the moment you step out to what happens if a Vice wall comes out, to how are we pushing, who is watching what, and how, once the spike explodes, where do we stand? Like, there's no panic. And yeah, that's good to see in the first match of playoffs, especially in a quarterfinal.
That's the important thing, too, on how there's no panic coming out for TSM. Because if you looked at the execution from how they entered towards that B site, he kind of just went solo towards the area. Everybody else was kind of stopped by a snake bite, which was beautifully placed by Bao. He gets a kill out of it, but TSM doesn't feel like they have to rush through for the kills yet, because they already went for, slows and paint shells towards the back of the site. So they're still meticulously kind of like re-clearing the site as a team, knowing that they're playing against an anti-eco. If there's more players swinging out, you just place your crosshairs for the players to walk into you. And Vora, you just saw the 2 openers that he trades out after losing Sim in the first place for TSM. And now they're uncontested so far. So 4 rounds in a row. You're seeing here that we're still kind of guessing these reads. Look at round number 5. Another op coming out here for Chet's Pets. It's at the wrong side again.
And it's on ramps too, but all depends if 7 would even want to peek that. TSM showed already so many faces, so much depth in their strategy. It's only been 4 rounds, but they've hit B 2 or 3 times. Yeah, that same Vice wall that Chet's Pets have, and this isolated Sim in the first pistol, so TSM are aware of this. There's thorns on top, so it's easy for them to be like, okay, there's a Sentinel here. Let's go somewhere else. Let's check out mid, which was successful for them last round.
This is a big dub to start things off, though, because now you force the pivot. You're able to stall well enough with the Vice util. And you didn't really have a lurk moving forward here for 7. So this gives a chance here for Chet's Pets to really be in a good spot to fight for Male, and they do so with the first opener from the Iceman.
Yeah, Marv is going to back away as TSM take a step back after losing 2, and the op had already rotated to B to watch over Garage, and TSM just bulldozed their way with just a Jet with a shotgun. And it's TSM that were down bad, and now things are pretty good.
Yeah, things are looking quite great for TSM to answer right back. And look at that, even the res with the cherry on top to make it even tougher for Chet's Pets to go for the retake. Unless they get some quick openers right here. Oh, like that! It's doable now.
Oh, and they believe it. The Nightfall too. GMD tries to teleport away, and it's Caillou with 4 to save this. The lone wolf that just barks louder, and finally Chet's Pets get on the board.
Oh my God. Okay, the IGL has to step up right now for Chet's Pets. He has to lead by example and has the cleanest shots on that retake. As I mentioned, they have to be the cleanest takes to kick things off to give a chance here for Chet's Pets to start going on this retake capability and possibility towards this B site. And for those players for TSM, I mean, the fundamentals are still there. They still swung you in the right moments to try to trade out as much as they could. And you were just so quick to readjust from target to target on the side here of, again, Caillou. Look at these shots. Isolated even that second shot there onto Sim or Recoil even. Very, very nice. But already off the gates, looks like TSM does want to give a chance here for Chet's Pets to get their footing. They're already looking for a full execute here towards this A site.
Using this early Cypher cam to just get eyes on ramps. Of course, they didn't know the op was there last time, but they're always expecting someone to be peeking. And Chet's Pets aren't the ones to pop out immediately as barriers go down. Not a lot of aggression, kind of playing very reactive. It's TSM that have been setting the tone and probably would have been up 5-0 if it wasn't for Caillou hitting a 4K. I don't know how many miracles Chet's Pets can really cook up, though.
So far, so good.
Yeah, as soon as TSM want to break through from vents, from main, the spike is down, and Chet's Pets were able to unite in time this time.
And Recoil's the last player standing, has Bladestorm and an Outlaw to work with, does damage. That's two players super low, but Victor is able to answer back from the top of heaven. That was close because look at the HP of Giza and Caillou. That's one dagger, a chest to the chest of both, and maybe it was doable there for the clutch for Recoil. That said, you see that he's quite quick and able to get some good shots. Yeah, there's a reason why they picked him up as a ranked demon from the ranks, because, you know, most players playing ranked are just going to play duelists anyways. And then goes into this composition, it's this team with TSM playing a sentinel role pretty decently well, but now with the, you know, again, the compositional changes coming out from TSM in the playoffs, he's doing a good job here on this Jet. Unfortunately, not enough though, as Chet's Pets are finally starting to find some sort of footing here.
Oh. Well, who expects an op to be that close and that personal? GMD aggressively peeking. Usually he's more passive in Garage, but now testing the waters. Prowler goes through Garage, and we could see Chet's Pets starting to wrap around TSM. But TSM are ones that like to wait out smokes. Ash talked about on the desk that they don't have the greatest initiation tools, not a lot of flashes, just that Omen blind. So missing out on GMD is going to be really tough, and Recoil with an op. Peeks past the smokes and gets Chet's Pets' attention, mainly Caillou. And it's a power position that TSM want to challenge this time.
And that's what you're looking for here, where you don't have the initiator utility, just for your Jet to move forward, get out a jail-free car with a dash, gets a pick through the smoke, and now makes it even. So very doable now as they drop a lot of anchoring capabilities and delays by drop in bow. So there's no wall to protect Heaven's side. So I love the re-pivot from TSM to try to re-hit towards the A site. That said, though, they don't have the read that there's actually the Vice playing towards A. So Chet's Pets still has a great position here with these two players on A site.
And with all that garage control, I'm surprised Chet's Pets aren't getting the confidence to go for flanks or to really push. It's taking a lot of time. Meanwhile, TSM take full advantage of the right side of the map, and it's a paranoia from Marv. He's handling it on its own. The right side smoke allows him to just narrow his focus to the left and almost the two-man stack. But Marv couldn't vanquish yet, but Chet's Pets rotated in time to support. Seconds left, not enough time to plant, and it's Chet's Pets catching up in the score.
And the help from Heaven on top of that. No more smokes to block up towards Heaven. They delayed well enough towards the for the two players inside the A site. And Caillou once again stepping up and helping out the team. And already adding 3 points in a row here for Chet's Pets. After an amazing round, a triple kill coming out from Caillou on that retake with Bao on a 2 versus 4. That really slows down the momentum, from TSM so far, who don't seem to want to go with the timeout yet because they still have money to work with. They still want to engage with this type of aggression that they're currently playing with. But now it's just making sure that, you know, you're watching your back and paying attention to when the smokes are down or when they're actually trying to fall back here for Chet's Pets to retake the site because they're playing a little bit more passively than usual now.
Victor being able to keep the op is important. You're starting to notice that TSM, when they have the credits, they want Recoil to have that as well. Oh my God, I thought that was going to be a collat. I got so scared, and it's traded. Sim still stands. And he smokes through mid. TSM try to play it as patient as possible. Now with vents covered, Sim will set his sights on Heaven. Spike could be pushing Garage, where GMD is aware that sometimes Chet's pets like to play up close. Now the smoke dissipates. It's kind of this stalemate.
Uh-oh.
The pieces get in place. TSM now hearing shots. The roundabout recoil starts to put pressure. You got the paranoia, the smoke. It's not enough to stall out recoil, but the trades are there. And TSM begin their push, especially with Sim on the high ground. On Overwatch, it's Chet's pets that have to go through the backside.
Planted.
Oh, the Steel Garden too? Chet's pets now trying to deny some weaponry, and Seven didn't get the memo that the rest of TSM wanted to back away and just wait this out. So numbers are equal though. Chet's pets leaving up to a duel. A showstopper does not come out in time, and Bao will get the defuse.
Bao is able to stop the fuse of the showstopper. It almost seems like Sim was like, hey, I had enough time to click it, but it didn't come out. And unfortunately there, could have been a clutch coming out from the main duelist out of TSM, but it's once again Chet's pets pulling out the victory towards the end of the round. But because we have consistent plants, and finally you get to the moment of like, okay, well, we're into the brink of our econ, and we still haven't figured out how to really close out these rounds since the very strong start that we've had on the side of TSM, and they're finally going to call a timeout here.
TSM are really starting to suffer against those double controller, the Sentinel on top of that. There's a lot of obstruction and not a lot of ways to kind of put the ball back in their court, whether you would be able to spam flashes on the other side. And Sim isn't exactly exploding in because sometimes there's a vice wall to worry about, or you don't know how much support can immediately follow up. So it's a more tempered approach from TSM, and I'm sure this timeout will find a good balance.
Yeah, so far I think that both teams have found their footing and are playing pretty decent Valorant here, because that 4v4 that we just saw from that previous round, the fact that they were still just defaulting on the side of TSM in a 4v4, you saw that Chet's pets were pushing forward for garage control because they couldn't really find real information anymore towards the map. So you're holding your strong side to try to gain more map control so you have a better read around the map, and you're just fighting back and forth with both teams. I think so far the protocols or even the macro from both of these teams are quite nice, and it comes down to these last second fights that so far it's been Chet's pets taking the upper hand here in these scenarios. When we first kicked things off, it was normal to see this type of scoreline because TSM was just steamrolling down with the firepower that they had versus the anti-ecos and whatnot, you know. And now Victor with the up continues to be a bane here into TSM, trying to get any type of footing at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah, with the light shields, that elbow's just gone for good. Can't hold a gun without an elbow, so TSM will still try to lead through past the smokes, but this time maybe even wrap through vents. But Seven hasn't made a whole lot of space. I'm not sure if his camera got to see anything in ramps. Not seeing any presence doesn't inspire a lot. And with the early pit and garage, GMD is just going to hang back. But with all this free mid control, this is TSM that could try to collapse, but they got to search where Caillou is. One away from the Nightfall as well, Dimensional Drift. Chet's pets have a lot of good options, and it'll be up to Caillou to stop this tidal wave of TSM looking to break this win streak out of Chet's pets. There's the dash though from Recoil. Caillou knows there's more around the corner. He's playing around his own pits, and even with Bao, they unite. The Nightfall comes out immediately from Caillou, and it's just overwhelming TSM. Just all the smokes and the pit really made it hard for GMD to synchronize with the rest. He's alone against 3. Dropping the op would be nice, but yep, Chet's pets still get the lead.
Almost caught one off guard with TP on top of the boxes, but Marv finally saw him at the last second and got that pick. But I gotta say, so far it's been quite nice for Chet's pets to really hold their defensive side, because we're losing a little bit of like activation, I'd like to say, from any movement over towards the A site. Yes, Seven always starts over at that spot, but I feel that there's not enough engagement here that really forces players to look for information towards the A side. Why? Because you still have the arc rules being set up here by the Vice. He's throwing out here the flash for information for Giza. He doesn't see anything. He still has his full Vice util. There's Viper walls too to the lay on top of that, and there's just not enough going out for TSM here to force players from Chet's pets to really force their hand forward. That said, though, I mean, it kind of made sense that it turtled back up. They still had the pet, sorry, not the pet, the pit towards the B site, and TSM just unfortunately couldn't get in.
Viper's pet, yeah. TSM still to look to where this op is, because it's been a problem, and Victor's changed his position every round. TSM going to do the same thing of dropping down, and Chet's pets just watch it happen and just trip them up, bite at the Achilles, and TSM just haven't found the targets until it's too late. The Chet pets have such good timing on when they strike. It's immediately when TSM drop, and they're so discombobulated that it's almost a flawless round for Chet's pets.
I remember all these rounds outside of maybe 2 rounds ago when Chet's pets started to make the comeback, it's all just on Caillou's calling and how confident they're feeling, not that they had the money back, but the clutch came through. So Chet never felt like he had to pull out a timeout despite them losing 4-0. And then you start seeing them coming back. You see her on the side of TSM that they called the timeout for MBS, and Chet's definitely going to take advantage of that and say, look, let's continue to play a little bit more passively. TSM's just walking into our own crosshairs this time around because the lack of util and that only flash that you have from GMD doesn't really activate recoil and sim yet on the exits. And finally, we're starting to see a little bit more towards this A side.
More activity from TSM, and they're gonna just be pushing the most unlucky part for the op, but not allowing Victor to teleport out is at least a silver lining for TSM. Equal numbers with ramp being pushed. The Prowler limits recoil as it allows Chet's pets to escape. The paranoia from Chet's pets to again delay more. But TSM, they trade every single time. They come out on top 2 versus 1. He's about to surprise GMD, and this is a tough situation, not knowing where this last Sentinel could be. Should be expecting it to come from the other side. You know the thorns in the wall have been on the other side. Recoil versus Giza. Welcome, Giza, but goodbye for now as Recoil finds the win for TSM.
Giza definitely his first real test going into Challengers with this 1v1 against Recoil. And coming from almost making it to Tier 1 before, he was playing with the C9 Academy. He also had good numbers coming up in just his rank games. His Twitter is literally Rank Demon, right? So you know that he could bring a lot here to the table. Just unfortunately here, there's still that experience that shines through from Recoil on the side of TSM to win that 1v1. But you saw how all the trades were perfect for both of the teams. It went back and forth like Christmas lights until it came down to that 1v1. I'm loving this split that we're seeing so far from both of these teams.
I love the cameras because I swear to God that guy just went for a fist bump with no one else there. But, you know, the thought is good. TSM.
The self-tap on the back there from Recoil for sure.
Yeah. You gotta pat yourself on the back for a good play sometimes. Val's gonna have a good edge on top. As TSM approach from main, there is some forgiveness with the Resurrect. Heaven control, and Val didn't react in time. Gets shot in the back, he's traded. TSM are down, but at least they have sight control with smokes and trips in place. And this could be good. That trip in the middle of the smoke could get Chet's pets. Good vision, a good trap for TSM to react to. And with Recoil in a good spot, I like this post-plant setup from TSM.
The big thing they have is a Paranoia to flash, but they're not really working to get finally. They're sitting up there. Paranoia to come out, trip to slow them down, and here's the hit.
Chet's pets pushing together, and Recoil knows no one's on the flank and goes forward with the double kill. But as soon as he turns away, there's more problems, and Giza has made his mark. And we end with a 7-5 half for Chet's pets.
I was going to say there was a little bit of miscommunication on how they really wanted to set up to reflood back towards the elbow, because Marv was not going to get any effect out of his Paranoia until his teammates finally moved aside, and they were losing some crucial time until finally there, after Recoil got spotted out, you still had power numbers on the side of Chet's pets, and you end up winning a 4 versus 3 retake, and also winning the half. And that was a great start from TSM to kick things off. And then you had so many unanswered rounds to come back here on the side of Chet's pets. And now on the defensive side, it might be a little bit harder for TSM this time around because you're playing double duelists. You're probably going to try to keep them both together and try to fight for some aggression at the very beginning. But if not, the main stall is going to still just be Vora at this point as your Sage. I guess 7 could also help out.
Yeah. And there's just so many threats from Chet's pets with the smokes, the vice wall, then Victor always buying it up. We'll see if he does on offense later on. Prowler up close, Recoil to 1 HP. He escapes. And Chet's pets didn't manage to get any punish there. There must have been nades, a snake bite, a lot limiting the movement of Chet's pets. But now that that's gone, they hope to pave their way through ramps. They're going to see an exchange of shots with a Recoil. And it just gets 2 through the smoke.
With like a lot too. There was no recoil on that shot.
Oh, jeez. And well, they're gonna recoil back. Chet's Pets only have Bow in a 1 versus 4, and it's TSM. They're about to win yet another pistol, so they're good in the early half, but how do they develop from there?
You bring up a crucial point, actually, Lemon Kiwi. The fact that TSM won first pistol and he still lost the half 7-5. It shows how Chet's Pets, when the money is right, are the much stronger team, at least from, you know, the what we've witnessed in the first half. TSM winning these 2 pistols is definitely going to try to keep them in the game. But I saw from that pistol round, great map control at the very beginning. That TP across from Victor to already make it out towards screens to clear out the site gave a chance there for Chet's Pets to really move in. If it wasn't for that lucky shot from recoil, maybe would have seen a way different story on the side of this pistol for Chet's Pets. But sometimes you will have to count on luck, and you'll take it any day for TSM to try to come back in this game.
Ooh, an outlaw buy from recoil. The last second, buying down to 0. Just getting a read that I think the hit's going to happen today, but it's really just to get the orb. They sage wall, and now they can stack the left side of the map. Chet's Pets aren't making too much work through garage. It's been a lot of mid control. And with the trip set behind from 7, there's a sense of security, especially with Vora having a slow orb, that Chet's Pets are going to be really stuck trying to push such a narrow hallway. And they just get the spray through their own cage. Yeah, cages, trips, slow orbs. This is just a no man's land. And Chet's Pets have an obstacle course, some hoops to jump through, and even trips through the front door of garage. So Chet's Pets are going to have an easy entry in, but they can just take their time to deal with this util. Slowly but surely, Vora has to challenge 1 by 1. Now the assistance of 7, as all the focus was on Vora, 7 becomes the hero. And 7, or TSM with the better weaponry, make quick work of that anti-eco.
I thought there was a moment with Caillou picking up the Phantom that it was definitely doable on their side, because it was a heavy investment coming out from TSM. 2 rifles, an outlaw, losing a couple of weapons here going into the next round could have started allowing Chet's Pets to really take advantage earlier in the second half than anticipated. That said, though, everything calmed down. TSM was able to close out the anti-eco. You can see here, it's just another one of those moments on the side of Chet's Pets. It's just unlucky, really. You got killed through smokes on the pistol. The second one there on your own eco. Now at least you have money to work with.
A Prowler, but no detection there on 7. The shotgun up close, catching Marv on the teleport. And look, that jump away like a rabbit. 7 escapes, but then he unburrows. And Chet's Pets get the revenge. And they get a leg up in this round. With Prowler now pressuring Heaven. This is going to force Vora back, and even out in the open. He's still deadly. And Chet's Pets haven't had an advantage that seems too secure. Now, especially with the defense watching from above.
Yeah, and Recoil also did some pot damage over to Victor, who only has 10 HP after being shot in the chest by the Outlaw. So the HP is actually very much in favor of TSM here, especially with the Sage still alive.
Okay, the swing out from Sim. Will do it on his own if needed. Now they have to wrap through the back line, try to access Chet's Pets, but they just fire back. It's Caillou versus GMD, a familiar 1v1, but this time won by GMD as TSM continue the streak.
Yeah, this time there was a little bit less of funnies coming out from TSM in that 3 versus 3. There was a lot of Sim doing his own thing. In a good way, that is, because he's just using satchels at the right moment, breaking crosshair placement as he pops, and just tries to go for the 1v1 fight. Won the first one, lost the second, but his teammate wasn't really close to him to go for the instant trade. So GMD was in a position where he had to try to clutch. And he did, thankfully, on that 2 versus 1 towards the end. 7 was nasty with that one, too, to just run through the cages in the wall to get that pick. But that said, that is what repeats from the first half. They win pistol, they win the bonus, they make the economy quite difficult here for Chet's Pets to work with. Although this time Chet's Pets, because of these plants, they can still muster up a stinger buy and maybe turn things around.
That Prowler not catching 7 was crazy, so Chet's Pets get kind of push going through ramps, all thanks to this Viper's Wall from Bao, and it's going to put a lot on Recoil's shoulders and Sim as they combine together, trade back and forth, but Chet's Pets do clear it, and on mostly an eco, they do what they can with what they've got. Now without Giza, without mid control, it's the lurk that has to activate from Bao to give them options, but also you need to support your spike carrier, so we'll have to regroup eventually.
And couldn't even pick up a weapon too after they dropped 2 players on the top of Heaven. So that you're right. You have to start having Caillou breaking the trip, sell this rotation so that Bao can get the backstab. The timing might work out if they have the perfect read here. But so far, it's not even planned for Bao. So he's just looking to isolate some fights here from the top of Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Even using the haunt, kind of a distraction. And then
that
Chet
timing.
Pets, Bao, the timing of the wraparound from TSM. And now it's, again, kind of a deja vu of TSM start the half with 4 in a row. And this is the point where CPS could take a timeout or just start the comeback. But it took a Caillou 4K for that to kind of spark things last time.
Exactly. And this is what you wanted to see, at least from TSM. I was talking about the fundies that weren't perfect previously there on the side of TSM, but that time it went for that double swing to instantly trade out Caillou, and then you just play another like 2 versus 1 back into the last player remaining. And Bao almost had that pick onto GMD's rotate, but you feel that pressure that you have to try to fight against a player that's going to defuse. His back's turned around and he gets picked off. And you're right, this is now the timeout that is needed here on the side of Chet's Pets, because this is finally somewhere where, or a situation where it's slipping through their grasp a little bit here on the attack side, just because they're not able to, you can't play as passively anymore. You're the one that has to activate on your attacking side. Now you have to get the spike down, and you also have to make sure how you can really stall and stop here this type of aggression that TSM pulls out at the very beginning of the round. Remember, on this map was split when they were playing in this Tejo meta. There was a lot of the Sim Satchel forward around like the Breach fault line and the Tejo salvos. This time around, there's that lack of utility, but they're still playing into like these aggressive scenarios that you just saw, for example, what Seven did with the Bucky through his cages in the wall. And then also the double duelist on the pistol round that played at the entrance of the A site. So that maybe could be some sort of a tell coming in for the side here of Chet's Pets, that there is some sort of early aggression coming out from the side of TSM on the A site first. So you could control somewhere else at the beginning. And it looks like it's going to be middle first. A 1-3-1 to kick things off, and Rico is going to get tested.
Just the bottom shoe. Got the cushion. Not enough. Chet's Pets, though, trying to chase after this op potentially, but knowing its presence is half the battle. You got the lurk from Bao. You got kind of a 1-3-1 setup. Who can find that good opener, especially with vents open? Not any presence, no contact from TSM as they just hold the perimeter and allow Chet's Pets to come to them.
Especially with Caillou getting legged at the very beginning, he can't be as aggressive anymore, especially when they have the Nightfall to work with here on their attack side. And there you go. Finally engages the split with the Nightfall.
Well, but that was a clone that was shot, and TSM are going to have to back away, leaving Heaven control, and Chet's Pets leave someone up there. This is going to be such a good power position with the smokes in place, too. It's going to be a solid plant, but TSM, will they be able to prevent it? Now with a Heaven push, Bora against Marv, a great win, an important one, and allows the res onto Sim, but not expecting Victor to still be up here. The 4K, that was important to keep Victor anchored.
And they knew that there was going to be somebody watching that body, and somehow the 2 young guns into Recoil and Seven swinging out, and even Vora, unfortunately, just couldn't get that pick onto Victor towards the end, who musters up a 4K to finish that round. But there was a key component into what you mentioned as well in that play-by-play, Living Kiwi. The fact that we shot the clone when we were hit by the Nightfall and gave up that space really allowed here Chet's Pets to flood back from the top of Heaven, catch GMD off guard, catch Recoil off guard, because they were playing out in the open, counting on their teammates on the top of B Heaven to at least anchor up that spot. And that really fell apart here against the beautiful ult thrown out by, once again, the IGL Caillou. Opened up the round here for the team for Chet's Pets. So 1 round separating the players, separating the teams now. And another Bucky in the hands of Seven, anchoring up towards the A site.
Ooh.
And a duelist down.
And a first blood for Chet's Pets. And Dimensional Drift, too, could just make things a lot easier if you just wanted to wrap through Heaven, see where everybody is. But Chet's Pets are very confident with their buy and how this round is starting out. But now Victor's not even there to use the Dimensional Drift. So it's all about setting up for that post plan for this pit to come up. Chet's Pets gotten a lot of space. Got that Viper's Wall, which has inspired Chet's Pets to go through ramps before. The trips in place, though, it will limit their movement towards main if they want to explode in or through heaven. And now there's a 7 shotgun, and Donnie could have clipped someone. And from the stars, there's a showstopper from Sim. And we yap enough about the guy, but for a good reason, could be saving this TSM team on a buy that's not as great as Chet's Pets.
Yeah, but not when these last 2 players are still alive here. Both teammates from St. Clair, playing together now, and it's 2 versus 2.
Oh, but kind of a split approach from TSM, and it allows CPS to funnel their focus into Sim. Now just 7, who's out in the open, and they didn't expect it. But Geese is just so clean today.
Exactly. That 1v1, we're like, oh, welcome to the big leagues, but also, nice try. He definitely is starting to step up and find his groove here in this matchup. Again, nicely played on that 2 versus 2. You were mentioning a little bit isolated in TSM's retake, and I guess both players are just trying to find a timing to really get the picks here onto Chet's Pets when they're trying to rotate back towards the B site. Unfortunately, the timing came out more in favor of the attack side on the post plant towards the end. So now that Engage is the last timeout available here for TSM, and they have to figure something out, because so far, Chet's Pets have been taking control a lot of middle. We mentioned that 1-3-1 since the timeout being called out by Chet. And with the fact that we're still playing like B side heaven and passively towards B, it's really allowing here for Chet's Pets to really flood into these splits towards this B site that really catches them off guard for TSM.
I think TSM have been playing some pretty good counter fade too, just knowing, kind of being spaced out enough where they're able to shoot the Prowler before it comes in, and just finding those gaps where the Prowler isn't. Thinking about how 7 was stepping up with the shotgun as the Prowler just sailed past him, and that was a big play, taking out one of the duelists. So I think TSM have had good spacing in that regard. They won't have a good buy, but if they stack, they get a neural theft, they are able to steal a weapon. That's about as much cope as I could generate for this round for TSM, but it's going to be about the long-term goals in this game.
Yep. I mean, again, it's very similar to what we see in the first half. The money's right for Chet's Pets, and it's hard for them to really gain grasp here of this map for TSM. 7's about to run into so many players and instant die. He's at 1 HP.
He's trying to do what he did before when they just prowlered through ramp and ignored him, and he's getting all his health back, so this is a much better position.
Oh my god.
No one expects that. The neural theft. Wait, my cope, I'm holding on to it, and there's a deep Viper's Pit from Chet's Pets to stop the follow-up. The reinforcements from TSM, and this round was so quick. Although 7 looked cool, the rest of Chet's Pets had better weapons and a better plan.
Your cope was gone.
No, immediately.
If anything, though, 7 did an excellent job just seeping through the double smokes here being thrown out by Chet's Pets, getting across to get the bucket kill. And everything happened quickly because you had to try to react as soon as possible. You're playing in an eco on the side of TSM. You're throwing out the hat here on the side of the Cypher. So you're just hoping that the Stingers are going to catch some players off guard. But look at that ping coming out towards the end. Everything was perfect there for... Actually, was that even a haunt? That was a haunt even being thrown out, right? That caught those players?
Yeah. Looked like it. Prowler. Oh, see? That's what I mean of just being aware that a Prowler can come out. Pretty important. You got to steal Garden for Chet's Pets if they want to. They feel like they're going to be combating a lot from TSM. It's not too bad. Actually, I think a Sage Wall just came out, so it's going to buy time for TSM to rotate over. 4 stacked on this side. You got the deep teleport from Victor, but I possibly isolated away. The follow-up isn't there from Chet's Pets, so TSM have the firing squad in place.
Yeah, and the one-way smoke was perfect there for Sim to get the kneecaps of the players of Chet's Pets trying to take forward, and because of that TP across on the top, that was never going to get rechecked. Beautiful repositioning coming out from GMD towards the end. And this is a true fashion of a TSM game. You think that they are dominating, and then they're losing the grass, and then it's going to go back and forth here until we finally figure out who's going to win here this first map. But now the op comes out for TSM's side, and this is the first time here in the second half because Rico's been playing Outlaws instead. And we'll have to see how he's going to try to leverage that. I think it's more into that mid control. Actually, he did bring the op earlier on, right? That got the wall bang and put Caillou down pretty low on HP. So I think this is something that Chet's Pets could be ready for if they're expecting here this Jet to opt towards mid again.
I just really love that Vora wall. It came out at the last second, like right before the offensive Chet's was about to walk in. And TSM like shot the right pillar, or Chet's shot the right pillar, but the central pillar was still there, which blocked their vision towards the backside of B. So they weren't able to support that Yoru that teleported deep in. So that kind of vision block from Vora, I think, was so huge for winning that whole fight and winning the round.
Yeah, definitely. And now with this timeout, it's just probably trying to have TSM really walk forward into Chet's being very methodical on their attack side as well, with the slow creep that they're currently doing here on their attack side. And that said, this has been very nice to watch from both of these teams. Once again, I have to repeat myself there. And there's still hype going on in camp at TSM.
The left side of the wall blocking you from the left corner. Such a good adaptation from TSM in the heat of the moment. Oh. He's looking. Chet's wanting to pressure this. Are they going to repeat this op? Sim is closer than they expected too. They thought they just had to worry about the op. The flash is out and the op disappears in the shadows. Recoil still having it. And Sim gone for the count. But hey, 4 versus 4. But there's a crack in that smoke. Which now the smoke's gone completely. Recoil repositions. And Chet's are going to find this out the hard way. Woo! Steel Garden,
almost out of timing on that one. It's got blade storm too.
Hey, but now he may have spotted someone crossing over. Tries to focus on one lane at a time with Vora. He combines through the left. Bao with a big double kill. And at the back, Marv tries to make his presence known. And Chet's chemistry just couldn't align right in time. TSM take the round.
And that's the blade storm that really slows things down a bit too. Despite, you know, getting the steel garden out so that you could start moving forward here on the side of the attack. Yes, not only the blade storm, it was also Slorbs really that slowed Chet's capabilities are really moving into the site, delayed enough here to get the weapons back out for TSM's side, sorry, to hold out towards the B side. So very nicely done. At the beginning, though, you did see it. They did try to go for the control towards mid once again before the side of TSM. But on the side of the attack, didn't really want to try to punish that yet. It kind of just walked out of man solo, lost that player at the very beginning on that trade. Then you just went for the Hail Mary execution here towards this B site. And unfortunately now, with that Prowler kind of missing through this orb, you're going to have to probably waste a second one to get true information here into middle. And this gives a chance here for TSM to really set up on their defense and have a much stronger hold on the on middle.
I just love that Recoil is playing Duelist because he gets to match Sims crazy. Like from the last round, how they're able to support each other now on opposite sides of the map, but may be able to coalesce towards mid, depending on where Chet's go. It's going to be a Prowler to try and get through ramp. No, through main this time to react to is 7 there with a shotgun or something up his sleeve. Not able to get a Prowler as deep into ramp means Chet's have limited information on how to go forward. And it's going to be a tri-peek, but there is a sage wall. And this is going to be difficult to get through. Vor's going to get a heads up and touches the Yoru on the reload. But there's better support from Chet's The back Victor up. Now Chet's have that high ground, and they're going through garage, but GMD takes down 2, watching down that lane. And Chet's have a 2 versus 2 on the site to worry about, teleporting to a better position. Recoil on the high ground and just leaves 7 out to dry. No contact in sight. Recoil looks for targets. The spike is planted. Marv gets the paranoia, but Recoil's in a safe position, backing away. This is good patience from the Jet. And not sure if he got heard. Giza will stay put. Standing out of the sight is Marv. Trust into Giza as this new player. Recoil deals with both, and TSM go to match point.
Oh, that was just unfortunate. Everything was perfect on a 2 versus 1 at the beginning here for Chet's When you had the flash connecting on Heaven, you flash even with the paranoia to try to reposition. Morph did so, but they repositioned themselves where they couldn't really help each other out. And I thought he delayed long enough with the paranoia for the second bloom to come out in the timing so you could actually flash one more time to see if the enemy's close so you can double swing off that. And the timing was found better for Recoil that caught really Giza off guard. And now both players as the smoke dissipated towards health. So just a slight mistake, but could render very costly here because, as you mentioned, this is now map point for the side of TSM. Too easy. Too easy, says the man.
Too easy. Oh well. Just one more for TSM. And you got the op pushing garage. Something is up. The Thorns activated. He's a little paranoid on what could await him as Chet's pets make do of all the obstacles in their way through heaven. You got the clone of the Yoru pushing up through rafters. This is going to set 7 back. You got the showstopper from Sim, but it's over at the A site. Meanwhile, the war is happening at B, and Chet's pets are winning, but this op is still kicking, and Recoil's the only one here. He has to buy time, win a 1v1 against Bao. He has to go above and beyond and have a second breath. That's been snuffed out by Caillou. And Recoil was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and a good player too. Now it's planted. Nightfall, knowing reinforcements are close by. Sim and Vora will get hit. Res available. Showstopper available. No corpses in sight though. So Sim and Vora will have to make do without it. Not checking rafters though. It's gonna cost Sim's life. Vora tries to clutch and can't. So Chet's pets keep going.
Another sick ult coming out from Caillou, keeping a dream alive now for Chet's pets on the attack. That said, you mentioned the res was available, but nobody was around there for TSM to try to res up, to try to retake, at least with the showstopper, and try to close out the map here. Silver lining is like they could use it in this map, or in this last round of regulation. But the thing is like the buy isn't the best. You see, one of the players only has a stinger to work with. It worked out so well at the beginning with these cages and how they were being set up. And you saw that slight mistake coming out from Recoil. He shot the ground. I think he was just trying to pick up a Vandal. And now that he shot, he updrafted, lost his position in front of the B garage, and that gave a chance here for the attack side to push this into overtime.
Last round of regulation as Chet's pets have to push past Viper smokes, and it's tough. We still have a showstopper, and then TSM, and that's over on A. And a lurk won't be going too far from Bao unless he gets pressed. But the Prowler will be able to get deep into heaven in that shot. You expect someone to be up here. Clone, we get shot. Victor, what a swing onto 7, even while he's on top of the box, as Recoil retakes his position. And TSM won't allow Chet's pets to get by. And the cutoff, the timing from Recoil is superb, stopping Chet's pets from getting into vents and dropping the spike. This will call the attention of Bao and Giza to make do.
Kept going with bait and switches on the top of B, having Recoil gets a 3K when Chet's pets should have been watching their backs in that moment. And now you save the showstopper into this round. It could pretty much be a guarantee now for TSM to close things out, because they now have both areas opened up. The res is about to come here towards B heaven. It's 3 players holding up the top of B site.
Oh, the ace to say goodbye to Chet's pets in map 1. He's on his feet. So would we if we were in a LAN setting, but TSM with a dominant showing, 13-11 for map 1 on their map pick. Haven will be up next, but hey, I'm still impressed for Chet's pets for making that close despite having 2 new players, and this is their first match with said players.
Yeah, and if anything, the desk was mentioned that they thought it was going to be a little bit of a puggy matchup here for this team here for Chet's pets at the very beginning, but they do look quite ironed out. They look very good on how they were working this map, especially on the defensive side, especially being able to find that resiliency to come back when they were losing 4-0 in the first place to win that half. But the other thing you have to consider now on the side of TSM is that Recoil coming out from a Sentinel role to play a duelist on a Jet and is popping off in this moment. Now it's kind of looking like both teams were unexpected to know what composition we'll be coming out with on the next map here on Haven.
If I had pros, I'd be clutching them. I'm loving the addition of the cameras, the comms, and this is Challengers, y'all. It's entertainment nonstop, and it's going to keep going, too. We have Haven coming up next. Like I said, Chet's Pets pick. But first, we have to hear from the desk, so we'll see you after.
Chet's Pets.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just like really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like is generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. I put all those three things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie, come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, at like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
All these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
TSM and Chet's Pets, formerly M80. We knew that this was going to be a great series through and not disappointing at all on the very first map. Split going almost overtime. In the end, 13-11 for TSM, ending off with an ace from Recoil. I mean, Ash, we got the drama, we got the suspense, we got absolutely everything. So that was amazing from both teams. But TSM starting up one in the series.
Yeah, they are starting up one in the series. It was such a great and heart-fought battle between both these teams. I think that the main thing that we got to look at as well is just like how momentum heavy this particular matchup was. The fact that TSM, they pick up both those pistol rounds and then end up finding 4 rounds in a row at the beginning of each half. I do wonder if how this series would have looked had Chet's Pets been able to kind of break that streak a little bit earlier on. But overall, I think that when it came down to that first half at the very least, we saw how Chet's Pets, they wanted to play like very bunkered with the composition that they're running because they have Giza on that Vice and then the double controller. And TSM, they do really well in these moments where you have Bora calling for these like low contact defaults, especially finding that information towards mid and then leading into these very bursty executions that, I mean, they don't really have too much of a choice but to go for like that hyper kind of aggressive playstyle with the double dive as well, since you only have GMG available for that setup, who I think just did so well, especially pairing with some of those like flow orbs coming out from Bora to ensure that Recoil and Sim were able to find those entries comfortably.
No, it was phenomenal too, because I mean, again, adaptations on both sides, obviously something we're going to see, but I think CPS handled themselves really, really well. We got to see a lot of iterations of them constantly just holding back from being, you know, honestly, so eager to pick those fights. And a lot of the time, that's what received them the win. I think overall, it really was just a game of patience and and whether or not you were willing to pick certain fights, because a lot of the fights were very eruptive down towards mid, right? Just trying to gain space and also closure as to where everybody is. So lots and lots of info gathered from both sides. But I think obviously TSM winning that battle of just being able to dominate when it came to aim and game sense for them, this, in my opinion, it has just been the best series that I could have watched from them personally, especially from Recoil. I mean, absolute demon on the site here.
You're talking about that aim. I know we moved away from the graphic beforehand, but we really got to hit home the fact that Chet started with 15 first bloods on that team. TSM only with 9. And that also says how well TSM do in these situations when they are down in numbers. They have players who are able to just look to even the playing ground. GMD, honestly, might not have had the same kind of like flashy performance because being on that Omen, you just don't have that kind of like same type of playstyle that you can go for. But he was such a pivotal player in a lot of these situations where he was finding those multi-frags, even out those numbers after Chet find those advantages. And that also says a little bit about how the rounds kind of end up falling apart for Chet and TSM's ability to claw back in those situations. I want to see, I think, as we saw this map go on, I should say, we saw Chet kind of strengthening the synergies between them within like their swing timings, their spacing and whatnot, and definitely like warmed up in that regard to those micro plays together in this first map here for our first series of the day.
I want to give a shout out and a highlight to Victor. 9 of the 15 first kills going solo to him, the solo duelist on the team. But you know what's better than one duelist? We got 2 duelists on the side of TSM and really got to see both of them just light up the server, Recoil and Sim. I mean, Sim is someone that we've really gotten to know for being so explosive and strong for the team. But Recoil going on to this Jet too. Gomps, the impact that he had, like this duo was crazy.
It's amazing too, because when you talk about the impact they had, but it's not only just with, you know, the aim and the fact that they were able to secure so many eliminations, it's also the fact that their utility usage was just out of this world. The amount of times that I got to see Sim throw the nade and completely just disrupt any sort of push coming through from CPS was way too many times to count. And it was so drastic to where it actually led to TSM winning on occasional circumstances. And I think that's where, you know, that collision really worked out well, because it wasn't just Sim holding these teams back, making sure they didn't gather sight, giving them a sense of insecurity, but also Recoil being there for the refrag potential and just knowing that no matter what 1v3 they're going to get themselves into, they're going to win it. And that's the thing. We've seen so many eliminations on the side of Recoil back to back to back. And it wasn't just, okay, well, you know, I have my team here. It's just, I am ego right now. And I know that I can secure these wins. I know I can secure these kills because I am such a good player. And you can tell it's not just, oh, you know, I'm having a good day. It's, oh, I'm a great player and this is the best day ever for me and I'm going to abuse that, which is immaculate.
I love the confidence coming out from Recoil too, because we don't necessarily always get to see him on the duelist, but just pushing up like the audacity of how he was pushing B main some of these times in front of Chet's Pets, I think was just crazy. So definitely a really, really close series. Ash, a lot of people really on their A game.
Absolutely. I think the other thing that we have to talk about for Recoil as well is how he's been such like a consistent Sentinel player for this team, right? Plays that role very well. The fact that there's no performance drop off with the role swap as well. He has touched the duelist before. He's been on that ISO as well previously for TSM this stage too. But also the fact that like we see a much more like hyper aggressive play style. And I think that the reason why I want to talk about that is because when he's on that Sentinel, he's such a consistent anchor as far as like being able to stay alive. He's not this player that's going to go and take those risks as a Sentinel player for TSM and ensures that he has value later on in these rounds, which is like a very different dynamic and playstyle from what we saw from him on that Jet. And I think it just says a lot about the flexibility that this rookie player is bringing to this team. He doesn't feel like a rookie anymore, but I say that in the sense of him like getting the call up here to Challengers to join this team at the beginning of this season and the growth that we've seen from him as well.
And I love that we got to see him already on a duelist throughout the series, because you're right with the roles and everything else. But last time we got to see TSM on the Haven, we get to see that run back of the double duelist with him on the ISO. quite a bit. So there could be changes, but this one's going to be Chet Pet's pick. And when we got to see these two teams play previously here, Goms, it was a Chet Pets that was able to take the victory up against TSM. So I'm curious if we're going to get a run back of the same compositions, considering neither of them feature a Tejo, or if we will see an adaptation from either team, considering TSM lost and just all the changes that Chet Pets has gone through.
Yeah, they had some certain difficulties on Haven last time, which I'm wondering, you know, if we're going to see something different, because it was such a drastic change, in my opinion, to see Split just kind of like divert from the usual pick from TSM. And I'm wondering if they're just implementing something new for the purpose of just trying out new ideas and really just kind of testing out what they're capable of. I really did like the implementation of the double duelist coming through on Split. I think it helped them, honestly, tremendously to kind of secure that win. So for Haven, I'm hoping, you know, if there is a certain change, because against M80, it wasn't their best map and it didn't really look too cohesive in terms of gameplay. So for me personally, I would like to see something different. I would like to see them kind of utilize those strengths of abusing the fact that recoil is absolutely insane today.
It'll be interesting because a lot of changes happening with the current patch, but Ash, heading into this one, unless my eyes deceive me, it looks like we are going to be having not just the run back, but the mirror as well. So opportunity to show what they've learned since the last time these two teams have faced.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these Challengers teams favor this Fnatic composition on Haven that was debuted in the 2024 VCQ season. And I think looking at Chet's Pet, what I have my eyes on is the fact that we're going to see Bao slotting into that ISO here. I do think that this makes sense. Bao has kind of been flexing around between that controller and sentinel role. We know that Bao is comfortable when it comes down to just like taking duels and whatnot as well. So also an opportunity for Marv and Giza to just slot into comfort picks for them, and maybe just felt a little bit comfortable with Bao being the one to flex on the side of Pet. But I'm looking forward to seeing how this change for Bao comes to fruition, right? Because it is, again, going to be a very different kind of play style from what we're used to seeing him on, and he's going to have a lot more agency to take.
I mean, Bao is someone who's impressed throughout the entire split, and in the first map as well. All of Chet Pets did. It was such a close map. So I'm excited to see heading into Haven how this one's going to be turning up with this mirror compositions. It's time to head into Haven, though, and back over to your casters, Vans and Jen.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, Fnatic comp or like the Kane Zera Eggster special. I don't know. I'm so used to seeing Envy run this comp so much, but I'm excited to see how this post Tejo meta is developing.
Exactly, and this is something that, yes, Fnatic pulled out in the first place, but then a lot of teams have been adapting it as well. And TSM, it's no real feat, right? We talked about the recoil playing a lot of Sentinel roles and then going through the duelist on that Jet on that previous map, but has been playing a lot of ISO already on this map for TSM. What I like, though, about this matchup, it's a revenge match potentially here for TSM, because it was a matchup when TSM played against M80. They unfortunately lost against M80. So hopefully they learned something out of that one. They could maximize a little bit more out of this composition and potentially close this out on a 2-0. But if it's true TSM fashion, we should still be seeing a map 3.
Looking forward to how TSM opened things up. They won both pistols on Split. They're very explosive with their openings, but it's the kind of counters from Chet's Pets that have been really interesting to see, because they get on their own sort of win streak. So we'll see already a setup of TSM towards C. Leading that charge is Sim through the left side. Now it's kind of a fake teleporting back, because now there's this courtyard presence from GMD to get eyes on B. Could be a scuffle against Bao. He's going to disengage, and TSM work the map.
That's a big test coming out from Bao too. Doesn't even activate his double tap. So again, role switches coming out here for Chet's Pets, which could be, you know, something difficult to deal with on their side as they're playing this rematch against TSM, because they have played this same composition before. But now you're definitely seeing Victor staying as the main duelist for the team, Bao trying to be the support player, and Giza playing what he plays best, the Sentinel role to anchor up towards the C site. So already a great start from TSM to run things fairly slowly and catch players off guard, rotate, trying to find information in the very beginning. And they have a chance now to close the pistol again.
Chet's Pets trying to cover up the gaps from those two missing players, allowing B to be walked in on if TSM would want to and converge later on. Garage is going to be given up, though, by Marv after the pressure, paranoia. TSM step foot on to C. And this could be a flawless round for TSM if this keeps up. Marv has a paranoia of his own, waits to regroup with Victor, presses in without Victor really being ready. It won't be flawless, but it won't be good for Chet's Pets. Another pistol goes in the way of TSM.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that's actually something quite interesting to mention as well for Chet's Pets. You look on one end, the ex-St. Clair players in Collegiate being Giza and Caillou, but then also ex-Optic champs being Victor and Marv reuniting to play here at this point for the side here of the defense to kick things off on the second map. So when you're looking at it at least in terms of the macro, how you want to set up here your protocols on defense, on the attack, it might not seem like you might have the best in terms of synergy, but at least you will have it in the fundamentals when these players are playing together. Unfortunately, there was just too many players to deal with here on the side of TSM, so they get nothing out of it. And TSM, rifle in the hands of Sim Rifle himself, looking to open up here a site being solo held by Caillou.
And Caillou has no util, like a shock bolt or something to stop this from happening. He's at least going to read the clone right. Victor ready for the flash. And they're going to try and prevent this, but with the better weapons, TSM make this site very easy to take, and the whole round goes by in a flash. So yeah, Chet's Pets make quick work of that. But speaking about Bao on ISO, I mean, we sort of talked about the experience that he has on the agent, and this is just a player in general that is very quiet, does his job, and I feel like ISO is an agent that you have to be a very loud, aggressive, kind of a high fragging person to be on it. Not that Bao can't do that, but it's a big shoes to fill.
Exactly. It's in a sense that it's definitely a whole different type of tech that you have to play with here if you're going to bring out the ISO for the team. Because he's been playing, again, a lot of controller or a lot of sentinel and not too much in a duelist in a team setting. So you're going to ask for a lot. But at least Victor is the one that's going to open things up first here for the side of Chet's Pets, and even TP's out of safety to give an early player advantage on the side of the defense when you're still trying to activate on your bonus round for TSM.
Great reaction from Caillou, and Victor always tries to shake things up on the first buy-up. I mean, he had a op in round 3 last map. TSM shock bolt out, trying to get distance Chet's Pets from the box. Now no, they're against the wall, and thought that maybe Caillou would have left the site completely. And he's still within that cage, so TSM will set up a perimeter around that exit. And there's the emergence, and Caillou's really clean with it. All pings at the Chet's Pets, but it's TSM just seeing the L from a distance. Wow, Caillou, a true anchor for this site.
Yeah, and I thought there was a chance there for 7 to even clutch that out to at least get 1 or 2 to put Vor on a 1v1 towards the end, because that smoke that was thrown by Marv was used to be blocking sewers, and then they were trying to flood back with the paranoia instead of maybe trying to throw a smoke to block out towards hell so they could flood in as a team behind the paranoia and guarantee at least like trade capabilities in towards heaven or sewers rather when you're trying to flood back. So I feel like there was a misuse of utility, but at least you still have good shooters on the side of Chet's Pets to really close that out on a 2 versus 3. They did some good econ damage, though, on the side of TSM. They get a plant on top of that. You're seeing that the buy is not the best for the side of Chet's Pets. At least they have a perfect stack. There's 3 players out there on that C site. Double tap already activated and denied by Vora.
There's a Hunter's Fury to open up the site, and the Guardian's at a distance, but because Caillou grabbed the orb over at A, he is a long-distance Hunter's Fury, sent with love, and that allows Giza to get a heads up. It's a more control over C with the spike down and Sim at 10 HP. This, again, Caillou is having such a fantastic series with the support from so far away, and for Giza to really slot in well on this team.
Yeah, especially for Caillou, he's been on the radar and also talked about by, a lot of the coaches, a lot of the community, including even Mike's HD himself, saying, look, you have to give a chance here for someone like Caillou to really strive here in Tier 1 because they all believe that he has what it takes. Great calling. You're seeing that his heads-up plays are actually quite nice. Like, to counter out with the Hunter's Fury the way that he did, that's just off the fly to make sure that his teammates stay alive towards that C site. So very nicely done, but we'll stop it right there because there's action happening towards sewers. GMD's trying to open things up, but this should still be an easy kill now as Marv closes that gap.
Oh, just the 2 omens, but which team is still going to have their paranoia? It is Chet's Pets. And And you can even see Marv wrap around, but TSM have already set up camp on B. There's a dimensional drift, I think, from Victor as he's exploring around. He's hoping to have a team that can thrive with him, and he aligns with him, and it's a flawless round from Chet's Pets after all that.
Yeah. Lower buy that you had coming out from TSM, you had an opportunity to maybe try to work a little bit more towards that sewers pressure, but it was all a ruse and a fake. They did a decent job on the side of TSM to do so because they still kept 3 players anchored up on that side of the A site. But the rest of the team trying to just funnel back into B, trying to flood into the B site for a plant just wasn't enough because everything was spotted quite early by the outlaw in front of that B site. So Val was able to rotate back, support the team, keep everybody back in. When you're talking about support players being Caillou, having a great series so far, but Giza on this defense as his Cypher has been doing an excellent job so far.
I'll just now a dimensional drift from Sim. He's going all over C, but he needs a team with him. GMD teleports forward. There's a split though as Chet Pets tries to cut TSM in half with this garage control. Not a lot of manpower on TSM's side, and it's just getting worse. When it rains, it pours, and no spike, just Vora. And maybe some good vibes. 1 versus 2 is definitely possible, but Victor just surprises him. Chet's Pets are on a roll with 4 in a row.
There you go. Now you have the ex-champs having a chance to win a 2 versus 1, fight a 2 versus 1. And you saw the patience out of that paranoia, just sidestepping, waiting for Vora to stick back out and getting that pick right away. And this is a much earlier timeout than anticipated on the side of TSM so far because it seems as though they haven't been as coordinated to try to trade out as well as they could. And you even saw in that pip, there was a fight coming in here from Bao. We were just talking about the difference in terms of what Bao could do in this new role. In the Gulag on a 1v1 when it just has to rely on aim against Sim of all players, still wins it very cleanly. So he definitely does have the aim to work with to help out here on the side of Chet's Pets to close out the second map.
There's a lot of comfort from TSM around checking out B in the early round, ending up at C, but this has been the biggest challenge for them. I think I wouldn't mind seeing TSM return to A. That was their biggest chance. They're sort of baiting Caillou into a fight where sometimes Caillou pulls out a miracle, a rabbit from his hat like he does before, kind of solo, and sometimes Chet's Pets get overly confident and try to take a 2 versus 5 on the A side. So I think TSM could try to exploit A a bit more. I think TSM thought B was possible just off the pistol, thinking, okay, there's only been 1 person there. TSM had a chance. But now that Chet's Pets are a lot more synchronized on how they're pinching into B, TSM got to explore other options.
Well, that's the thing. When you're talking about coordination, it's more on the side of Chet's Pets, definitely, because they did try to ult to get information for TSM, and already you push towards that front to get an instant pick. Look at these happening. Like, you're getting so many good picks coming out on the side of TSM. Everything's being read. So this timeout, I'm just going to talk over this because I don't feel like this is going to be doable here on the side of TSM, but the timeout was actually being talked about to just not tunnel vision too much into your macro on how you're trying to enter the sites because you're just not paying attention to the second step or how Chet's Pets are counteracting against you.
TSM haven't really been pushed on that A main. I mean, Caillou likes to have a more laid-back approach. I think TSM know that Marv liked to play sewers because GMD has encountered him there before. And just kind of surprised that Simba's just kind of walking it down, gets first picked. It's sort of uncharacteristic. There's a lot of reliance on Sim to pull through and make magic happen for TSM. And it's still possible. They're wrapping around through A to try and access this backline, expecting that they're going to be spaced out. And now Giza from just the other side is going to backstab. So who can outflank who? TSM just have recoil left. And now Chet's Pets looking pretty unstoppable.
When you say they had a chance, there was still a ping coming through here from Chet's Pets, so they do understand where the gaps are, what information that they don't have, and it was basically just the A choke. Because you still, again, with TSM defaulting the way that they did towards the A site at the very beginning, none of that util is broken at Giza towards C or Garage. So the only weaknesses that you guess here at this point is that they go into B towards C or they go into B towards A. And they read it perfectly. They still have the Bermuda Triangle set up here on that side of Chet's Pets, and you just saw the ending. So very nicely done on the defense so far on how things are working out there for the side of Chet's Pets. They're looking like they've been heavily practiced despite a change of roles, new players coming in to sub in last minute in the playoffs and getting some pretty decent results.
Well, the Aldron's going to get really good information for Caillou. TSM were trying to take their time, take it one step or the other, because Sim got first pick out of just an aggressive pullout from Chet's Pets. And now TSM get read like a book, so they're going to see what Seven can produce information-wise as he explores courtyard. And TSM want to have at least a bit of illusion behind them before they get into the site.
Yeah, they really want Sim to try to find an opening into the B side, trying to find something there because he has a TP already set for window. So Utah is going to help them out. If they clear out and they notice that nobody's in B, they should just commit to the plant.
They're paranoid through the left side. TSM focused through the right, but man, the firepower is just too strong from the Chet's Pet side. And man, it's just butter on toast. Victor with an op. This goes so well, but never mind. Not so much when he's dead, and TSM had to go on top of the box to get a good angle. Seven has to play through main. ISO walled out. Spike tap. TSM locking it down as best as they can with what they have left. It's only 3 of Chet's Pets, but Mora makes it happen.
How the hell did they end up winning that there for TSM? At first, you have the initiator on the side of Caillou on split. This time it's Vora. Both of them being IGLs, by the way. And this time it's the IGL on the side of TSM, opening things up and keeping the dream alive for TSM on that post plan. Because everything looks so good for Chet's Pets to just win that round. There was miscommunication at the first moment when how they executed and tried to fight towards the A link. But look at this from Vora. Yes, there was a lineup for 2 players, but the third one to just stay calm and reset his aim for that third kill was everything there to keep TSM in this game.
Yeah, I thought Chet's Pets were making quite the dent on the right side of B site, but now it's the Sentinel of Giza that has to hold down C. Spy Cam already got shot. He's got a trip on the right side to help him stay put in garage. And TSM go on smoke, unchecked, and Sim is alive and well. Can't say the same for Chet's Pets. It's potential ace for Sim, as Marv is on his way to deliver that or deny it. Spike down. Marv has open sight lines, clone shot, presence known. Marv with no time to make a decision, no ace, but a very important win for TSM going forward.
Yeah, great openings from Sim on top of that. And you saw a little bit what was being played here for Chet's Pets, anchoring towards garage, making sure that they cover that site. They have a trip that they could utilize as a kill trip if they were going to get smoked towards garage, and you just hopefully count on Bao to win his fight into the C site. Because the way that you scale here, outside of a TP in the back of the C site, there's potentially going to be like 2 or 3 more players flooding behind you just walked across. So if Bao wins that fight, he has another kill contract they can utilize towards C like they did before. And that was read by TSM. So they understood here the setup as soon as Bao has an ult ready, that they kind of play more passively towards the C site, and they still get into a C from Sim's entries to win that round. So great heads up play. I think this was all figured out as well, kind of like on the fly here from Vora, understanding how they've been playing against the defense so far of Chet's Pets. So very, very nice. You're seeing here that Sim's just rearranging his hair so he could actually see through it.
Oh, is that what happened when he walked down A?
Yeah, exactly. Or I wonder if somebody is like in an updraft or like a satchel above like the first portion of your monitor, like the top 50%. Can he actually see those players? It just focuses on the bottom half. Anyways, that doesn't matter.
You look good, you play good. All right, everyone knows that. I think Chet's Pets just have to find an angle, a window where Sim is uncomfortable catching him on the walk-up. But as soon as Sim is standing still and has a read on you, it's so cooked. Sim will multi-kill every single time. He is just that good. And why the desk and everyone talks about him so much.
Yeah.
Huge star in Challengers, but Chet's Pets are, man, so aggressive. 3-man walk down on A. Weren't able to catch Sim this time. Meanwhile, C is looking pretty open. The cam is going to see it in 3D. So Giza's going to call that out. Got a kill contract that can be pulled, and it's the flank watch for Seven. And GMD with him coming through courtyard dismantles the 3-man flank of Chet's Pets. So this round is looking very secure for TSM.
Playing against, the best weapon that you have now is Caillou with the rifle, but you can definitely see it here on the side of Chet's Pets. They kind of went for a force buy here. Wait, hold on. You're kind of giving this away now. I mean, you still have a Hunter's Fury to guarantee the round, but you gave a lot of your lives away at this point in the pulse plan. Thankfully, you could still buy in the next round for TSM. But that shouldn't have been as costly. He's gonna get an ace. Okay. Even if the round goes in on the side of TSM, the fact that one man was able to drop 4 players and go for a full buy on the side of TSM's camp and gives them a chance here to really come back into this game. That is a great round by Caillou. That was a little bit misplayed for TSM on the post plant, just trying to chase that last kill. And I understand they have money to work with. They're trying to just eliminate the weapons left behind here from their opponents so that they have lower buys into the rest of the half. As I was just about to mention, 7 played that round to perfection to make sure that he gets the info, knows that there's a push and pressure coming in from the A side, and they can commit towards the C side plant.
2 duelists from TSM are being able to plant so fast too. Imagine what Caillou could have done with more time. Oh, kill contract. Thanks for getting me out of the Hunter's Fury, bud. Now Recoil versus Giza, and Recoil kind of cowers. Both ISOs out. 2 versus 2.
Just going
the
on.
Spike didn't even get planted, or nothing was really done during that time.
Yeah, we just kind of had chaos everywhere. I mean, look at all the X's within the span of 30 seconds. So you went from kill contracts to kill contracts, Hunter's Sphere on both ends, going towards the kill contract, but now it's just up to the lurk players to get things done. So thankfully, Seven's able to get a pick. Here's the full rotate coming out here from Marv from C to A. So this is an easy plant coming out here from Bora. I mean, all that was beautifully played. That was just a mishap coming through, especially when you already had a kill coming in from Seven from his lurks on the A side. You have to be aware that he could be anywhere that could hear footsteps. And Marv, as much as he has that experience, unfortunately, let that slip and give a chance here for TSM to play now a 2v1 in a pulse plan.
I like that this was a different round from Chet's Pets when it came to defending C, because TSM, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've now won so many rounds just running it down on C with a double duelist, planting so fast that Chet's Pets don't even have time to develop a plan.
Oh,
now
no.
the Spike is going to get
He's got it,
defused
no.
halfway, and wait a minute, it's going to be held. No way, this is the most TSM thing to happen. What the hell?
Last round.
You called it too.
Oh, no, dude. Okay, so when we talked about lack of experience or just maybe a little being a little bit rusty here for Marv giving his footsteps away, there was definitely lack of experience on that 2 versus 1 for TSM because you're playing against the smoker. So yes, as soon as the tap comes through, they went for a recon dart, but it's gonna hit Narnia. It's not gonna ping anybody because Marv is gonna get covered by the smoke. And you can't ping anymore through the smoke, so you're just gonna guess and hopefully get your sprays correct, and unfortunately it wasn't. And even Marv gets both kills on top of that. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt for TSM.
The drop down. Tried to go with dimensional drift. Not at all. Was caught by 7. And I like the TSM punish that watch-out from Chet's Pets over at A. And guess what? It's TSM and the C side all over again. It's peanut butter and jam. That's all you need. But TSM just, don't let it get diffused this time, and then we're all good. Chet's Pets just, I think, need to be able to prevent this, not be scared of those 2 duelists running in for TSM. And I think when Chet's Pets do try to bite back, it's all-out chaos that TSM seem to thrive in.
Yeah, exactly. The chaos that comes through here for TSM's side. Yes, Bao can maybe get something. It's last round of the half, but loses that fight to 7. Now they get the ult. This is perfect now for TSM. He'll get the ping on the last one. And GMD, to be able to get 3 kills the way that he did right there was thanks to Sim's dimensional drift. He clears out the back of the C site. He knows that the site's clear. He TPs towards the back. Even on top of that, Sim's dimensional drift allows the Hunter's Fury to really push Chet's Pets away here outside of the site, and then free kills there for GMD towards the end. So despite the slight mishap out of TSM on round number 11, look at the punishment in return coming out here from TSM in round number 12 to now start a clean slate in the second half between these 2 teams.
All right, can TSM take yet another pistol? They're 3-0 on it so far, and they'll be on defense. Always easier, but on a 3-site map, you gotta spread yourselves thin. And gonna see maybe this ISO Sova combo. Bora and Recoil swing out aggressively. Even Sim's involved too, so a lot of firepower could be coming Chet's Pets' way. And it'll be Giza that'll catch it. Meanwhile, Chet's Pets paranoia in, teleport in with the Yoru, surrounded by cages and trips, and 7 stays burrowed, but eventually found. Chet Pets are on the hunt, and man, duelists do a great job of opening things up. Speaking of that, you got Recoil in a 1 versus 2 coming over from the B side.
Perfect trades for Chet's Pets towards the end. The shield's about to dissipate, and now it's just Recoil with 74 HP and a Ghost.
Oh, I like this bait from Recoil, expecting the swing out and almost reaction time. Knew Giza was there. And no more pistol streak for TSM as Chet's Pets could try to build some momentum off this pistol.
Definitely a very important pistol for the side of the attack for them to hopefully push this onto Ascent if needed be. But I gotta commend how Seven played that anchor towards that C site. Before even going into his cage, he taps his camera one more time to try to see where the players could be. Even catches Victor on a full reload. That's gotta hurt. That was a slight mistake, but at least the players came through from the side of Chet's Pets and were able to perfectly trade against TSM's hold here on that C site and get that player advantage towards the end. So yeah, you have an eco coming through from TSM. You're gambling the walk down towards mid. If it wasn't going to be Giza, it's not going to be Marv watching that push down. Even if he loses his weapon, yeah, it's a Bulldog, but the rest, it's full Bulldogs across the board for Chet's Pets. You can see that there. Yeah.
Timing. The timing there. At least Marv was able to call out that push. TSM were like, okay, the flank didn't work. Let's just do it faster this time. And Chet's Pets will manage to plant that much faster with more open sight. Now they got Garage. It's going to be important because that could be a place where TSM could push from along with the back of sight. Now with this trip in TSM's way, flank won't be going too far, not without notice from Chet's Pets.
Yeah, just trying to do some econ damage if you can. So you can break this trip right away. Try to just break it towards the end or just have the players walk towards you. I wouldn't be surprised if Vora even tries to die with the Bulldog. So you could have better bonus and better weapons in the next round. Yeah. So that stops there. But towards the end, yeah, exactly. Too many targets to look at. Vora dies, there he goes. He could have a rifle going into the next round. But I was just going to say, you see how for the side of Chet's Pets, what they prioritize on their buy versus TSM when they're playing the bonus on Split, for example, the first half here. They're trying to get rifles up as soon as possible for the side of TSM. But for Chet's Pets, they went full Bulldogs. So they could actually focus more on utility to really try to get the best information when they're entering towards these sites and still have a pretty decent bonus round where they have still 3 Bulldogs carried over, a rifle upgraded by Victor, and then try to fight back against TSM's buy here.
TSM are still going to stick to their aggressive defense, but finally we'll see some action over on a main with the smokes though. TSM will get all of this free space with how deep the one that GMD put down. I like that Giza's just going to lurk within it. He is half health though, but Stinger can still pack a punch up close. And instead it's going to back away, try to minimize risk, play off his cam. I like that. Meanwhile, Chet's Pets had set their clone into Garage, trying to get shots, get util thrown his way, and ultimately Chet's Pets end up at B. Only one smoke though covers the left side. Chet's Pets cover and focus on the right, but the gunfights are not really going their way, especially with the paranoia from TSM. Victor puts a good dent into TSM though, and Chet's Pets pivot yet again towards A.
2 kills is perfect for Victor on the side of B to pull out the rotate from TSM, so that allows for you to get the plant now for Chet's Pets. You still have a trip watching that flank. Marv is going to try to reactivate for a late lurk, but he's about to get caught.
Well, Seven has better timing against Marv. Now the neural theft will give better chance for Vora and a recoil pushing through the front, especially through the smoke, dropping down, picking his timing right. Lucario is quicker to the trigger and synergizes with Giza to take care of the rest. Now it's just 7. 1, 2, 2 to lose to the rest of Chet's Pets. And no hat, but good vibes and a defuse for TSM.
Dude, the calmness coming out from Seven right there. It's just a standstill. Makes so much noise as he's running towards the tap of that spike and just trusts that both players will try to swing in front and not wrap around the back and still lands both kills as they run into his crosshair. Everything was perfect from the way that he played this. Again, Seven, just on the defensive side, does a great job to engage and give as many chances for TSM to win a round, and somehow they always just let it slip. And this time around, he has to clutch it for the team because that second ping, and then it just jumped out without really coordinating a re-push or re-flank or re-flood from the bottom spawn to the top window for the side of TSM. I was gonna I was gonna slap them on the hand, being naughty boys here on how they weren't really running their fundies on that retake for TSM, but thankfully 7's still around.
Whoever's on camera, they're not around. I just saw them leave the room. So quick little tech pause there, as I was gonna wonder if TSM are panicking because they get a win and all I hear is, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like I definitely feeling that in a quarterfinal for playoffs, and how really open that throne seems with SRB not being here, and how Chet's Pets are missing 2 of their players, which obviously congratulations to being promoted to Leviathan, but TSM are expecting to win this. They are confident that they can beat anyone, and this is supposed to go their way on paper, but this is difficult.
Especially when you're looking on the side here for the rest of the playoffs. I mean, you look at YFP, they recently lost their matches too in the upper playoffs, right? So there is probably a conversation at TSM that was one of the heavy favorites when you're looking at the beginning of the season to maybe dropping down to 3rd or 4th as you saw like the run towards that mid-season. And the heavy favorites should still be Envy no matter what. But you're starting to see here with that drop of SRB, with a drop of M80, TSM's closing that gap into being able to challenge a team like Envy to try to ascend here into partnership within the next year. And you're starting to see how much it means also for this brand new roster for TSM that brought in Vora and Recoil and try to just work around this core of GMD, 7, and Sim and try to make things work. They are investing a lot to try to make sure that they have the best chances to try to ascend, especially bringing in NVS and next champs out from the Ascent team, and also a veteran player going into the coaching staff such as Link. So now you're still seeing that there are still moments of struggles coming out here from TSM here and there, but no matter what, as long as they still cross that finish line, I think they'll take it no matter what.
Giza living for as long as he is means that he's denying every single flank from TSM with these trips that he's purposely leaving in spawn because TSM were flanking every freaking round. So now that this tech pause is done, I think TSM just has to dial back, go back to the fundies, play this really front to back. Speaking of that, Vora has his back against the wall. He's in the corner, dodging Hunter's Fury, a paranoia, a wrench, some bullets. Finally, he's down. And at least he's got backup. But the trades go Chet's Pet's way. Neural theft from Giza. Should be trying to secure this round, but you're gonna know Recoil's right at the front door, unobscured, and GMD could be going towards heaven. Good paranoia, may have hit Chet's Pets, and as soon as the swing out happens, the blind is there. And Recoil on a 1 versus 2. If there's anyone that can do it, it's him. He ended with an ace, and he ends with an L this time. And Chet's Pets continue their lead.
And that's the thing, to touch back on what we were talking about here with Chet's Pets with the buy of the Bulldogs in their bonus round. The fact that they lost that their bonus against TSM, but they made it very close. They could still buy a very strong round here in this round. You saw that they had 4 rifles and 1 Bulldogs in the hands of Victor. And then after winning this fight here against TSM with a beautiful execution towards the A site, now TSM has a broken economy, and now Chet's Pets could get to the double digits a lot easier than expected in the first place if they actually did go for rifle buys and had a much tougher buy in their bonus.
7 took an arrow to the knee. But he's still got a shotgun that hurts. No longer. You found out what she did on Split. It's not happening again. 7's always lurking somewhere. And guess what? TSM love to flank. This time, it's more successful in that 3 versus 1, you would think. Now, that means Chet's Pets, just like before. Deja vu. There's a TSM flank from A. Chet's Pets plant at C. They got trips behind. Giza will be on flank watch. We'll see what Recoil and GMD can accomplish. And if Recoil's going to want to go for a kill contract, he'd be leaving GMD with just a sheriff out to dry. But, hey, dwindling the numbers of Chet's Pets could always be good.
Yeah, the same nature on your eco to just look for exits on the side of TSM. You can definitely see here from the change, again, from Tail being nerfed to the ground. Oh, no, Recoil just got pinged out.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, so that's no rifle to save in the next round. But
no cigar.
To get back to that point too, is the fact that Tail got nerfed to the ground. You don't really have any of those real trap plays of like fault line to a recon dart or like salvos when you're bringing a breach in this composition, right? I mean, Teo, the breach Sova is still a strong comp that you have here, even if Teo is nerfed to the ground. But the fact that none of these two teams are using a breach on this map you're seeing that in the anti-ecos, Chet's pets are leaning towards the C side a lot because you can't really walk down the tight corridor of long C by yourself or as a group because you're just going to get mowed down by rifles. So, or you're going to walk down B, or you're going to walk down towards A site. So you always keep a player in the back there for the information. So well done.
Oh, pushing past the ISO wall for an op into a teleport. Sim is way too alpha. And wait, who's this? All right, goodbye, Victor. And Chet's pets just off the rip, really inserting their duelists well, especially with the dimensional drift. And TSM tried to stop it before it developed. Still a garage push there for 7. I could get a cutoff. Wait. Well, I guess he's pulled into something he can't escape, and 7 wins it. Now he's got Vorak, 2 versus 2, and 7 with a huge dub. Fist bumps in the air. TSM are still in this.
Where was the conversation? They ulted him out in the open. He could have probably get instantly traded coming out of the ult into garage. But they leave him shredded, and now he's dropping 21 kills after those 3 kills in that previous round. So a slight mistake coming out from Chet's pets. I feel there was too much chaos coming through, and this should have been a round coming out from Chet's pets. I was going to mention another miscoordination of the flash to get value out of recoil coming out through the smoke. That's twice now that you're trying to combine a flash and double swing out, but the timing is not perfect because there's just miscoms coming out here on the side of TSM. But you have 7 that's able to save that round for the team.
The TSM were like, okay, let's stop flanking, let's buy an op, and just shoot them in the face. Like, sometimes you just got to go back to just the keep it simple, stupid. So now they have Sim pushed up with the op. Could be looking towards spawn. There are trips there, of course.
He's also keeping it simple.
Okay.
Got the op down towards long C. He's got everything covered up, so everything's perfect, right? So now the rest of TSM, they can just continue to anchor up to play more passively now to find information towards those 2 links. Because look at how much map control they have right now. A double push down towards sewers. They have that op down towards the long C. The gaps are now curling towards long A and also towards garage and the A link. So if you stay calm right now for Chet's pets, you're forcing TSM to start moving around, and you might now start getting caught off guard because players will start giving up their positions and also giving up those funnies where they can trade off each other.
TSM like to take control. They want fate in their own hands, and they get a little antsy. They start getting mobile.
Oh, no.
Now with that teleport from Marv, you kind of got TSM's attention. Going towards C, dodge, Sim, no longer here. Op dropped a big double kill from Bao. We wanted to see this guy get loud on the duelist. And Giza takes care of the flank. So it's just another day, another 9 to 5 from Chet's pets playing at C and winning the round.
That op should have hit, though, on the top of garage. 2 players walking forward, nobody looking at Sim, and unfortunately he misses a shot and gets a shorty close range onto Bao, and Bao still survives. And the reason why I said oh no is you committed a full TP from Marv towards the A site, but instead of letting him come out of the A site to plant at the ammo box, TSM actually swung out and forced him to cancel the ult, and they still had 3 players inside garage. And that's what I was talking about. When you don't have the information of where the mid-rounding could be from the 4 positions that you had, you left those gaps towards garage, you forced the rotate outs, and then that's probably the reason why Sim missed his shot, because now he probably feels like he's being pressured, he's caught off guard, and he's panicking on his shot. And now Chet's pets are 2 points away of pushing this to a 3rd map.
You gotta kill contract, neural theft. So if there's any round to start flanking and being aggressive, it's this one, because to be really important for 7 based on the judge buy, or at least some kind of shotgun maybe for 7. Just continue playing this corner, continue to play his Cypher cam, and where he puts the trips gonna be pretty important. Meanwhile, the rest of TSM, these double duelists look like they want to walk down courtyard. That's at least not where the trips have been.
Pinged out though, so they heard the first trip being thrown towards garage, so they might be expecting more extremity control on the side of Chet's pets for TSM. So look at the instant TP out, trying to work back towards the extremities on the side of the defense rather.
Caillou went away from the Hunter's Fury, which would be huge for the post plan, and Chet's pet's getting real close to forcing a map 3. A site looking so open too. Sim will be the one to spot in a safe position from Heaven too. He's gonna flash and re-peek and knows there's more around the corner. The whole squad, no way he re-peeks a third time. Sim is so confident. Recoil. I don't know if he can escape, but Bora's got cut off from sewer. And just the crossfire the TSM have created, so well read, just in time before Chet could walk in.
My hope is that it was perfect there for Sim to just re-peek to confirm that there was 4 more players there after he threw the flash, that Chet's pets were committed to hit towards the A site. Which then I was like, wait, why are you not falling back here for recoil? Because you had the kill contract to work with. You could stop that push. But he was the second player playing bait. So the first one being Sim for info, the second being the baiter, so that Vora could get that double kill just the way that he did. So it turns out quite nice towards the end here for TSM. Get the information for the team. Play a little bit more selflessly and now try to close the gap. Getting very close to Chet's pets and tying up the game here on the second map.
Early Hunter's Fury from Vora. Again, just delay things for Chet's pets and even getting a kill so early, especially on the Marv. And Giza's gone too. The round just started. Chet's pets got their duelist. The double swing. Caillou with 2 has to pick up the pieces. The spaghetti's on the floor. And it's a 2 versus 2 for a potential match point. And Caillou has to be the hero once more. Victor by his side. It's looking good for Chet's pets to force Ascent.
Yeah, and Victor on alert for that pick too, but TSM had the upper hand at the very beginning on that instant kill onto Marv. As soon as he heard the Hunter's Fury being called out, seems like Marv maybe got hit by double util or shot while being hit by the Hunter's Fury and got instantly dropped. But somehow it comes down once again to the IGL, this time on the side of Chet's pets. One more time, Caillou opening up the site for a 3K, going for solo plays of his own. And given a chance here for Chet's pets to push us to the third map. Second timeout now being called from TSM. It's the last timeout they'll get here, unless they're able to force the last one out here from Chet's pets.
Caillou sometimes just wills these wins into existence, like putting in a lot of muscle when it seems like they're at a deficit. He comes out and just these multi-kills, and every team needs a clutch god like that.
Yeah.
Someone that can just turn all the odds, and will be match point for Chet's pets coming up as we have a TSM timeout. And being able to shut down Sim is a big win condition part of that. And Chet's pets have been ending up a lot towards C sometimes today, but how they're able to work the map too is something TSM have to read carefully.
And it's tough, especially when Caillou has a Hunter's Fury to work with on the attack side with map point for Chet's pets. Thankfully, though, on the side of TSM, there's no dimensional drift, so that they can combine, the Hunter's Fury on the side of CPS. So they still have an opportunity to work a little bit more now. And you were mentioning the amount of times that Chet's pets like to work towards this C site. All 5 of them are looking to instantly push up on this side.
Well, we saw how difficult it was facing off against TSM doing that. Hunter's Fury is going to press back. There's a kill contract from TSM, kidnapping 1, while the rest of Chet's pets will hold off to react to the result of that. Is Recoil winning that? And at the back site, Chet's pets will get a plant. Waiting now for the timing of Sim on the flank. We'll have to take care of this tripwire. We'll be able to teleport out too if things don't go so well. TSM on the front lines too are unsmoked, unperturbed. They try to go through garage and Sim punctures from behind, and Chet's pets are squabbling, trying to figure out where the threat is coming from. So well timed out of TSM.
What a beautiful shot coming out from Sim, though. The flash to jump forward. I thought he was going to try to do some tech to just TP through the trip, but that was already to give a tell that there's somebody behind anyways. So I love the fact that he just broke the trip, jumped in front of his flash, and gets an insta headshot onto, I think that was Giza on the back of that platform. And that just engaged here and forced Chet's pet, to fight back towards the spawn. A recon dart was too much from TSM, and TSM just flooded back against them. And you were mentioning they were squabbling a little bit on the side here of Chet's pets trying to hold the post plant. But everything from that first shot right there, beautifully done on the side of Sim. Even stays alive here to allow finally TSM to hit double digits in the second map.
And at least finally a successful flank from TSM, just needing the right timing of when you push from the front and when you push from the flank, and even kind of having some alternative angles through garage, having the time to really develop that and not panic too much that, okay, the spike gets planted, you don't have as much time to fight, you also have to search for targets. So TSM were able to slow things down and pull through thanks to the calling of especially Sim, how they're able to synchronize in that moment, but still getting pretty dire. This is kind of a similar scenario to last map. It ended 13-11. I wouldn't be even surprised if we had a similar scoreline there too.
And the big thing too is you're mentioning the amount of times that TSM are going for flanks, but not always as groups. But Sim has been flanking a lot in these moments for rifle rounds. On Ecos, they're also doing it as a group. And Chet's Pets after this timeout, I mean, you're starting to see it's going back and forth in terms of round trades. And that timeout for Chet is probably to make sure that somebody is watching that fight, which is why this time around, Giza is just staying in grass, staying put, watching his camera.
On where these trips are for TSM, they don't want Chet's Pets to extend any further, but man, Chet's Pets are gonna group up. Now on the front lines is Victor, the bodyguard. Dimensional drifts. Sim's gonna get as much information as possible. And there was the vulnerable hit. And Chet's Pets, he get behind cover. And Sim emerges victorious before he's traded by Marv. And it's a 1v1 to end the map. Marv versus GMD. No paranoia, smokes galore. Now the spike gets tapped. Gonna be held halfway and past it. Teleporting forward. He's gonna be held! He's gonna get held!
The balls of GMD to just hold the defuse the whole time. It was so close. And Marv played it as well as he could in that sense. Because he TP'd across, he just tried to make sure that his rifle is sticking on the outside of the smoke and has to try to swing in to try to catch GMD off guard. But it wasn't enough time. Another split second, he would have had it. But GMD's timing to just stick that defuse the way that he did and even win that 1v1 towards the end. Look at how he stays calm. Look at how he stays calm.
Is he deaf? How did he not react? That would startle me. He ain't playing deaf, but hey, you're playing also without Sim now, and that does not bode well for Sim trying to force TSM to force OT. Recon, recoil, not gonna react. He's gonna hear the clone out. He's gonna try and put a stop to these duelists, keep some cover to buy time to keep himself safe, but you can't be safe. Not against Chet's Pets. How aggressive they've been. How successful they've been getting into C. Now TSM will have Bora recoil, or Bora with a recon, I should say. Sharp bolts. Now just gonna spam through the smoke. How is 7 knowing where they are? The cut through garage. The clutch. A 4v5 turnaround. But wait, Victor versus 7. The final 1v1 to send us into Ascent. The clutch god is here.
What a way to end that second map. Finally, an Odin coming out from 7, getting so much value out of it. But then Victor, once again, coming back with a vengeance, coming back into challengers under this roster, and also wants to show that he still has what it takes to play with the top dogs in Tier 1. And he just wins a beautiful 1v1 towards the end against 7, wins that round for the side of Chet's Pets, and gives a chance here. I mean, look at that. It was 4 instant kills coming out from both 7 and from GMD, and then suddenly Victor doesn't care. Still wins that. They do love him for sure, because they stay alive in this series, and we now get to witness Ascent.
I was like kind of kidding when I was saying I was expecting the same score line, 13-11 again, but this time for Chet's Pets. And that was just the most chaotic second half of Haven we've seen in a while. So back and forth, not a single win streak beyond 2 rounds in a row. So this is still anyone's game, folks. Who is going to go on to the semifinals to face Burger Boys? We're going to be finding that out very soon, so don't go anywhere.
just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
All these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
What a crazy series, and I'm so glad that we get to see a map free between Chet and TSM after TSM, despite trying to go for that little comeback, not able to quite do enough. It's going to be Chet to take that victory 13-11. Ash, that last round couldn't have been crazier either. Like, I know you're a huge Odin enjoyer. For Seven to pop off like that, then Victor to put an end to it, you look so impressed.
When did my name become Mixman? Like, what are you talking about, Odin enjoyer? But no, that was insane. Like, I was actually going crazy during that last round. I think if you guys heard me, I was just like yelling like, Victor, take the wheel, please, at the end there to take that one home and take us to our third map of Ascent. But I feel like even just that last round almost represented how that second half went, with like the back and forth, like the roller coaster of emotions, like round for round as well, because we saw TSM and Chet's duking it out like pound for pound. And both these teams had like great approaches to Haven, played the ebb and flow of this map really well. I think that we saw a lot of value also coming out from like the ISO pick a little bit later as the series went on. At first, it looked a little bit flat coming out from Bao, but he also really heated up as Haven went on.
No, it was also sick too, because it wasn't just like, I guess more so that performance that really led way. What I really did like is like, and I do want to iterate a bit on this. Of course, Victor, absolutely immaculate down in that last play, but it was even the duration of the entirety of the game that I felt like was just absolutely phenomenal from this player. Overall though, for CPS to just be able to kind of like go against all odds and really play their absolute best game with what they had, I think they did exactly just that, right? Double duelist composition, just pushing and pushing and pushing, and it almost became very, very frustrating to just to watch TSM just be pushed into a corner, constantly having to play for these retakes. And I think they did really well in terms of just gathering the space and and keeping it there. Yes, there were hiccups in terms of the post plans where, you know, 7 really should not have been that disgusting with the Odin. But all in all, I mean, I think this by far is, you know, a really good testament to how they're going to continue to play.
Yeah, I think that you even just like taking a look at this timeline here as well. They started off 5-2 at first on the defense on Haven, which is like a huge way to like start off the lead on this map. It's so attacker sided. It took a little bit for TSM to kind of like get going there, but overall, I think you also have to keep in mind, like, finally, in this series, Chet's they managed to secure a pistol round in that second half. That was just such a big factor to turn the tide when we ended that half 6-6 and whatnot. But we also have to give a lot of kudos over towards IU. I feel like as the IGL of Chet's Pets, and previously known as M80, this is a player where we've given him his kudos for his ability to be placed like such a supporting role and for his calling for this team, which I think really took Chet's over the line with the macro that we saw coming out for them for a lot of those like push and pull plays, for like the information seeking that was going out as well. And for him to perform at such a great level on this map too is huge, something that we don't get to see from him as often. And normally you'd be looking and you'd be like, okay, it would be like Vora in this situation, right? When you see TSM on here, but Caillou definitely a standout performance. I feel like he deserves like great kudos for Haven.
Yeah, I love to see a fragging IGL in the server and be able to top the scoreboard, everything when you have a server filled with such great players. Absolutely fantastic. But someone else that wanted to talk about in depth a little bit more was Victor. I mean, one of the duelists for the team in this current iteration of the roster, and someone that throughout the first map and the second, we got to see a lot from. Notably, too, missing from this is the First Bloods. Like, the impact that he's been able to have their gomps has been immaculate, and someone that TSM got to watch out for if they weren't already worried of him here in map 3.
The amount of, you know, I believe it was 6 2Ks that Victor managed to get round after round. So, I mean, it just really just does go to show how much impact Victor's having just in a single individual round. 1v3s being taken, 1v2s, just being able to really execute on playing that Yoru to the best of their ability and get the team on site. And I feel like it really was Victor being like that mainstay duelist to not really sit back, but to actively push and stay alive for as long as they can to kind of keep the legacy going here for Chet's Pets, which I mean, you can kind of see it in the stats here, even looking back at that last map going down towards Haven. I mean, my apologies, Split, it wasn't just the, oh, you know, got lucky, Victor's having a really good game. It was there. It was just a little bit more subtle under the Yoru, but now finally able to flourish with the composition that they had carried here with the, you know, the Omen being able to create that secondhand leverage of getting onto site and feeling that confidence. And Caillou, obviously, we got to see what exactly they were capable of, not even just the eliminations, but more so the assists that they were able to carry through the game with, the, you know, the darts, shock darts, whatever. For me, this is such a pivotal moment for Chet's Pets to win this game and to kind of show the crowd, you know, okay, yeah, so what, 2 new players, but like, is there really a difference?
Yeah, I think that girl, if we're gonna be honest, Lucky and Victor are not really gonna go in the same sentence. Though this is what we expect from him as a player. He was originally a duelist in the tier 1 scene, right? That is where Victor made his stamp. It was on that Neon gameplay, on that Raze gameplay coming out from him, and it translates into his comfort on this duelist role. And I just want to continue to reiterate, I know we're looking at the First Blood percentage here, which does look great, but the number itself as a whole on this series is even better. Plus 11 at 17 First Bloods and 6 First Deaths within 2 maps is absolutely insane when you're thinking about the numbers that are being put up out of a singular player to open up these rounds for Chet's Pets. And on Split, it was a question of, okay, they start up with so many first kills, and then somehow TSM were able to take those rounds. We saw the conversions happening on Haven. I want to see that continue forward on Ascent.
And yeah, that's exactly it, is you need to see that carry forward onto Ascent, 3rd map in the series. Because looking at Ascent, this one raises a lot of questions for me, for both of the teams, obviously, when we are on this new patch, but most notably for Chet's Pets, with the history of that M80 squad on Ascent, maybe just not necessarily being the strongest. Of course, you have new players onto the team, and with getting rid of the Tejo, Ascent is just a map that a lot of players are very familiar with at its core. So I'm curious then, going back to something maybe a little bit more familiar, how that's going to look for the teams in general. But I'm so excited we get into a map 3, and let's enter the agents so we can start to figure out what these teams have in mind. 13 to 11 for both of those previous. Ash, I hope this one is just as close.
Me too. And I think on Ascent, I'm not expecting too crazy of a change in composition on the side of Chet's Pets. Yeah, this is as expected. I'm interested to see how Giza is going to perform on the KO, because we knew that in the first 2 maps, Chet's Pets definitely leaned into allowing him to play on that Sentinel role where he has that comfort. And we were expecting Victor to go back onto that Yoru. That's why we kind of did that head-to-head comparison through Split and into Haven. And then for TSM, we're getting funky again, I guess. Pulling out the Sage, and not just the Sage. Like, wait, hold on. There's a lot to absorb here. I just realized it's a solo Sage. We're throwing a Reyna in here. Recoil's playing hot. Let him take the wheel, I guess.
I love and also hate this. I don't know. Like, I'm a big advocator for the Reyna. I think Recoil, in terms of the way they've been playing, since Reyna's such a selfish duelist, I think it's perfect, in my opinion. I think Recoil is definitely going to be such honestly pivotal factor of TSM for this game to be Reyna, but it really has to come into cohesion with the fact that everybody is assisting with site push, because Reyna's util is selfish, yes, but it's super punishable.
Giving me direct vibe.
I'm excited for this. The double duelist, Recoil's only been on duelist for today, straight to my veins. Let's absolutely go. I love this look coming out. Let's see how this is going to fare up against Chet's Peds, coming off of a fantastic map number 2. But Ascent is ready. I want to hear from the casters, so let's send it over to Jen and Vans.
Ooh, what is this double duelist, Vans? Reyna? I mean, Ascent is usually a map where you don't see that much variation. This is crazy.
I don't even know anymore. And on top of that, TSM has been like kind of coined of always playing a double Senti with a deadlock. And this time, they're just getting rid of all Sentis and just playing Sage, which is probably not the first Sentinel you would think of when you're trying to anchor up on defense on a map like Ascent. You think of Cypher, you think of a KJ, which would be 2 excellent agents to play with when you're not playing against a Teo anymore. That said, though, I feel that there's still probably that same type of aggression that could come out from TSM once again on that defense. But I'm starting to realize here too that maybe are we sort of missing the mark too on the fact that the Yoru may not be as nerfed down with no more Teo and Breach supporting him, because he could actually get out of jail free as much as possible and be as aggressive as he wants to be. So I think Victor on this Yoru is kind of good so far.
I mean, Sim will be able to play pretty fast too. I feel like Yoru doesn't play as crazy as that Jet, but then there's a Reyna on top. Sim is gonna be enabled so well, and Recoil goes down before getting traded. So Chet's Pets will be able to play. Look who's forward. Victor's trying to get ahead of the game. Got really sparked his confidence after ending the game off in his favor. 4. Pretty stacked up though over in boats. TSM just try to wait for Chet's Pets to exit and stagger out, and now this seems more winnable for TSM. They emerge now with a paranoia out. Chet's Pets are gonna hide in this back room. Caillou having an amazing day. No surprise he's able to get 3 in this first round, but it's TSM with yet another pistol.
And again, where TSM just stands still, 7 just holds his crosshair right outside of the smoke and just looks into the archway in the back of the site, and his opponent once again runs into his crosshair to get that pick. That said, I respect that Victor was pushing out towards that spawn to hopefully catch some players off guard. But I don't think that they were expecting that TSM were playing a 4-1 and then also going for a 3-player death ball to try to retake together as a team. So he kind of got surprised out of pushing out of his own smoke. But if anything, the first execution into this B site was perfect. It was a slight mistake out of Recoil getting hit by the KO knife, so he can't even dismiss after he gets the pick to get out to safety towards the back of the site or even back towards the staircase. But TSM's able to flood back perfectly and win a pistol again. So this is all pistols except for 1 in favor of TSM so far in this series.
As TSM are going to lack so much information using this. Well, it doesn't matter when 7 just has a shotgun. And he gets 2 with it. 7 in this shotgun, man. I love it. He is an absolute menace. So less information, who cares? Just shoot better. Shoot better when you see him. Almost
what
an
am I
ace.
watching? What am I
Valorant,
watching?
baby. It's Valorant.
I mean, or I'm watching Seven as Artazine cosplay on Split, and now he's cosplaying a Sadak on Ascent. Not with a judge, but with a Bucky, and getting a lot of good value out of it so far. And he's actually continuously using Buckies and Buckies instead of a judge, by the way, and still putting good numbers into it. Even if he has enough money into like these half buys that they have that they could buy a judge, I think he just opts to go for the Bucky. He's trying to bring it back here on the side of how valuable the Bucky was when it was first released in this game.
Signature fist bump. You're pulling that out at the club. So TSM cares about info.
You missed out on EDC this weekend.
I know, and I live here too, so just trying to avoid the traffic, and well, you can't avoid those bullets if you're recoil.
Wow, you're such a boomer. I didn't want to hit the traffic, so I just avoided EDC. Well, I would have got an EDC if I lived in Vegas. What are you talking about?
All right, I'll send the invite next year. So. Well, you got walls, you got slows, but you got 2 down for TSM, and now it's getting even worse. No info, but a lot of good delay with the stage, at least.
Yeah, if anything right now is Seven's, TSM's doing a good job putting Seven into good spots at the very beginning where he's slowing down the pushes and getting good value of him just owning so far in this whole series as a Sentinel player. This is just a bonus round for TSM no matter what, so you're stacked up and trying to fight back against the push here that you had from Chet's Pets when you had a lower buy. But thankfully, it's still around that go. Well, as I was about to say that should be a little bit cleaner for the side of Chet's Pets, but they're starting to lose players one by one here.
Isolated like Caillou's in a 1v1 versus 7, and better timing there, but that could have been sketchy in a different world, a different place. And it's Chet's Pets who take that 3rd round, that first buy-up, kind of similar to how Haven went, and that's how Chet's Pets were able to get back into the driver's seat and build that 5-win streak. So just getting into TSM's heads early is very important.
And getting the start you needed here, especially, you know, in that first map of Split, when you lost a pistol, you also lost bonus on both halves. So it's nice here that Chet's Pets were able to stop that bleeding right away quite early in this 3rd map. Because you're looking at it from the history of these last 2 maps, they were quite close towards the tail end of it. But if they're able to mitigate that quite early into the half here for Chet's Pets, they might have a better hold. I mean, dude, what can you do now? What can you do? You just wallbang 3 players.
You can't move because they were all in the slow orbs. So Seven's timings on these slow orbs are crazy. Wasn't expecting to be singing his praises on the stage of all things, and that was Vora that was playing the stage back on Split. So really cool, and he's got the res. I mean, he started off 6-0 in just 2 rounds, and it's getting even better. His recoil is also a threat in the middle of the map, gets the spike dropped, and Marv will have his presence known, but a 1 versus 4. Talk about how rusty he is, but man, I don't even think anyone could pull off a 1v4 like that, especially when you're with your location known. So.
And if you want to roll back the years, the last time we've seen some strong Sage on a map like Ascent was Pittsburgh Knights. When I think it was Ziff, the one that was playing the Sage on. I can't even remember. Maybe I even got my player wrong at that point. But the usage of the Sage on this map when Pittsburgh played it was just isolate and block off a whole lane, and then you could play a little bit more more grouped up on different lanes across the map. But this time it's just Seven playing in like a battle stage so far, and it's working out quite well. And you also have a little bit of Luminosity Mata or something on the Reyna on this map, and just putting numbers too for recoil. So, and look at that. There's so much responsibility given for those 2 young guns. When you have recoil playing that by himself as a Reyna, so he could just kill and dismiss, and they're playing 4-1s when it's with a duelist that's a solo player instead of a Sentinel player. That's quite an interesting look into the defensive side of Ascent here for TSM.
Such a good read out of Seven to know when to orb, when to wall, knowing you're funneling Chet's Pets into market. Spike is down. And it was also Sim backstabbing them with the Outlaw over on the A side catwalk. So TSM are so good at manipulating where Chet's Pets are going and knowing how that's going to develop.
So it was Ziff. I had to double check my sources. My sources is trust me, bro. Let me just go back. Exactly. Yeah. No, but I went back to fact check myself, and we're correct on that one. And it definitely looks, at least for the side here of Chet's Pets, that it's a pain point to deal with so far. And it's not necessarily on, again, anything crazy coming out from TSM so far. It's just 7 being at a spot and getting triple kills, double kills, and there's nobody really there on the side of Chet's Pets to make sure that you get the instant trades against here, TSM. I mean, look at that wall. It funnels everybody across, and they're just getting easy crosshair placement. It's been such a boon on the side here of TSM to play with the Sage, but such a thorn here on the side of Chet's Pets to deal with.
Yeah, Chet's Pets just have to figure out, okay, do we just abandon B? This Sage is so annoying. You get double slow orb. There's also a Sova there that could just shock dart you or whatever, recon, make it hard. And then you have a Sage wall that can come up and just make it so there's so much time for rotations to come in from the defense. Chet's already tried to go through market. That didn't work out. So do you just kind of go back to hitting A and spikes on the left side of the map? But I feel like A would be weaker if you know the Sentinel is on the left side.
Yeah, well, the thing is, too, is no matter where they go, is if 7's feeling hot right now, it's just him owning, right? And looks like they're about to Sage Wall boost up to try to look over the smoke on top middle. They're high-lowing this. There's that first pick. This is so nice. Oh, this is so nice.
7 just loves to lurk in these smokes and pop out. He did it even with the shotgun earlier. This is going to really surprise Chet's Pets. And look how scared they are, just stuck in mid, wondering, okay, is Sim going to come out from catwalk? Where is this op? What do we do? Wait for the smoke. And recoils on the other side. Well read from Chet's Pets. Be reactive in this moment. Knowing TSM are an antsy type of team that will peek out when things get a little too quiet. Chet's Pets will eventually work their way towards A.
That's it. You respect it for Recoil's side, right? You have, again, another player that's been playing the Duelist quite well. Remember that first map on Split, so for him to stay and isolate the 1v1 against a veteran of Marv and could dismiss away, you have to permit for him to get that ego fight. But that's what I was trying to say. If you're not going to run into a hot 7, you're still going to run into Sim no matter where you go. So if you avoid the Sentinel, you're still going into the Duelist that now has an op that hasn't been used yet.
Hunter's Fury from Caillou. It's putting the press on these people in Garden, and Sim is forced to walk out to dodge the Hunter's Fury. And Marv reacts appropriately. Spike down, and Chet's Pets will have a leg up, and this was the site that seemed the weakest. At least one that wasn't so limiting with all the slow orbs and the walls.
Yeah. Raycon's not up for another 10 seconds, so I don't think they're going to wait after that for the side of TSM. Just have to start walking out after the smoke.
Smoke's going to go down. You got the flash from the Vice there. A bow. Going to get TSM active. It's just one of GMD left, and hoping to do damage. And maybe Chet's Pets post timeout have found the secret sauce.
Yeah. Well, if anything, Sim was trying to get at least a pulse range shorty kill on the one that was hitting on that switch, and we decided to just spray inside the smoke. And finally, you have Chet's Pets getting a little bit of their a dub there, being able to get that pick. And that's what I'm talking about. Looking over the wall, over the smokes, getting that pick on top middle. You're focusing on the person that's boosted up so 7 can move across and get an easy kill through the smokes, and you're still playing the player up. But it was a nice little answer back here from Chet's Pets to initiate and engage towards the A site and punish also the ones that are trying to go for hero plays on the side of TSM.
Well, that op is loud, and it's watching through mid, so Chet's Pets got to walk or look both ways before crossing. Victor has a dimensional drift too, so kind of surprised you wouldn't want to just pop that early and get ahead of the game. But Chet's Pets are going to see if TSM are going to peek, see what picks they get, and go next.
And now the dash is gone too.
Here.
And Victor has gained so much space. Right now, everybody could just start moving up and meeting up with Victor, because even if he has his op, once they gain this whole territory on the top of Garden, especially with that wall that just got hurt here on the side from Bao's lurk on the B, this has to be a dimensional drift entry into the A site for info. And there you go. Kicks things off perfectly. Sim still gets a pick on middle, but A site can still be up for grabs.
Oh, the paranoia came out, but it's too little too late when you have 4 people surrounding you. But Dimensional Drift didn't get to check out Heaven, and 7 and Sim stepping up as that deadly duo for TSM. And although the plan looked so right for Chet's Pets, they thought they hit the right site at the right time. Investing the ult. Now the odds are stacked against them. Especially if Sim's just going to be hard aimed with the op. Okay, just gonna get away, but not gonna have time to plan with 12 seconds. So
Oh, he will. He will.
Oh,
He
this is
should.
too close for me. This is too close for me. Okay, here's really, really close.
I was looking at his path. I was like, he should get it. Why is he going like in different directions? I mean, I get my laps around, you know. I play a little bit of games.
I gassed you up too much. That's my bad. That was too close, though. Victor calculated. How measured is he? TSM could be expecting him to play at that back room within the site. It's where they're going to be focused. But Vora is checking through main in the window. Victor, that's when he swings when Vora looks away, when both are within the site. Victor wrapping around, but the flash did come through the left lane, and Sim ready for it after he cleared that back room. Really good teamwork from TSM.
Yeah, that was the only thing that was missing. I love that he TP'd outside towards B main. And the only thing he had to do was try to stay quiet for Victor on that 1 versus 2. Because now that he flashes up on lane, it was like, well, I kind of gave away my position, and I'm playing against an op. Sim just watches it from the back of the B site and gets an easy kill with Victor walking into the dot there just by the operator of Sim. But that said, these two players, it felt like I was watching a Quake game. What was it? Insta-game. Both of them were just getting kills with the op. One shot, left and right, back and forth. We went towards the A-side anchor. And finally, Sim closes it out with his last little one shot there onto Victor. And TSM is able to find some sort of grasp back on the defensive side of Ascent here.
Aldron won't be able to get deep into sight to just see how close 7 is, but it's still a ping. The wall immediately dismantled. The rest of TSM backing away. Recon shock bolts as Vora waits for his time and wants to play his life. He's one away from the Hunter's Fury. And the steel card, and there's the ping from TSM. Chet's really stuck, but so committed to get through this. They got the initial good intel. And the confidence as Recoil pops the Empress and pops the heads of Chet's, who just have bow left. A flawless execution for TSM.
Dude, what a flawless coming out from TSM. Recoil ate 1 damage. That was the only person that got damage in that round when they defended the flood take of Chet's Pets right into the B site. That was just great shooting coming out. The walls, once again, being so annoying to deal with on the side of Chet's Pets. And literally, you're just funneling, just guzzling. They're just guzzling the players running through the funnel set up by the walls of the Sage. And then TSM just closes it out on a defensive round like that. I'm intrigued to see how TSM is going to activate on their attack side here when they don't have too much of util for flank watches, but their defense so far has been looking amazing.
Oh, Recoil just gets ran over there. Quicker to the trigger, and that could have been a dead offense. Chet's Pets gonna be more aggressive. Sometimes he's kind of gets stuck on an island in mid. They get surrounded by TSM, and that's still happening. The spike is dropped, and it's deja vu again. Sim on catwalk with the knot. The rest of TSM pushed through the front, and Chet's Pets are dead, and they lost the round.
Yeah, easy anti-eco coming out here from TSM, but dude, just where the players are at for TSM at the very beginning of these rounds, this is just pristine. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's calling out from Vora, but it's just the feel that they know where the start are starting here for the side of Chet's Pets, and they're just shutting it down every single time. This time, finally, it seems, as before we get into these replays, that there's a chance now finally for Chet's Pets to get some sort of opening towards this B site, because it looks like so many players are focused up on mid control once again. There's only an op holding very passively towards the front of the B site, so there's a chance for the split to actually get some value.
The Chet's Pets are gonna still hit B. Null command may help things out there from Giza, but the op is still a threat.
Huge.
And the Hunter's Fury, there's so much pressure defensively. There's no space to run, or to gun, or to win. And they're just getting picked apart. At least Marv on this alternate angle is catching TSM by surprise. And he's taken down 3. He's a one-man army, and he almost had the ace before the GOAT shuts him down.
Oh, it was looking so clean. The Iceman was about to come back until the last fight, thinking that there was nobody else left inside the B site, comes out with his knife trying to gain some extra space, and then just gets shut down by 7. A nice valiant attempt by the veteran on the side of Marv, but unfortunately it wasn't cold enough to clutch it out here for Chet's Pets. That said, though, you were talking about the support of the util from TSM when it looked like the split was going to be perfect off the amount of value and information that Victor is getting off Dimensional Drift. But that Hunter's Fury got so much value. Already dropped down to KO ult, gets a double ping with the Hunter's Fury too. Doesn't make it easy for the players of Chet's Pets to stay alive here in that fight. And already the second timeout's being called before we even made it into the second half here for the attack side of Chet's Pets.
I guess I'm just wondering why there hasn't been more of a pivot towards A. I'm really A-centered, but if it's broken, it's time to fix it. Like, B is just not happening. Whether it's the slow orbs, the shock darts, the Hunter's Fury, the wall. There's so much to get through and not the same at A. And then Chet's Pets' backup plan is to sit in mid and to wrap through market. And I think there's a potential to push through tree. I think you know that you've registered that Sim is with an op around that catwalk area. You try and challenge that from a different angle. And Chet's Pets kind of put Marv into a good position maybe with the ult. I don't know how crazy he wants to be, teleporting behind. Chet's Pets are not the TSM flankers though, so it's a bit of a different play style for them.
They are looking like they're going to try finally for a split towards the A site. Elbow just got spotted. Easy kill.
You know where the op is. Smile, silver lining. It's in another body though. It's tough. Flawless round, but it was mixed low buy from Chet's Pets. But wait, there's Cope. The C stands for Cope, right? You can go to A this time with rifles. It'll be better, right?
I think that's the thing that's missing a little bit here in the composition out from Chet's Pets. You are playing double initiator, so you have an opportunity to find, you know, at the very beginning of these rounds, one, to take back control with the simple pop flash into that TP that we just saw in the previous round. Although it was a knife that looks into garden, right? So you could definitely leverage that a little bit more to find that information. They are looking like they're setting up at least a knife for info, and there you go. Finally a good pick coming through.
Oh my god, purposeful gap in the wall.
And when they fall back, he's got res too. This is... It's all part of the plan.
Supporting fire too. Hey, guess what? It was all a fake. Chet's Pets are going A, guys. I'm cooking with this. Paranoia too. As soon as they send someone in heaven, maybe Marv wants to get ahead of the game. We still have rotations. Chet's Pets don't have Bow involved. He's going to be watching the flank because TSM love to flank. Seven could be cooking that. Meanwhile, Sim is getting pressured and he is the GOAT, but it is tough. A lot of pressures coming from underneath him too. Giza holds down Garden so beautifully with 3. And he's starting to heat up. And Chet's Pets need every round they can get at a 9-2 scenario. Double drop down from the duelist to TSM. And Chet's Pets stay calm.
Beautiful push out from Giza. If anything, not a push, but just the way that he held towards that door. There was so much pressure coming up towards heaven. He's got the solo responsibility to make sure nobody's able to pinch back from Garden. If not, all 3 players are kind of trapped there at the bottom and could potentially get picked apart rather by Sim with the op. And for him to muster up 3 kills the way that he did, that's a much needed round coming out here from Chet's Pets. It's a 9-3 potential curse, but now they have a chance to play the defensive side with a more standard comp. Ash was mentioning on the desk here, the double initiator with a Vice instead of a Cypher or a KJ, still a very strong composition to play with on the side here of Chet's Pets. And while for TSM, that's the question mark. What can now 7 do? And with the way that he's been playing the Sage, Battle Sage, I wouldn't be surprised for like Sage wall boosts. The standard way to play here on split Bs, going in the front of that A site with a wall on top to look over smokes, or just Sim getting a pick the way that he just did against Marv.
Sim's gonna skill check Marv early too. Double swing out from Chet's Pets, and Recoil's just playing anti-flash. He's traded. Chet's Pets go back to square one, but TSM feeling like, okay, they've taken down 2. A lot of actions over at A. This is the weaker site, right? Giza with another multi-kill in Garden. TSM are brought back down to earth, humbled for a moment. A quick swing out from Caillou, abandoning the spike for 7 to assist, and the heal from Vora to Vora gets TSM back on their feet. What a decision. Bao is left. His presence known. Seven's up top, and Vora gets the kill, and it's TSM with another good pistol.
Great share shots coming out too from the side of Vora to get that last pick, and that was a pistol round that was much needed from the defensive side. Giza tried to do as much as he could. Great impact kills for the last 2 rounds, but unfortunately not enough here for the side of the defense to muster up a pistol. So in 3 maps, only 1 pistol round has been won here on the side of Chet's Pets. Unfortunately, that might be the storyline of this matchup. Probably would have been much more different here if they actually were able to get a little bit more on the side here of Chet's Pets. Now TSM are in a solid position to close out the series.
Chet's Pets taking the pistol in the second half is what kind of helped them hell into Haven. But TSM taking all these pistols is such a nail in the coffin, especially getting to double digits. Such a gap in the score. It would take a miracle, and Caillou would have to go sicko mode, X Games mode, Super Saiyan, all the things. Give him all your energy. He's gonna need it coming up. He's got a shotgun, but not at the front door. They're kind of allowing TSM to walk in. Maybe Victor could be swinging with Bow, especially with Victor taking some hits. Doesn't want to be too crazy as TSM dash in, making space with Sim now on the site, ready to pop out of smoke while synchronized. Sim gets caught, but reveals where the rest of Chet's Pets are. And now it's a scramble, it's a brawl, and it's 7 versus Marv at the end of the day. Peak from Marv, mind games against 7. Pawns in place, but the King's still in place too. It's TSM getting up to 11. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Nice
POV
answer
did not
back
help.
there from 7. I mean, at this point, though, I'm just questioning. They had the perfect stack going in for the side of Chet's Pets. Paranoia was beautiful coming out from Marv. Perfect trades out, but a 1v1, knowing that the last person was going to be the Sage. Boosted up the whole time. There was weapons placed around the site. But Marv just failed to run towards it to pick it up here and try to get any chances to win that 1v1. Had to play now a classic against the Sheriff. Now TSM are 2 rounds away, and now you're mustering whatever you can here for the side of Chet's Pets. Already a knock coming out from Victor.
Oh, good peek. Chet's Pets backing away. Early knife ping onto 7-2. You had a sense that danger was nearby and the read was right. TSM need recoil to be huge with this Vandal and flash out from Chet's Pets. TSM dodge. And recoil's kind of out on his own. Able to capitalize on Chet's Pets' attention while the spike is pivoting towards B.
Oh, he made it through. I don't think that's ping. He gets a free kill. Oh! They walled him behind the wall, so they thought there was nobody inside the garden. A free kill for recoil, and now you can just work around the map. Oh, this has got to sting.
Are so calculated, yeah. But Chet's Pets have a wall of their own, and looks like TSM are going to be delayed because of that. And GMD could be in an awkward spot here, but they'll be okay for now. Chet's Pets
30
are
seconds left.
not aggressive. They're not peeking. They're not an advantage. I mean, they're in a weapon advantage, I guess, but not numbers.
Mars in a good spot. This might be around here if he gets his pick.
Catching them on the exit. 7 HP. The shock ball. Bora. That's mean. 12 seconds, though. Gotta hurry up and book it. All right, Mascot, can they do it? Alice on his way to prevent it. Doesn't have sightlines. Recoil is so clean with it with 2 seconds to spare. TSM get it down. And they got to break it down against Caillou. 1v3 to deny the match point out of TSM. And this is just domination from TSM.
Dude, yeah, that was so close there for Marv. I mean, it's you can't know how many players are rotating back towards tiles, but if he actually did get that second kill, or if there was actually in that rotate over for TSM that they were grouped up a little bit closer, that was spiked down. A chance here for Chet's Pets to even win out that round just from their repositioning coming out from the Iceman. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Misses that shot on the second player. Beautiful reaction by Vora to go with the shock dart kill. And what a shot coming out from recoil as well. It was such a good series overall, 13-11, 13-11. But now it just seems like the gas, there's none left for the side here of Chet's Pets.
TSM are just so good at sussing out where that Sentinel util is and then pivoting to the A site. Something I wish Chet's Pets were able to do more of, drawing out all this util, picking a weaker site. TSM have had so many years together in Sim, a lot of time in the aim room too, and how well he's playing. And that's what we love about Sim, his consistency. Spike left behind, usual default. Chet's Pets, wait to see what else is next.
Shot down.
Okay, Caillou.
Deploying drone.
He was the hero that Chet's Pets needed in the past, but 21 HP. His team doesn't have a Sage, so he'll be stuck hemorrhaging for a moment. TSM will slowly make their way to A, just like before. Paranoia out. Chet's Pets back away. Lear out. A lot used from TSM within the site, but the Spike's still got to make its way in. You smoke off glass. Chet's Pets
big kill.
Finally emerge, and Marv always makes his impact known. It's up to Chet's Pets to make up for this, because it's match point for TSM and a semi-final ticket ahead of them. As Vora will wait in hell with the Huntress Fury at the ready above the wall. 7 reads like a book. The rest 2 numbers for TSM. Chet's Pets just put in the doghouse. Vora with the final laugh as TSM go to the semifinals to face Burger Boys.
A tantalizing last map there for the side of Chet's Pets, but a dominating one for the side of TSM no matter what. It looks so clean from beginning to end from both defense, if not anything, from just Seven's performances, just carried everybody on his back. And I remember when I was talking about the Sage, the Battle Sage on this map could be such a pain point if it's unpracticed, and it's been a long time that you haven't played against that, and Seven gets the best value out of it and allows here TSM to move forward in the Challengers playoffs for the split 2 in North America.
Yeah, we're all freaking out around about the Reyna, and it was like the Sage that low-key carried all of that. Just Seven being 6-0 after 2 rounds kind of set the tone for the rest of that
21-7. I don't
game.
even know what numbers he had, but he was insane.
I know. I already know the desk are going to break down all those fun numbers. I think Chet's Pets did a good job of trying to recognize the game plan out of TSM, especially on Haven, doing such a good job of shutting down the constant flanks. But TSM just were better offensively at the end of the day, not dropping a single round on that regard. So TSM will go to the semifinals against Burger Boys, and we have 1 series ahead, and we have an interview with TSM too, and looking forward to seeing them yap. So we'll see ya.
all these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
13-11s for the first 2 map in this series. A very close matchup between Chet, Pets, and TSM. But in the end, TSM decided to just put the nail in the coffin. Absolutely no mercy on Ascent, 13-3. I cannot believe, Gomps, that we're at this point at the desk already. That was crazy coming out from TSM with such a cool comp. I can't.
They wanted to end it off strong, and that they did. They played their best performance, if anything. I mean, 7 especially played their best performance, 23-6, by the way, from this phenomenal Sage player. They've been playing like this pretty much throughout the duration of every single match, although it really did feel like it kind of came in now finally at the 3rd map, of course, playing Cypher the majority of the last 2, but they were very subtle and sneaky, but they were making so much impact. And now we did finally get to see that full force. So that 13-3 definitely a given.
I mean, the impact from 7, of course, like crazy, but the impact from the whole team as well. I mean, highlighted going into this, Pets, it's been a little bit iffy on Ascent, but of course, when we're anticipating all the switches, Ash, I didn't know what was going to happen, but TSM, this was just a more confident look than ever. I love this double duelist. I love everything they got going for them, and it really showed up in the server.
It really did. I think that when we're talking about the changes for Ascent, what was difficult was, at least for Chet's Pets, we saw how they were kind of leaning into the comforts for Marv and for Giza earlier on in that series. And then Giza just didn't look as comfortable on that KO, which I think was just such an important role as well when we saw how TSM were setting up that defensive half that led to that 9-3 start. And it was a lot of these situations where 7 was usually anchoring towards that B site. We saw the wall just doing a really great job at funneling its Pets into the crosshairs of TSM. And on the opposite side, you had Sim going for extremity control over mid once that operator was online. And so much of that came from GMD as well, like being able to look to set him up on those angles thanks to that paranoia. And it really, I think, kind of deflated Chet's going into that second half where they weren't able to find a single round on the attacking side. It was a swift 4 rounds in a row for TSM to close this map out. And the first kills also tell you a lot of the story here as well. Chet really kind of like struggled to find those opportunities. And it just felt like TSM were very comfortable with the fights that we saw them take there.
I love that you called out the comfort, especially when it's a TSM that's comfortable with the fights that are being taken in comparison to what should have been comfort picks coming out from Pets that just didn't quite amount up. But eyeing up the player performances, like my eyes instantly again, Ash, drawn to 7, but across the board, like TSM really stepped up.
Yeah, everyone on TSM stepped up. And I want to kind of just focus back in on 7. I think Gompers was talking about it a little bit, about how he was performing earlier in the day on Split. He didn't have to honestly do too much because Recoil and Sim were having an insane match. So was like GMD, everybody else. But then you also look over towards like Haven. It was an insane map coming out from 7-2. And then heading into this Ascent where he is on this stage where it's just the numbers are undeniable that you guys can see on your screens. But it even calls back to the top of day when we were doing that compare and contrast between Victor and 7, who have very opposite roles in this particular series, but we were highlighting the flexibility that both these players bring to the team. And 7, he went from initially being that mainstay initiator who flexed onto the Sentinel every once in a while to fully taking on this Sentinel role and responsibility for TSM and opening up the opportunity for Recoil to slot into the duelist.
And I love being able to see more of Recoil on the duelist. The fact that we got to see it earlier on in the series and popping off, and you're talking about a 7 who didn't really need to pop off earlier in the series, and it was a Recoil that in this game didn't necessarily need to drop 20 plus because, you know, 7 was there. But I love the Reyna. I love all of these ideas, and I love the fact that he agreed to come on for the interview. So let's head on over to that and get a couple of thoughts from, the duelist of the day here for TSM. Recoil, how is it going?
It's going great.
Great win.
Excited.
Like, Yeah, that Ascent. Like, let's talk about that because we got the closest map 1 and map number 2, 13-11s for both. And then Ascent, you guys bring out the double duels yet again, 13-3. Like, how is such a drastic switch up from what was a relatively close series before?
Right. Well, it felt really like easy coming into Ascent playing that comp because obviously we've been practicing it. Our coach introduced us into his older comps from Ascend. He is a champs winner, frankly, running those comps. So it was just like really like fresh for our team, and just the idea kind of meshed well. Everyone was like comfortable on the roles. Johan was open to playing the Sage. Jordan, no issues on the Sova. Obviously, Anthony on the Omen, and I can flex any duelist, so it's just comfort. It felt really great.
I'm glad to hear how comfortable it felt for the team. And I love this look coming out from the team, considering you guys have always just been such an aggressive team in my book. But I want to talk about more of you being on the duelist. You say you can flex any duelist. We've seen you flex a little bit in the past, but a lot of these compositions, at least that we've gotten to see on the day, all of them have you on this duelist. So how has this been for you? Was there any sort of adjustment, or since you've always had, you know, some maps you've played duelist, was just this an easy one to pick up and slot right into?
Well, obviously, first I have my teammates to thank, because obviously playing duelist, there are like characters where you're running individual plays like Reyna and Jet. But at the same time, if you saw our map on split, Anthony helped me a lot with the blinds. His Omen paranoias were perfect, and it just made entering really easy. But alongside that, I don't know, everything just feels natural on duelist. And I feel like our team is very special in that everyone can play every single role, like genuinely. Maybe not Sim, but he's the best duelist in the world, so, in my eyes at least.
You know what? The little drive-by, but you back it up saying best duelist in the world. So I think we'll let that one pass. But
He knows that level.
you're talking a lot that I've got from this interview so far is you're talking about the team and like credits to them. You're talking about Sim. You're talking about how your team's setting you up. And last time I talked to GMD, he talked about how tight the group was in terms of like just being tight-knit and that helping everybody. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that too, especially with this playoffs runs ahead.
Well, obviously last playoffs I didn't perform well, and I heard on the broadcast people talking about roster changes, which was like really shocking, especially to our coach, because like in EU that doesn't happen so often, you know, where teams like make changes that early on. But after that, we had a huge talk as a team, and we are a tight-knit group. Everyone's friends outside of crack. Like I talked to Ant, you know, everyone's just like very vocal, especially about like team issues. So it was just like really easy moving on. And if anything, the struggle brought us closer together. And Anthony makes like a point of losing is learning. And frankly, that is very true.
I love to hear all of that. I am really glad to see that everyone stayed together because you guys have been stepping up and it's been really awesome to see. Recoil, I love this arc you guys are on. Congrats on this win. Best of luck going forward as well, okay?
Yep, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. A lot of insight from Recoil about the team and such a great victory, especially that Ascent. But still one more best of 3 on the day. Highly anticipated match between Cubert Academy and Winthrop University after a short break. You ready? Hello, everyone. Hello, Liz Sangria, Sentinels, Cubert Academy Watch Party. You need an abbreviation. That is a mouthful. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. An amazing best of 3 to be starting today. If you missed it, TSM to take the victory over Chet's Pets, formerly M80, be moving along in the upper bracket. Now, Ash, we got none other than Winthrop University going up against Cubert Academy. Excited for so many reasons, because these two have faced off a handful of times. Obviously, a big switch up as well coming in for today for Cubert.
Yeah, that's the main way, I guess, like the main way that our eyes get drawn here. But I also just think that for Winthrop, this is a team that has earned their respect within Challengers as well. During stage one, they were considered this dark horse team. And then it was a question, okay, was that a fluke or was that something that we're going to see carried forward as far as consistent performance? And it was the latter. I think the community was kind of like initially like questioning if it was kind of just like a one of those Cinderella runs that it's a one-off. And for Winthrop, they have very much so cemented themselves as a top contender here within Challengers League. I think have earned the respect of the audience and players alike. But I'm really excited for this particular head-to-head, especially with those changes that we're talking about that we're kind of like teasing. I know everyone already kind of knows and whatnot, but we have that slow build-up going forward.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But let's talk about this Winthrop University's team first, because I love that you call out that respect and everything else. Because when we were at this stage for stage one playoffs, Winthrop University had just beaten YFP in an upset of a match, and it was a lot of questions on how this team would fare going into playoffs. And that is where this team had surpassed expectations. You take down TSM, you knocked down Cubert Academy to that lower bracket. And Gomps, that's when we got to see this turn away from Winthrop being the underdog into, hey, wait, this collegiate team, these vibes, this aura is one of the best teams that we have in Challengers.
One of the best, and yes, because that's it's so strange how you can develop so quickly into a roster that is just like the one roster you're now so excited to hear about, after not even knowing anything about them before. And to be a collegiate team is a success on their own. I mean, you heard, I believe if you guys were listening, to some of the clips that we got to drop during the breaks, Nasi talking about, what his routine is. Where are the scrims in that routine? Like, it's crazy that they have like this college life and such a normal like I guess life in general, and then they come here and they dominate, and then they're so good. And I guess they're kind of working their brains every day with their college work and stuff like that. But all in all, like this team is preparated and just absolutely dominant in what they do and the way they handle themselves, and it's awesome to see.
It's been so much fun to watch the journey, as chaotic as it is, and the journey that we got to expand upon a little bit in stage two, looking back at that history and everything else. I called back to them playing against Cubert Academy in the previous playoffs. We got to see that again in a pretty close fight. This wasn't quite the easiest qualification for Winthrop. We did have to draw it out to 6 rounds, but I still think when you look at a couple of those wins, Havers was a team that was doing really well. Of course, a 2-1 victory over SRB. Ash, there's like, maybe the journey wasn't the cleanest, but again, Winthrop University, they'll come out on top. They'll always surprise you.
They definitely keep you on your toes, that's for sure. But I think that you take a look at still these matches and whatnot, they're not easy teams to beat. I know for Fun Havers, for example, they didn't make it through that Swiss stage, didn't have the best run, but that was a team where they have like very high cerebral play style because of the IGL and just like the style that just like leans into like those like set plays and a lot of variety that Winthrop are able to meet and face up against like really well. I think it says a lot about like the coaching on the side of Winthrop coming out from Banshees, and then also just the IGLing coming out from Nasi, because you have to think about the fact that they are playing against these teams and taking these series up against teams who have very differing play styles while they are not running scrims. And that just says they're a lot about their individual ability and their ability to bring it all together as far as like the dynamicism, the adaptability in the server round for round to respond to the pressure that's being put on.
I love the simplicity of this quote coming out from Moobs as well. We're individually very skillful. And I think that's all you need to really sum it up. When you talk about a team that, maybe doesn't necessarily get to scrim. Sometimes, like, I've talked to Ali and he's like, you know what? We didn't necessarily know what controller or what pick we wanted to go going into a map. It's a team, like, they got their studies. They got a lot going on. They're trying to live their lives, But to be able to see that skill still come on through, Gomps, this collegiate team, I think is just amazing. And, like, the sky's just the limit here.
You can just tell they're very well prepped. And, yeah, I mean, even with obviously, I mean, they have to be well prepped. They have CVAL championships as well, actually coming up. So, this is a team that's now, of course, they're not actually, playing every single day for challengers, but they're actively the next day playing into another tournament and constantly having to battle other teams that are so diverse in terms of the way that they play the game. So I feel like that's where their adaptability comes in. And of course, challengers, it's very, very cutthroat, and it's such a different dynamic place to be, but they handle themselves so well because of the experience they get outside of those servers. And for me, that's honestly the best way to practice, the best way to get all of that, all of those reps in. And actually, speaking of, yeah, okay, they're playing in playoffs, and if they win this, great, they continue into the upper bracket. But then tomorrow they're playing a grand finals for CVAL. So it's like, does it really ever end for this team in terms of their dominance?
It really just does not. But they have shown that they're capable of going toe-to-toe with the best. But now they have to go up against the best today, the worst kept secret coming out on the broadcast for someone who is joining this Cubert Academy roster. A little bit of a drum roll here. None other than TenZ is playing. Ash, I saw the original tweet coming out from Sentinels, like, only one person can save tier 2. And I'm like, nah, right? You just kind of like forget about it. Nah, right? And then, yeah, nope, TenZ is playing today. Crazy.
I mean, the super sub of all super subs, realistically, when you're looking at it, like for Scuba to be getting that call up to tier 1, joining NRG is massive for him, right? Having the opportunity to graduate, that's the whole purpose of these academy teams that are being supported by these organizations in tier 2. And then now, okay, slot has opened up. Who are you going to get but the GOAT, TenZ, on your roster? I think what is so cool about him coming into Cubert Academy is the amount of experience that he brings. Like, yes, we know TenZ is such an incredibly gifted mechanical player, so good on his role as well, and flexible, because we've seen him on that duelist in early day Valorant. We've seen him on the controller play as well, but just that experience, I think, will mean a lot to the new levels of even like comms that could be coming to the table here for Cubert Academy in a team that's already very vocal, and then just general competitive experience at such a high level that could add these additional layers when that is more than you would even usually be asking for someone just subbing in so late into the stage.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Not only do you get to play with, I guess a Valorant legend in the community, but you also get to learn as well from someone that is so well polished and well diverse in terms of how long they've been playing, what scenes they've been playing in, and the championships that they won as well, not to mention. But I remember Redux even saying, in an interview, like, they used to look up to TenZ so much and wanted to aim like TenZ. So it's like, okay, great. And they ended up saying, they learned the mechanics, and that's what really did make them better. But now you're looking at the fact that, it's mini TenZ and TenZ in one team, and now you're like, well, we're going to have to just figure out how we're going to work through this, playing as Winthrop.
It'll be a lot of fun to see. I'm so excited for this matchup, but I do want to reflect a little bit on Cubert Academy's journey in getting to the playoffs and to this point. Because Cubert Academy, of course, from their introduction into Challengers, was a team that was so exciting. Of course, it's the Sentinels Academy roster, right? But it's been something that during the second split, without these roster changes, we have seen a lot of role swaps. And that's been something, Ash, that throughout their games has somewhat plagued them a little bit. And they definitely found a lot of stride with having Scuba on the Sentinel. I mean, our boys get pulled up, right? Like, such a good pull-up into tier 1. But I think that during the more tail ends of this, things started to click a little bit more for the team. So Scuba's missed, but we do have the superest of subs. But I'm intrigued to see how the rest of the team clicks around TenZ, considering the run they've had.
Yeah, you're talking about those role swaps that came through, right? The fact that we were kind of like shuffling through 3 different players at the time, being Knight, Redux, and Scuba on that. And they really found their stride in the last swap that they ended up finding, which was putting Redux back onto that duelist, and then Knight also going back to his roots of what he was playing for rankers in stage 3 of 2024, which is back onto that controller. And even during that interview, he was like, yeah, I think I'm just a controller player at this point. Like, he had an insane series up against YF. He hitting like, what, 40 and 16 in that series in total. But even this quote coming out from Knight, we definitely set for playoffs, and it would definitely be pure domination. says a lot about the confidence that the core has already going into this. And you can only imagine how much more confidence gets injected to a team when they do have such a high level player joining them to continue to elevate the growth that we've already seen coming from Cubert during this.
And it'll be really interesting to see if it's going to be more of the roles for Cubert Academy that they develop later that they stick to, or how things will shuffle around tens. But from the last known duelist, that is the head-to-head that I want to pull up going into the matchup to reflect, especially between two players that we've really highlighted a lot throughout the season. Of course, the reason Cubert Academy is here, you have Redux on the right. Infiltrator for Winthrop University has been somebody that throughout has been someone who's really been able to step up and impress here, Gomp. So I'm curious with how this head-to-head will go. And of course, if there is any switch-ups going in today, if it is going to be an Infiltrator v10s.
Yeah, I like too how it's like, you know, the duelist versus, I guess, the duelist of the past, like the ghosts of the past sort of Redux. But Redux in general really just has so much potential. Not even potential, they are such an amazing player in terms of what they can do. Of course, they're not really playing into that duelist role any further as they used to. Actually, no, they are. Sorry, forget me. I'm looking at my chart and I was looking at the wrong name. But no, Redux. Okay, duelist v duelist. Sorry, the Omen kind of knocked me off here. But no, okay, yeah, playing as the duelist, absolute great potential for Redux. I mean, being so young as they are and kind of like actually actively realizing, you know, what they need to work on. It's very, very evident how they kind of pick up on all of those kind of like tendencies that they do that might be a bit negative to the team. And they fix that and replace that very, very quickly with their adaptations mid-game. You know, they position themselves around the entirety of the team. And I feel like, you know, in terms of Infiltrator, they do that absolutely as well. Winthrop University and Sentinels not too far off. Sentinels Cubert Academy not too far off in terms of, you know, the synergy that they can connect with and just more so keeping themselves together with their team and keeping that cohesion. So I'm more so excited to see just how well that's going to fare out with like a new player that, you know, I feel like a lot of us really do look at as, you know, someone that is a threat into the scene.
I mean, Infiltrator, for anyone who's been watching Collegiate, anyone who's watched Tier 2, you know that Infiltrator is it. And then going up against Redux, like the young superstar, I think is really exciting, especially too, this being a head-to-head that we have seen twice in the past. And I'm intrigued with the third meeting of these two teams, how exactly this one's going to be shaking up. And first, how the map picks and bans is going to maybe vary from the previous times that we've gotten to see it. So far in the series, Winthrop has been up one and Cubert has been up one. But coming down to today for the Stage 2 playoffs, that's going to be absolutely it. So, yeah, map picks and bans. Let's get to it because I'm excited to see where exactly the battlegrounds for today are going to be taking place. And Ash, starting off, it's going to be Cubert Academy picking up Haven.
And no surprise that they want to pick up Haven, right? This has been one of their most played maps in Stage 2 and one of their best maps in Stage 2 as well. They've all been very dominant wins. Aside from the last time these two teams faced off during that round 2 of the Swiss stage, where Winthrop actually ended up taking that in a 14-12 as their one map in that 3-map series. So they're looking to like bounce back. We saw like the adjustments coming in that was also with a different composition beforehand as well, where they were running like a weird like Yoru AJ Breach comp there before leaning back into like the Neon for Redux, where he looked very, very comfortable. But this map isn't too bad for the likes of Winthrop either. This was a map that they took very dominantly up against SRB as well. And, sorry, no, Cubert won that up against Winthrop. But yes, they took this very dominantly up against SRB. And then I think like you look later down the line as the map veto continues on, it's a veto that honestly looked fairly comfortable for both of these teams, albeit we have yet to see Sunset from Cubert. And that could be also an ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, actually not a lot of Sunset from Winthrop University either, which I, you know, in terms of what Sunset is going to be, why we kind of kept it within the pool, I'm not necessarily so sure on that. But I think maybe just, you know, obviously we haven't seen Sunset from Cubert in in a professional stance, but more so, I feel like that's when you should be a little worried, you know, kind of having something up your sleeve in terms of, you know, what the composition is going to look like. Of course, changes with, we all are very aware of the changes with Taeho. So for Winthrop, Taeho being such a predominant pick for every single map that we're actually seeing here. So definitely some changes potentially going to be made, unless we want to just like abuse the system and be like YOLO, you know. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, I'm pretty much thinking that we're going to see some heavy fight on Haven from Winthrop, and I'm hoping that they, you know, put their best foot forward, because this is such a pivotal moment for them to kind of be like, all right, we were like in your heads and you know we were good, but now we're good. You know that we're good now.
I'm really hoping that we do get to see the sunset coming out from these two teams. And I think that Haven and Lotus is going to be so close between these two. But the fact that Haven and Lotus has been good for both of these teams, and when these two teams have faced off on these two maps before, because the last time they met, it was 2 of these 3 maps, and it has been so extremely close, I think that only speaks volumes for the series that we have ahead of us. And I think this one is going to be a lot of fun. Everything going on into it. And of course, Winthrop not being an underdog in this stage 2 playoffs, but instead, when we're looking at, you know, yeah, they're more capable than they're just as capable as anyone. But I really want to know, getting into today's series, in terms of the predictions, how we thought this one's going to be shaking up. Ash is already laughing. A girl just cannot keep it together over here.
Yo,
I mean, it's Ash against the world yet again.
Yo, hear me out, okay?
Explain.
Hear me out. Hear me out. One, honestly, I feel like the fact that, like, okay, I know it's kind of crazy for me to not pick Cubert here with 10s coming in. It was really hard to make this decision. One, I hate desk sweeps. 2, I genuinely do believe that Winthrop could potentially take this series. And the reason I say that is because I think in this head-to-head, there is the risk of Winthrop also being their own greatest enemies. If they get in their heads about the fact that they're facing up against 10s, then things could fall apart. But based on the Winthrop that we've grown to know over stage 2 and stage 1, this is not a team that will look at a player like 10s and like feel that threat. And if it does happen, that is the potential for things to unravel. But from what we've seen in interviews, the confidence that this team has, that is just like a purely unabashed confidence. The fact that they're not scrimming, it tells me that this is a team that has the attitude where that will not be a mental battle. As I'm saying that, I am crossing my fingers that it will not be a mental battle.
It's so
but
funny,
guys, it was not easy to choose. Okay, golfers, it was not easy.
No, bro, because I feel like everyone should have expected me to pick Winthrop. Like, I've been ride or die for this team since the moment,
Sierra?
literally,
Yeah.
I don't know. The moment that and I agree. I completely agree. Should they fear 10s? Like, realistically, guys, please do not fill my inbox. Like, no, they shouldn't. But at the same time, it's so hard not to, because the whole entire media and everybody is just so excited to see 10s perform. And when you have that much backing you as a player, you know, that much support, and then not only that, but also like just the legacy and the history of just being so good and being on the headlines and you know, a lot of people wanting to play like you, it really does kind of get in your head a bit in terms of like, who am I playing? I think I actually saw a tweet from Moobs like, wait, I'm playing who tomorrow? Like, I feel like I would react the same, to be completely honest with you. But all in all, I respect your decision. No controversy here. I bow down to you. I respect it.
I mean, if it's Moobs on Twitter, he's just memeing anyways. But it does, it does make a lot of sense, I think, to have not just that, but like Cubert themselves in a roster is also a very strong team. But Sierra, all I'm saying is if Winthrop lose today, they're coming for you for not voting for them. Yeah, that is all.
I cannot win. Cubert is holding my family hostage. Every time I bet Winthrop University during the stage 1 playoffs, when they were the clear underdogs and they should not have won, they won every single time. They have my family. They've been sending threatening notes to my house, man. Like, I had to.
Did they at least send like the plushie? They send that
No.
too? Wow, that's so disrespectful.
Just threatening notes. I mean, you got to switch it up eventually. I do think, and I hope that this is going to be a close series. I think out of all teams, this attitude from Winthrop University of like, we can beat any team. We can also lose to any team. They have expressed that they have lost to other collegiate teams because these teams are good and anyone can beat anyone. I think that mentality that they have, I think is going to fare really well in a space where maybe some people would be intimidated going up against a super duper sub, right? I think that is going to fare really, really well and is going to be really fun. I just look at this on the other side and I'm like, you know what? The 1 week, I'm not going to get in trouble with my predictions. I'm not going to have the TENS. I'm not going to have the TENS fans after me. I'm not going to have the Sentinels fans after me. And I do think that, you know what? Him playing here will be a lot of fun. But we got to make sure that we are all ready and everyone is sat and waiting. So a quick break as you guys get your snacks. Get ready. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Winthrop University going up against Cubert Academy. Everyone is here. Tens is on the neon. We got Ali on the ISO. Ash, we got a banger of a match ahead.
We absolutely do. Honestly, I wasn't expecting Tens to actually slot into the duelist. I guess it does make sense. Like it could be easiest for them to be slotting him in. It to kind of like, I guess, like merge into the protocoling and the system that Cubert have built up. And Redux has been incredibly flexible for this team as well, right? Just shuffling around and whatnot. So this, I guess, is what is most comfortable for Cubert in that regard. So Ten's back onto his home ground. Honestly, I thought we were going to maybe see him flexing around because of how much adaptability he has and how many different roles he's played. But to be fair, for the most part, it's been like everything except for Sentinels for him. And for the side of Winthrop, they lean into this composition that's been heavily favored, especially since like the Tejo nerf has come through as well. So I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go.
I can kind of actually see why Tens is more so into the duelist role, and I think I feel like it's more so just simply because, like, obviously this whole entire team has had the time to play together for quite a while. So, you know, you're inputting a player that you already know is predominantly good at a certain role, right? The duelist. So just kind of, yeah, like placing Tens there, I feel like is the best decision they could have made, just for the sake of knowing that no matter what happens, there will be a frag. Like, and going over to Winthrop as well. Like, I like the fact that they kind of diverted a bit more into the meta here in terms of Haven and just using like just something simple, but also something that's been working so well, and leaving Ali and Infiltrator to do the dirty work, which is great.
Picking up the neon to try and run it down on some college kids, but Winthrop University, they're capable of shooting back. It's time to head into Haven and see how this one's going to be shaking up, and send it over to your casters, Vance and Jen, to get you started.
Thanks, Sierra, and thanks everyone for tuning in. We got the Lord of the Winds, the return of the king, and Tens is here to smurf on some, quote, college kids, as Sierra likes to say, during a playoff run. But hey, these college kids, they pack a punch, and they're ready to take playoffs by storm.
100%, especially when it comes to Winthrop University, with Ali coming into from coaching back into the roster. They've been snagging some nice little wins as well, and Moobs have been finding some sort of groove into this new role with Winthrop University. That said, though, for Cubert Academy, I don't know if Redux is actually going to be that flexible. I did some really quick math just by skimming through the numbers on VLR, but let's say in around 700 games, Redux has only played 4 games of Cypher officially. So I don't know how that's going to look for Redux overall as a Cypher role, but man, who cares? Tens is playing, and he's playing Neon.
Yeah, whatever you want, baby girl. You can have any
exactly.
Just help us win, bro. Please, bro. I need the win, bro.
And he is.
But it's working. Got to go fast. And Cubert Academy ready to step up, but as soon as the smoke comes up, did not want to get hosed down by Winthrop. So Cubert Academy not going to play as fast and loose yet. Well, Infiltrator was going to flank, and then, you know, that happened. But hey, Cubert Academy are marching.
And now, though, you still have Tens inserted into the C cubby. So as it's not really being spotted by the camera yet, Tens could actually start pulling rotates when he starts moving up and breaking this camera. But because they've already forfeited the whole storage side for Cubert Academy when they've lost Redux at the very beginning, you can't really walk back into A. So they decide to group up together and go for the last minute hit into the C site, where now Moves is about to get tested.
It's a real dance between all the sites. Here's the plant, smoke in place, Moves and Flare together, no paranoia, but vibes, and Asi will be on his way, and I would like this recon to be used first so he can at least assess and get some attention. Shots towards the recon. It's been messy, but a big opener. As it's a double kill for Moobs. And Tens has to pick things up, and not even the GOAT can do it all. So Winthrop will take the pistol.
Yeah, and Moobs just caught Knights off guard. With the smoke dissipating, never anticipated that Moves is going to be just out in the open. And the surprise is actually not only 1, but 2 players on top of that, rendering it very difficult for Tens to try to win a 3 versus 1, or a 1 versus 3 rather, as he was trying to play into the clutch. That said, everything worked out quite well and gracefully when Infiltrator already got that pick. And that's what I was mentioning before, with taking down Redux and then them also taking down Infiltrator down by grass. You've already lost so much map space into Garage, into B, into A site. So you have to commit towards C. And if it wasn't for Moves with that 2K, maybe the story would have been different. But Winthrop University continues on a very strong foot here on Haven.
Recon out and getting a ping. Sometimes you have Neons just running down at this point, but with an Outlaw, just checking out. Getting a condition of, is Winthrop peeking out early, getting a sense of how Winthrop like to hold A. Got a camera out, up close in sewers. You're gonna drone out, see who's there. And Redux is ready to fight, even while pinged. Big win for Ali. Got the double tap out, but not expecting that much smoke. The big double kill for T-Dog sets up Cubert for success. Now with the smoke in place, they'll get to cover their tracks and think of what's next.
That was also part of the plan. Redux letting himself getting Owl Drone, getting picked off so T-Dog can pick up the Guardian and get 2 kills. So they went for a force buy after getting a plant for Cubert Academy, but it's not the good old trusty stinger buy. They tried to go for range because of this type of map where you're trying to go for picks at the long range distance, and you can't really use util to open up sites, so nice little picks to start.
Good fault line from Nismo. And Winthrop have to now battle through the smokes, depending on how Zor wants to pop out. Infiltrator with a big tube. Timing. Now it just moves in a 1 versus 2, and it's good effort, but not enough against Cubert.
And that's the thing that I was trying to mention before. When you don't have util to work with, think back about the tail breach meta into a stinger buy. You have cycled util that you can leverage and really oppress a site and really allow for you to get space and then close the gap with the stingers on that buy. But because you don't have that anymore into, you know, tail being nerfed down, and you're also having T-Dog playing a Sova, you're just trying to leverage distance instead, and it works out. They were able to compose themselves on 2 great openers on trades, get a plant, reset the economy for Winthrop University, put them onto an eco, and force them to push for information. There's already a camera up for Redux that's going to force a TP away. That's space gain now for Cubert Academy to fight towards the C site against Moobs again.
Thought Moobs was going to have a good tap there. A lot of smokes are hindering Cubert, and it's 1, 2, 3. Infiltrator gets lucky through the smoke. And Cubert Academy, it's really like to pivot back and forth, and it's going to be hard for Winthrop to keep up with this, as Winthrop aren't going to try and push their luck on the flank, and not again. Now exploring through courtyard. Got garage control, but where this ISO is inserted, where Ali is, could catch Cubert. And well, I guess Flavor's gonna peek out of garage and get the spike down. Gonna cause some activity for Cubert to recover that. I'm surprised that Flair and Ali didn't want to try and go for more. Still an important cutoff point. Tens is down, traded by Redux. Spike continues its way over. Maybe gonna need some help though from Knights, especially with the paranoia, but now deciding, okay, there's way too much danger here. They're gonna go through A.
Well, it's so hard for them to get map control, and they've already lost T-Dog in the very beginning. You can't drone into garage. You're trying to group up to hit up the B site so that it's easier for you to entry, but Dismal just got caught off. The silver lining, at least, is that they have an open site for C to plant, and they also have better weapons to work with in the post plant, because nobody really picked up, and only Flair finally picked up a rifle here.
Shot bolts and Recon so annoying out of Nasi, and Cubert couldn't plant because of that. And Cubert Academy do a good job of working up the map, but just these lucky shots from the shares through the smokes and Winthrop getting ahead of the rotation game. They get a thrifty out of this.
Yeah, I don't know if production observers is able to catch that, but that was a kill with a Stinger wallbang. So I have to see what else was being used. Was there a second shock dart that kind of pushed him off position and he's able to get like 1 bullet off the edge of the boxes here? I think this is it right here. But if not, nonetheless, that's Nasi still getting a crucial kill, not allowing Cubert Academy to go for a plant. So now you have trades on trades in terms of lower buys, and Cubert Academy, because they have no plant, they can't really go for the strongest of buys ever, and they can only count on Knights with the strongest weapon of a Guardian. And he's watching it towards C. So a 4-player group up towards the cubby on this side here of the A entrance. And yeah, no surprise kills coming out from Infiltrator.
Like that Winthrop are testing the waters out with these smokes in place to just take as much map control as possible and see how Cubert are going to try and oppress them. But now it's a walk up through A. Keep in mind, though, Ali could be on the flank here. And it will be watched, not with the trip from Redux, but just just himself, and at least he could have the assistance of T-Dog to try and turn around, but this is still a save from Cubert, so you need as much of a buddy system as possible, and this is going to recruit the entirety of Cubert to turn around for this flank, and it's just so much damage from Ali and Infiltrator, but at least that flank is snuffed out. Flare is up next. Gets the spike down. Redux is trying to dance. Good pivots, good swings, but Flare is better with a better gun. It's just Knights. He's like, I got the site clear, guys.
30 seconds
Space
left.
is made. And he's got to try and play with his team a bit more, help them out in these situations so the trades can go more their way.
Yeah, if anything, though, you have to give it for Winthrop University, making sure that the protocols are still there. Because I like how Cubert Academy tried to make a lot of noise towards the A site, but then everybody instantly turns around on a 180 just to fight back with this eco that they have to punish the players pushing through. It worked out for a couple of kills, but you're hoping here from Knight's perspective that somebody else is going to over-push and over-rotate to support Flare fighting here against Redux in the back of the A site to control the spike. But you saw here from...
Holy shit.
Yeah, you saw it from that side there, from Nasi. He just stayed put towards that spawn and never allowed himself to be exposed to Knights. So I love here that we're staying confident with Winthrop University. And again, this is a map picked by Cubert Academy because with this composition of this Neon, they've been dominating every single team in Challengers in North America, winning the last 4 and not giving any opportunities for their opponents to get more than like, what, 5 or 6 rounds. Yet Winthrop University is definitely making them run for their money so far on their attack side.
Just an unmitigated op shot. It's that first blood for Winthrop, leaving Knights to, well, he could teleport over wherever Cubert decide to go, but now that they don't have Nismo, though, that really sucks because usually you'd like to fault line that box within the site of A and just use the entirety of his kit to really explode onto the site. So Infiltrator has flashes and dimensional drift too. You can kind of solo hold this if needed. See what Cubert have up their sleeve.
Yeah, it's a simple just take the site. They should smoke. I mean, they should have smoked Heaven at this part. They went a little bit too late, or too early rather, before the smoke bloomed. Yes, he gets traded out, but they're still running out of players now in the post plant for Cubert. Thankfully, finally Knights gets a pick.
And Winthrop lose the op too, so Cubert equal numbers. Arrow's gonna be Heaven, taken. Sova through the front door. Nasi with shock bolts. Not feeling like he has enough time to flesh out these zones, and Nasi tries to do it all on his own. Now it's just up to Flare. Good paranoia. She could have combined that with his teammate. Perfectly synchronized, but now time is running out, and Cubert have all their bases covered as Flare chases down this last person. T-Dog is running for his life, buying time, and still stays stoic at the end.
And that's how you play the perfect 1v1. Play the clock to your favor, despite this being very labored for you to get the round as your Cubert Academy play against Winthrop University. This should be on paper an easy dub for Cubert. You just want to make sure that no matter what, you get the round. And T-Dog was able to isolate that for sure and guarantee that at least here for Cubert Academy, especially with that first mistake that just happened. Not making sure here that the window was fully smoked out before you started walking up. You just talked about it where you could maybe held it on the side of Infiltrator. He had the dimensional drift for them to just utilize for the retake towards the end. So with him dropping, they gave a much better chance for Cubert Academy to win that round.
Hunter's Fury early from Nasi, detecting something from Cubert over at A, and it gets the spike down. So Cubert already have a setback. Kind of want to see 10s activate, especially with the overdrive, and that's an offensive Hunter's Fury, and Winthrop hits, backs against the wall, but there's a bite from Winthrop. They will not be evicted, not without a fight, but Fraggers from Cubert get into position, and it's just T-Dog left with a bark, and against Moobs and Alley, just kind of a sort of high-low going on.
Got Recon.
T-Dog has shock bolts, but, oh yeah, Recon too.
It just came back up. That said, though, with 50 seconds left, he's probably going to have to recon to find info, but that's at the risk of giving his own position away.
Hearing some walking near the door, too, so. Of course, they have eyes on the spike. Winthrop aren't going to be forced to move. And you're giving them a chance to reposition, but T-Dog is also faking, making it look like he's maybe moved through main. And had this isolated 1v1 against Alley, but He stands tall. Winthrop lead by 2.
And then look at the X of where Nismo died. That's 2 rounds in a row where he's just trying to walk across after like what Cage is something to allow for them to get into some control of the long A into sewers, and he gets instantly dropped. And as you mentioned, it's a pivotal point and a pivotal piece of util that's needed on their side here for Nismo for them to really fully exit into the site like they can. Yes, to get a couple of entries here and there, but there's just so much value that the breach could bring if you could add extra flashes behind those neon walls to really flood against the defense here on the side of Winthrop University. So if anything, they're doing an excellent job on the side of the defense to just shut down initial initiator utility and not give a chance here for Cubert Academy to really set up on a much stronger hold on the site hits.
Cubert Academy have gone through so many changes. I mean, not even just 10s, like all the role swaps between Redux and Knights, and even Scuba going from Smokes to Sentinel this stage. But we also have to talk about the flexibility of Winthrop, because someone like Flair has been on Tejo 85% of the time in both stages. And now that that's out of the meta, this is the first time you're going to see him on Omen for a very long time. So, and there's a lot of work and a lot of prep that goes into playoffs. And it is double limb, there's wiggle room, but you're also going up against, if you're Winthrop, you're going up against one of the best teams in Challengers. Despite Winthrop, I think, technically having the better seed, they're pretty much the same. It's still an intimidating matchup to go into.
And the good thing about Flair as well is before playing the Teo is playing a lot of Brimstone too. So this is just regular roles for him to go back into the controller role.
Oh, wow. We wanted to see Tens get fast, and gets the life snuffed out of him by Flair sitting in B. Weren't expecting Winthrop to just be within B so fast. Usually you can hold the sides of it. Cubert, oh, they're testing out something new, being aggressive, being able to run in. That's not going to work out. Camera's not going to see much too over in sewers. So Cubert are constantly having these rounds in 4v5s, and it is just pistols, so it's to be expected. Now just walking down through courtyard. Now it's just a training range, and just get the one bot down. 3 more to go for Cubert. Now they still want to try their hand at B.
Yeah, thankfully you're quick to react on the side of Cubert to get a pick. You bring up a weapon, and Nismo has a chance now to put up some numbers on the board.
Okay. Constantly traded, though, out of Cubert, so it is going to cost a lot of weapons out of Winthrop.
Last player standing.
Oh, Nismo's trying to break into C, and a cage trip
30
potentially
seconds left.
was going to get in his way. So Winthrop are building themselves quite a lead early and being able to keep the op 2, build the economy going on, and with the ults they have, Winthrop are generating a huge threat.
Yeah, and with the call here from Winthrop University, they already have, I think it was 3 players towards the B site at the very beginning, anticipating, okay, well, our opponents are on a low buy. The easiest site to hit very quickly is the B site to try to play the plant, and then we can play the off site. And then suddenly you have Flair TP on the top of the B site, and then just catches Tens off guard as he's trying to run through with the overdrive. That's just a nice little read coming out here from Winthrop University. And look at that, they're now double engaging here to try to get a shock dart into the cubby. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit anybody, but I like the idea. So you had the undercut coming out here from the B site with the flash, or the smoke rather, but at least Knights is able to answer back into the garage.
I know exactly was going to hit from Infiltrator too, and that's such a big win condition you remove from them. Neural theft, because of that drop, will give an advantage to Redux and friends of Cubert, figuring out which the weaker site is, and Flair throws a paranoia, but Nasi wasn't by his side, so they're going to take a second to regroup. I like maybe just trying to hit a different angle too through garage. It is smoke though, and because Cubert have all 5 alive, they have so many bells and whistles for this post plant, even having a drone later on.
Yeah, I'd probably save for his Winthrop here. Even if you could buy within the next round, trying to make it expensive is his next thing. But after that HP remaining from Nasi, these last 2 guys have to save. I like the pivot though coming back from Cubert Academy. The play behind Winthrop University with what they're trying to do with the shock dart combination with the undercut towards A was to get some double damage, some instant kills. But if they don't spot any pressure coming out from the A side, an infiltrator is going to be ready and anticipates the pivot back or control here towards grass. You're playing a Yoru. You got to give him a chance here to try to go for the pick and TP out, but he gets instantly punished. And as he gets taken down, you just fast go towards the C side because of that combo play. You know that there's triple util on that A side, so it's weak towards C. So I love the call from T-Dot to go very quick towards the C site, and they just quickly overtook the solo anchor player on the C site.
You know, Cubert are going to have a strong offense coming out when they have Rolling Thunder, and it's just going to take over any site they want. And it's perfect for somewhere like A, especially when Winthrop are playing very, very close and may even peak early. So it's going to be Nasi that finds that out the hard way. And Ali's so aggressive through sewers, even just dodging the shock bolts, and this time being aware that there's not a gap in that smoke this time. But Cubert like to hang back and wait for that approach. It's a teleport from the offensive Omen. It's a pivot towards Garage. Cubert are working the map, and Winthrop trying to keep up. Entry into C. You got the neon wall splitting up and not letting moves get too much vision. The paranoia through. Cubert just are getting surrounded, and they need to pick an angle to dominate in. And with Infiltrator, it's going to be hard. Neural Theft is going to help Winthrop suss out where Cubert are going.
This is solo A-hold from Ali. He already used a double tap, so 1v1 here. Oh, he's screwed.
Okay, at least need contingency to try and block some of this damage. He's gonna need help, and backup has arrived. 911, the ambulance for Winthrop has made its mark, and it's just Knights. He gets good trades, and it's Winthrop that keep the gap at 3.
Yeah, it was a 911 call the ambulance, but not for me, actually, after all. Because the Rolling Thunder had, you mentioned it, was supposed to get a lot of value out for Nismo, but as soon as he gets it across and does get the hit onto Ali, that slow wall, the right click, the buff that came through from the right click wall of the ISO just didn't allow here for Cubert Academy to really move as quickly, and even a better chance for the rest of Winthrop to rotate back over on that side. And that's thanks to the double ult coming out here from Infiltrator and also from the Cypher from Moobs. Already understanding the rotate over, the over-rotate from Cubert towards the A site.
Ooh. Finding Ali early. Cubert ramping up the aggression. Reading Winthrop and adapting well. Now it's the paranoia that splits Cubert in half as Winthrop want to prevent this from getting too settled. Flare and Nasi do such a fantastic job as a duo to win the site for the defense.
They did a good job for Cubert Academy to kick things off on sewers and get that first initial pick into the consistent walk up from Ali into sewers. But after that, trying to get back into the A site, there's just too many players to deal with. And Winthrop University have always been looking much better into the crossfire setups and the anchorings that they're currently doing here against Cubert. It's looking a little bit tougher right now on the attack side with Cubert, but I feel that that's kind of like expected when you have somebody like you've lost Scuba at this point, who's been, you know, a pivotal point into a controller role, into the sentinel role as well for Cubert Academy, and now you're giving it to your main duelist guy to try to play it.
Okay, double swing is nice from Cubert on the lowered by. You do what you can, what you got. Winthrop are just constantly getting first bloods though, and they're winning all these rounds from not even needing to defuse, but to just prevent Cubert from getting established, which speaks a lot to the confidence you have to bring in a match that seems so intimidating, not only for the stakes, but who you're going up against. How many eyes could be watching? Now it's a Hunter's Fury right through the heart of Knights. And it gets Cubert scrambling and even a ping through main. Nasi's trying to prevent the plant.
Spike planted.
Now he gets on the high ground. That's left unsmoked. Cubert don't even have a controller. They have their own Hunter's Fury if they want to play through main. And now he's on the flank. Gets a last glimpse at tens. Before the punish is there. It's 3. And everyone just collapsed like a heart attack. Winthrop now getting a round from a defuse.
And it's so hard for Cubert Academy to play the post plant. At that point, they did have the Hunter's Fury available for T-Dog, but because they've already lost Redux at the very beginning, as you're executing towards the A site, you have zero information of who's behind. So you have no choice but to stay within and hoping that, you know, they're going to be more antsy for Winthrop University on that retake from the spawn side. But as I mentioned before, they haven't been antsy on the side of the defense. They've been so clean from top to bottom so far, from A to Z, on how they're protocoling their defense for this collegiate team. They're definitely making it difficult here for Cubert Academy. And I'm not just saying because Redux is playing the sentinel role that it's already going to look bad. It's just overall, you're now trying to add more synergy with tens coming into the roster and making things work off the fly. It's very difficult to do.
Oh, Ali's on his way with a contract, but it's 1 to kill, and he's kidnapping, I think that was Redux. So while that goes on, Cubert are just going to take a chill pill. And Ali wins that kill contract, ink to paper, and Cubert have a sewers push going, smokes, but because Cubert take long to get into the site, it allows for Winthrop to keep up with rotations, to be stacked, and even develop a flank every now and then, just like Ali did last round. Ooh, T-Dog. I like when you dodge in the camera too, like IRL, but shooting through the smoke. There's the vulnerable out of the ISO. Cubert now just spamming through the smoke and moves with 30 HP. Gets 2 for the road. Making it a lot easier for Infiltrator in this 1v1 against Knights. Who honestly could have even teleported at that window. Had enough time to plant. Infiltrator will be in heaven. Isn't going to spot any targets. And based on the play, he's in hell and sends him right there. What a flick from Infiltrator.
Infiltrator with the 180, landing on the ground and still has enough time to even scope in and get that shot onto Knights. I don't think he was ready for that drop down since the very beginning because of the decoy that went through first. And then suddenly you just drop down, get the pick, and you turn this into a 9-3 half for Winthrop University. I had a big question mark though on why do we push so many players through this smoke? I mean, looking back at it, it seems as though they've already lost Nismo or something in that process, or not enough util to flash through the smoke, but did not time that out correctly on the side of Cubert, and he got shut down by moves.
9-3 half is super solid for Winthrop though. Really impressed with what they're able to do, and now these double duelists gets to thrive on offense. It gets skill checked by T-Dog. Just gonna throw that initial shock bolt, not even the recon. This T-Dog will have to take a seat. I'm looking forward to seeing what Infiltrator can do. He can create an opener, but he's got a 2-man split of Cubert within B. The smoke is not gonna isolate them, so a tough duel. Like now, actually, that Yor has an isolation, and that's an opener against Nismo, and runs headfirst into Knights and puts him to bed, and opens up the B site for Winthrop to carry through, and there's only so much space he can make. Winthrop will have to make do, and on the flank, T-Dog with 10 HP, open for a backstab, isn't gonna have the right timing, but in the front line is Redux and Garage. Ready to swing, but Flare's ready. If Redux wants to follow through, and that's good backup. This is a good Winthrop pistol, at least in terms of health. But Winthrop still don't know where T-Dog is, I believe. So this backstab could still be huge. He's catching Flare, takes his time. Tens has the most health too. Nasi's gonna turn around to deal with Garage. So Tens just has to finish up this round. No, Nasi! It's nasty!
Oh, an insane 1v2 by Nasi to clutch that one out. Oh my god. I just love the patience coming out from Tens at the very beginning, or at least on a site hit coming out from Winthrop University. Because you already had Redux playing inside the Garage, you're thinking, okay, well, he's gonna just play soft site on C, they're gonna play a retake on C side, the Neon's nowhere to be found, probably still helping out towards the A side, and Tens gets the easy kill right there onto Moobs. But then after that, the patience coming out from Nasi. He's inserted himself into the C side and just waited a couple of extra seconds for him to just activate right after and get the backstab on 2 players. That was so nice. And now you're forcing Cubert Academy into a strange buy, a Bucky, a Stinger, no armor. Just trying to keep the econ correct into some way for Cubert Academy to probably get some sort of hero play out of this type of buy and stay within the game. But if not, Winthrop University is about to dominate Cubert on this first map.
An outlaw buy for Infiltrator, trying to get mileage out of it to see if Cubert were going to get Desper, maybe a Stinger buy and just run it down, or whatever they were going to have. The outlaw's great for that distance, and Moves is great for the first blood, but staying within the smoke. Redux with the shorty puts 1 down. There's a few more to go. Through Garage, Knights is denied an angle that could have caught Winthrop by the Achilles. And this round feels pretty secure for Winthrop.
Planted.
Give me 4 Sheriff one-shots, Tens. Just stay on him and see what we get. The best thing they have is recon from T-Dog, and then maybe get a pick through the recon dart. That might be the saving grace. But if not, Winthrop University sitting comfortably at 11.
Fasty. Get as much information with what you can and really just aim check Winthrop, see if they can catch you. But this is, I mean, Winthrop hitting double digits, up to 11. This is Cubert just warming up. You know, it is their first time playing with 10s. I don't even know how much time they've scrimmed together. But I don't know if I was expecting like a lashing like this, I guess.
Yeah. Well, at this point, maybe not at an 11-3 scoreline, but I would definitely not want to discredit like the progress that Winthrop University has made throughout this Challengers split. Actually, even in 2025. If you look back into 2024 or 2023 of Winthrop University from collegiate until now, they were not really talked about. In the collegiate scene, again, I have to talk about probably Blinn Esports or Northwood University, which Ali was a part of in the first place in that Northwood run. But ever since he's joined now into the Winthrop University camp, Winthrop University has been looking quite clean throughout this year. So again, another one of those probably the dark horse going into this split. I don't think they would be in conversation as like the clear top favorites to be winning Ascension, but definitely probably that gatekeeping team that wouldn't allow players and teams to ascend into the playoffs, at least into the inner regions of LATAM and South America and North America.
Yeah, Winthrop have only grown in terms of results since last year. Last year, they went from getting relegated in stage 2, top 6 in stage 3. Yeah, they got relegated in stage 2, top 6 in stage 3. They finished 3rd place last stage. And now, once again, they're making playoffs. And this is a 4-man core that has been together since their entry into Challengers last year. And Flair joining Winthrop has only been a blessing. And to kick off playoffs with an 11-3 against still a really remarkable team says so much to the amount of work. And Gomper's talked about just the grind of doing collegiate, multiple tournaments there, to playing in Challengers. Like, this is such good representation for what collegiate can do to support talent.
Yeah, Moops is going to go after us again if they win this first map. That said, though, chances are on the side of Cubert Academy. The first pick did come through from Knights all the way towards Long C. And this bonus round that you currently have from Winthrop University is not the best for them to have a clean execute into the A site, because Infiltrator has an outlaw to work with. So you're just trying to scan through, you're trying to force players out of position, and hopefully Infiltrator getting a pick off the outlaw. But that site smoke being thrown out was perfect here so far for Cubert.
Infiltrator has to do this with the outlaw, I guess.
Shorty.
Oh, Shorty, okay. That's where it is, and it's down on the ground now. Who cares what he has? Cubert just hold the line, and T-Dog is something else. Even combined with 10s, they hold the wall, and they hold Winthrop back from the spike, too.
Gotta count your lucky stars, especially there for T-Dog to find that timing just before the smoke was about to dissipate. Just walks in and catches Infiltrator switching out to his flash when Infiltrator is holding the Shorty the whole time inside that smoke. So that gives a chance here, a little bit of room to breathe for Cubert Academy. First clean round that they have, but that's against the bonus round from Winthrop University that, you know, helps in the end. And look at that. That's how you get the timing of that one. Trying to maximize, at least trying to maximize off orbs, but it gets denied after the swing came through. But at least they have good econ to work with. We're even in terms of rifles on both sides, virtually the same weapons on both ends.
Wow, what a gamble from Cubert. 4 stacked on the right side. And it's working. You'll get moves and a fault line. It's trying to assist the rest of Cubert to collapse on this Winthrop entry. All the rest, okay, the spike is left behind. So Winthrop are like, hey, we got the site. Where's the rest of you? Well, 10s, we'll find the rest of you. And he gets the 1. And the Winthrop will march with what they have left. Infiltrator and Ali against Nismo and T-Dog. Full util kill contract 1v1, and in real life 1v1 in the kill contract. Nismo shuts down Ali. This is what could help save Cubert Academy and give themselves more cushion against the 11 rounds of Winthrop. Unless Infiltrator can speak a win into existence.
Flash gave his position away, but T-Dog doesn't want to drone himself to give his own position away. They just want to play the time. If anything, Hunter's Fury is going to be perfect in the last second when Infiltrator's going to try to plant, so you're just trying to play to your best of capabilities here with what you have in your pocket. Free kill.
Free kill, patience paying off, and it's now 2 in a row. I don't know. Can Cubert really just pull off a perfect defense? It'll have to be perfect economy, perfect cycling of ults. Any gap, any opening you give to Winthrop, they will take.
Yeah. If anything, any opening they gave to Cubert Academy, they took it so far in that previous round. So you can't be too complacent for the side of Winthrop University when you've already had a 9-3 half to your favor with a strong defense. But then with that type of fake towards the A site, you hit towards C, you get the opener, but still leave the spike towards spawn. That's just them starting to feel that they could finish it, that they could finish Cubert Academy on this first map. But they just have to make sure here that they don't slip through the overconfidence that they're currently building.
Defensive Hunter's Fury just right through the throat and just, okay, that Omen teleports out. That was kind of nice from Flare and Cubert. Oh, just hammering down the doors, and Nasi with the hero Vandal wants to hold down both doorways. That is ambitious. And moves will support Sheriff at a distance, but now smoked off. Winthrop are just gonna hope to spam through and use the shock bolts on the post plant. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. Hopefully it does so soon. Lucky spam through the smoke.
Oh, no.
And a roundabout. Red Tens stopped, but the rest of Cubert pick it up, and the spike ticks down. It's defused. Cubert continue their streak.
I was about to see the vision there on the side of Winthrop University. If that third player came down after Tens got dropped by running outside of grass, you had the Hunter's Fury available in the post plant, but thankfully Cubert Academy just made sure that they rushed through as fast as they could to trade instantly to have the last player just stick onto that spike and not get any value off that Hunter's Fury. So very nice one being done here by Cubert Academy on that retake. That's 3 rounds in a row right now, and you're starting to see a very similar trend of how things kind of like just pertain itself since that first half. A lot of rounds strung here on the defensive side from Winthrop University in the very beginning. And now, oh, the TP!
What's going on?
How is he still alive?
It's going in blind. Ten's still there. And the flank is generated from Cubert through A. And the Hunter's Fury tries to pierce the hearts of the defenders. And Winthrop have an open sight, but Garage being pushed from Cubert. You got flashes from Nismo. Ready for the count. Paranoia 2. Still, Nasi is still able to get one, but Nismo's just better. The 3K to save Cubert once again.
Nismo on Haven is back, baby. And when we were questioning how the hell was 10 still alive, you just saw that when Infiltrator TP'd across, that fault line actually hit him instantly. So the fact that Nismo stayed back towards that C-Link and just stayed glued towards that minimap to just time the fault line to keep 10s alive, at least for that 1 kill. And then the flash assist for the trip kill on that retake was a big round for the veteran coming out from Nismo. Again, for me, the next player to look out for to move up into the VCTs, man. This guy's been grinding for the longest time since Valorant came out, and he needs his chance.
Cubert Academy would like to keep some players, though. They've promoted enough, so like, Winthrop, you know, it's fine. Everyone graduate. And the whole goal is to graduate, you know, college or tier 1. But Knights is, well, putting everyone into detention. That was gross. How are Cubert just, now is this 5 in a row? Is this happening?
Yeah. And even to go back to that topic for Cubert Academy, hell yeah, they want to promote everybody 1 by 1 because they unfortunately cannot ascend as a team. So if every single player has an opportunity to prove themselves within this roster, within Cubert Academy, and then you have a system that allows for these players to move up to tier 1 because you have great support coming up from Sentinels that wants to pay a roster to continue to funnel good talent, hell yeah. Props to Sentinels and Rob Moore for that one, by the way.
I'll handle this.
Infiltrator, dimensional drip through Barrage, while the rest of Cubert wait for what information he could deliver them. Omen, Cypher within the site, Paranoia, contingency forward, a lot of space taken. The Judge, where the sun don't shine, and Cubert left to pick up the pieces, and 2 tripwires are going to stop Tens on this flank, while Infiltrator heads back to dispatch that darn duelist. And it's not just him, it's T-Dog too. Intense has it off, which isn't the most easy thing to try and push two people. What a pinch from Ali and an Infiltrator. Now everything feels pretty set in stone for Winthrop. Isma's on the site, but there's 4 ahead, and his position revealed. Almost an ace full Infiltrator. You'd love to see that guy get online.
Oh, dude, with so many good rounds coming out from Cubert Academy and the comeback that was starting to flourish here on the side of Cubert Academy, it had to be thwarted by a Yoru with a judge out from the mental drift to get 2 picks like that. I mean, what assisted? I mean, I guess there was a paranoia. There was a big paranoia that came through, and he's able to come out of it and get 2 kills with a judge. A nice little combination, but that's just so annoying to deal with, and that's going to be a morale breaker for sure when it's just a judge that kills 2 players and puts them at map point for Winthrop.
Yeah, you're on your last life if you're Cubert Academy. A university versus an academy, but it's Winthrop taking them to school. Air is just set up on having Ali lurk around. The rest of Winthrop don't have the luxury of having a breach or something easy to get into the site. I guess Infiltrator will just shoot better. And that's going to weaken that and get Cubert to scramble to fill those gaps.
Playing in another player deficit now for Cubert Academy, and playing Sauceline on C, full retake, just counting on the trips for information so that you can double up in the buddy system, and the buddy system gets fully denied in front of B site. That should be GG right here.
It's good teamwork out of Cubert, despite everything, even with the double swing. But Winthrop, just the patience really pays off. How they're able to work the map, but also execute a little bit faster at the end. You'd love to see Winthrop have just a shining moment early on in playoffs, taking Cubert's map pick of Haven. And now we go to Lotus up next. And it was cool to see Cubert Academy form that sort of comeback and how they're able to play under kind of high stakes and so much pressure of having to play flawless. But goes to show the work that Winthrop have done to get to this point.
Yeah, it was nice to still see how good Winthrop University looks, and they're not, you know, quaking in their boots having to play against a star such as Tens back in VALORANT, also playing in Challengers and a strong roster in Cubert Academy. So for them to be able to get that upset victory against Cubert on their map pick, again, a map that's been so good for Cubert Academy that have won like 13 4s or 13 5s in the last like 4 games. That shows that Winthrop University can prepare no matter what within this series to move forward in the playoffs.
The saving grace is that, well, Lotus, Cubert Academy could repeat the Neon and just with more time build that chemistry and just synchronize. And one day, maybe one game, Cubert Academy can push Winthrop to their limits. But we'll find out if that happens after the break.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the challenges from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. M80 last year, they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. that made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like Amity, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against Amity, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. Media has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the 3rd participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to Ascend.
All these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
Winthrop University going up against Cubert Academy, a highly anticipated matchup here in the first round of our playoffs. We've seen these two face off before, and it's been an even footing. But now on the Cubert Academy map pick, it's going to be none other than Winthrop University to take a massive lead and not give it up. 13-8 victory in the end. I mean, Gompers, going into this, a lot of questions from both ends, of course, right? But Winthrop University gets to the server and they give us the one answer that we always know. They can shoot.
No, they can. And, you know, I mean, I'm used to them relying a lot on like the structured comps and map specific agent depth and coordination. But it felt like here, what we did get to see was like they were truly working as a unit, the unit that we know them as Winthrop. They were running onto sites together, constantly having refrag potential. And not only that, being very diligent with utilizing the util around them, whether it be theirs or not. You can see here, especially like, you know, just, I mean, everybody was trying their absolute best to really get by and do what they can. But I think Winthrop did it the absolute best in regards to just being hyper aware of their surroundings and knowing that, you know, 2 is better than 1, right? So for me, I don't know, gameplay was absolutely immaculate. Their cohesion was as well.
I think we're also looking at the fact that for Winthrop, this is comfortable for them because they didn't have to make any changes heading into playoff either, right? And this is the composition that they've been running with consistently as well. And for the side of Cubert, we're in kind of this awkward situation for the team where they're trying to figure out where they slot tens in. We were talking about it a little bit before going into this map about how it kind of makes sense for him to kind of slot into the duelist role, just for the sake of not having to have too many moving pieces, because the role shuffle was what Cubert had struggled with throughout stage 3 before finding that comfort ground, right? But also just like taking a look at the numbers that we have on the board, the timeline that we kicked off this matchup with, you got to give kudos to Cubert to the fact that they tried to bring it a bit closer. For the side of Winthrop, they started up initially 11-3 before Cubert clawed back to that 8-11 mark, and then Winthrop win that out through it then. But even just like the first kills and first death was absolutely huge as far as like the differential goes there. And I think we had a lot of eyes also on Nismo in this particular matchup. He's touted as one of the best like supporting agents as far as initiator players go within the tier 2 scene. We heard Vans and Lemon talking about that and how we were hoping to see him kind of synergize with tens, and they haven't had that much time together. This is something where I guess for that end, we're hoping for them to warm up into it, but Infiltrator needed no warm up into Haven.
That is for sure. Infiltrator we highlighted going into the map, and Infiltrator did not disappoint. And some of those shots, I mean, I'm thinking even still to the A site where TenZ is the op and Infiltrator pop around the corner. Oh, little pop to the head, like done. Like Infiltrator, no fear. And I think that's the biggest thing, Gomps, when I look at this Winthrop University squad, to have that confidence and also just having those levels of comfort that Ash is talking about. So good. Infiltrator, such a strong start to this series. And I'd love to see this continue on.
I think, yeah, and I think off of that strong start of being able to just really pocket so many wins off of the first couple rounds did kind of feed into the ego a bit, to be completely honest with you. I mean, you're winning fights against members of Sentinels Cube Esports that you didn't think you probably, I mean, they probably did think they could, but members that are considered to be very high up of the social status. So like now you're absolutely dominating them. Not only that, but you're a collegiate team that people didn't necessarily respect before. So it honestly does, I'm assuming it does feel really, really good to kind of walk away with a victory like this. And you can see it, right? Jumping out of heaven with the op and just obliterating anyone below. Like, that's crazy. But that's the confidence that we get to see from a duelist like Infiltrator, who all in all knows I'm better.
And also just one, we're talking about how he is so good. He's so confident. He's one of the best duelists that we currently have within stage 2. He's had this consistent performance starting in stage 1 and carrying it over now into this playoffs run that's just getting started here, right, for both of these teams. But it also the fact that you have to give a lot of credit also towards Nasi. I feel like when we see Infiltrator on that Yoru pick, we don't usually give as much love over to the initiators because that Yoru is so self-sufficient with his own flashes, with those TPs in. But they synergize really nicely with the Sova utility coming out from Nasi and the recon darts that go out to get that additional information while Infiltrator's playing a bit of that distraction. He gets TP on back site, glean picks from the information that's given, and just have the rest of the team kind of find that success in the chaos that ends up being created with those micro plays. But I just really also got to compare, like Nasi was also fragging. Like we cannot forget that. Like Infiltrator was having a great game, but Nasi had some insane moments as well. And for your IGL to be leading in having such a strong performance while leading, it shows great signs of life for this team that they have that confidence to continue to carry forward here in this.
Yeah, there was a good chunk of that map where Nasi was leading the kills for the team. So to be able to see him pop off and Infiltrator, especially near the end, fares so well for Winthrop University, especially heading on into the series. Because reminder, as we called out, both of the two maps to start off were good for both teams, but it was technically Cubert's map pick. Now we're heading into Winthrop University's map pick of Lotus. Again, this is where I'm going to have some questions with changes. But in terms of that comfort, something that Winthrop University will have, they don't have to change to remember anything else. Lotus has been a mainstay for this team throughout all of Challengers Ash. So even when we do see a compositional switch, it should still be comfortable for them.
Oh, more than comfortable for them, right? I think that you're looking at Infiltrator now slotting back into the Neon here for Lotus as well. And he's one of the best Neon players alongside players like Bonnie and Penny and Paint. And Redux, too, who I'm not sure who we're going to be seeing on what role heading into this particular map there for Cubert. But the competition feels like so tight when it comes down to that duelist role on this map, too. But again, we have to keep in mind, it was that upset now on Haven heading into Lotus. This is a Winthrop that must be feeling incredibly confident. And now we're looking at Cubert to find that bounce back as far as even just like figuring out how that synergy has kind of like warmed up into the tail end of it.
I think under the circumstance that we also do see maybe TenZ back on that duelist, it did feel a little passive for a Neon duelist in my opinion, to see TenZ not be so proactive in kind of like playing with the utility and pushing up. It always, like, there were occasions where I did see TenZ, you know, all the way in the back, kind of like not really ready to initiate a fight off the util that was being thrown. So I'm hoping if we do get under the circumstance where Redux is going to kind of play into that Sentinel role a little bit more, that we do get to see a bit more, you know, from this player, just because he is cracked and it's not really feeling like it today.
Oh, well, our agents are ready, so we don't have to guess too much about whether we get to see the role swaps or not heading into this. I feel like if they felt the confidence with Redux going on to the Senti going into this, it would be a big switch up going into the map to mid-series, be switching up. But I'm ready to be surprised. But Going into it, Redux will be picking up the Vise, so 10s can in fact go on that Neon. Ash, thoughts across the board with these switches?
I think I'm looking over at one. I think this is going to be interesting for the side of Cubert because Redux, again, he's leaned into that controller. He's leaned into the duelist here for Cubert. And then now slotting into this Sentinel, it's a lot that you're trying to learn to pick up, right? Like you're trying to figure out like these Vice setups. And yes, you get to play within the playbook that was created for Scuba. But again, it's a different role that you're learning, right? And then for the side of Winthrop, honestly, I feel like it kind of makes sense that Ali slots into the race here. I know for Flair, we've seen him on the controller. It's an obvious change up, and with the Tejo being removed, I'm looking forward to seeing how aggressive a player we know Ali can be, slot into this double duelist next to Infiltrator. And guys, I also don't want to put too much pressure on Tens. Like all of these players are great at the end of the day. I feel like we've kind of like dove into that narrative. The expectation is not for him to carry. Again, he is a sub coming in for this team, and it comes down to how that bigger picture comes together.
I think when you look at it, Cubert Academy, it's a tough situation when you have the changes, right? But we're heading into the playoffs. We know that there's a very talented team around, and it's time to see heading into Lotus if they can step up, or if it's going to be Winthrop University to best them this time as we head into Lotus. Let's go on in, see how this one's going to fare, and head back to your casters, Vans and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. I'm loving this post-Tejo meta. More duelists, more firepower, more craziness. And we get to kind of what we said before the break, Vans. Tens will get another game on the Neon. And I can appreciate what Ash said about not putting too much pressure on him, but also clutch or kick. So
I'm still also very intrigued too with the Teo nerf to the ground. How come we are not seeing any like Gecko resurgences going back into a map like Lotus 2? Because that could be fairly strong to use, and maybe that's because Vice is still in the mix. Neon could still do a lot of damage, but I wouldn't be surprised if this changes as we move forward and try to figure out and min-max our compositions on a map, especially like Lotus. When you're looking at it from Winthrop University, though, yes, Ash went through the list here of this double duelist of Winthrop University, but I'm also very fond of this Nasi Sova pick. It's only in collegiate where I've seen a lot of Sova being used, and the next person I think is Dip when he was with the Winthrop University team that Ali was a part of. And I think there's probably value into seeing Nasi as this Sova and IGL for the team to help out now, maybe with some good Odin plays around this double duelist that Winthrop University pulls out on this map.
yeah, like Sova's so controversial because when I cast with Wyatt, he's a huge hater. And you're like a huge Sova lover. So all depends on, you get the information, but then you can't just explode into the site with like a breach like Nismo will be able to provide. So
yeah.
On defense,
so your race is going to do that, right?
Yeah, right. Right. You got two duelists, so if one gets trapped by the Vice Wall, there's always another. But this also was a Winthrop University that started off 11-3 against Cubert Academy on Cubert's map picks. So see how Lotus will go. And Cubert Academy on their offense, they really like to work the map. Smokes up, they pivot. And, well, Bumps wanted to see a more aggressive Tens on the Neon, and he slips right by, and they get hit by a Paranoia, though, from Flair. And Cubert are going, they're trying to join the other team. They're going to the defensive spawn and not coming out with any kills. So Cubert will just have to play this from front to back, 3v5. It's just going to be 5v nobody with Winthrop taking the pistol.
That was just a nice little play by Winthrop University to adapt on Cubert's Academy's hit. The smoke went back towards the defender spawn, right towards the, well, where those pings are, between those two pings that you're seeing on the minimap right now. But the big flash that came from Flair on a top B heaven right into that corridor of Waterfall just allowed the three players to pivot right in this moment right here to catch players off guard, push players through the spawn, and not give a chance here for Cubert Academy to go for that seaside split that I don't think I've ever seen in a pistol round before. And that was a nice, again, answer back from Winthrop University off the fly. And a great start as they are going with full stingers. And should be an easy round because Cubert didn't go for a plat, so they can't go for a stinger by themselves.
Yeah, so much suppression from Winthrop when you got the raise nades, infiltrators, whole kit, shock bolts. and already getting an early win in A lobby. They get the opener on C. Cubert haven't had a first blood in their favor yet. They can't even get the spike down. This was as I swear I was watching it. An Infiltrator watches the bodies fall as he walks away with a 4K.
Yeah, I think that was another big assist coming out from Flare with the paranoia. That fully blinded the plant spiker and didn't even get the spike down. And that's 2 rounds by elimination by Winthrop University. No extra credits being built up by Cubert Academy. So you're going into this round with probably not the strongest of buys. If you're looking at it, you saw half shields, small shields, just to try to get max utility available here for Cubert Academy. And if there's anybody like Infiltrated that wants to start bringing out the Outlaw within this round, it could be quite detrimental. But Guardian instead with the Stinger buy that they had on that second round. But they still have a 4-player stack towards the A site, and Cubert's walking right into it.
And don't tempt him with a good time, and Ali won't be here for a long time either. Just walking past the smokes. Man, I love that fire out of Cubert. Finally picking up the pace. Nasi will walk away with 2, silencing Cubert. And what looked like a relentless run on this offense. But now the threat is coming from stairs. That's where they last saw Winthrop escape. So Cubert, the suppressing fire is there as they watch to see if Winthrop will repeak. As the dust settles, Cubert will have to make do without T-Dog and 10s, which are going to be pretty important. Pivot into B. I love this read. Out of moves with a stinger. And oh, he just gets flashed and won't be able to do much.
Beautiful flash coming out from Nismo for that assist too. And I like the stop and go from Cubert, just to stay back, making sure that the players cannot upgrade into weapons, into rifles that were left behind here by T-Dog and 10s. And even it's being watched still by Nismo here. And that's the idea from Nasi, trying to upgrade into a Vandal and just keep it.
A search and rescue, or maybe an Easter egg hunt where you can find a gun, but solid round out of Cubert.
Yeah, he's got the Vandal behind him, but he doesn't want to pick it up yet because it will make the audio sound of him dropping the weapon. So he's just trying to wait the time, and waiting enough, seeing that nobody was pushing out, decides to walk out, and finally Nismo finds the better timing here, and it's a clean round and some nice dancing coming out from 10s in the A side control. Right for the fight inside the smoke was beautiful to watch.
Just getting that first blood, walking through the smoke, not kind of shying away once there's so much obstruction like this. And Cubert to just hit the pedal to the metal, realizing kind of that slower approach from Haven, which may be more suitable for that map. Trying to change up their style here. Talked about it between maps. Same Winthrop pressure at this A lobby. Or Redux can leave a wall behind. Try to pull as much attention towards him as possible, but Winthrop aren't going to go for a flank. If anything, Winthrop are trying to catch up to leaving the left side of the map really open.
The fake TP2 for him to activate the first cage. But because of this wall being set up and already Redux giving up this area, this has to be like another stop and go back into the C site. And the fact that they've already used the one-way cage and already that second smoke, that's probably going to be a 14-second hit for Cubert Academy to fight into C control.
Just with vision from Flare into B, they know this door opening is probably fake. And Infiltrator would be in a position to counter if that were to be the case. So Cubert march on. They deal with moves in the corner. And Nasi gets caught a bit, but he escapes at the back. Waterfall, Flare emerges. He's alone. Nasi's smoked off. And Cubert just dispatched one problem at a time. But still, we can't give up on Winthrop. They just know how to strike back when the odds are against them. But Cubert closes it out. Beautiful round out of Redux.
Yeah, clean shots coming out from Redux too, leveraging Tenz's wall or even Infiltrator's wall to go back towards the outside of the C mountain and fight 2 individual 1v1s at that spot. But if anything, everything started quite well for Cubert Academy from the very get-go, breaking that util across from moves and running that util down. There was absolutely nothing left there for Cubert Academy to hold into the defense because they've already used their flashes, their smokes. And Cubert just wins off gun battles. And that finally breaks the econ on the side of Winthrop University, with the exception of Infiltrator going for a hero rifle because he could overdrive into the next round with Winthrop University's buy. So I like this coming out of them.
Yeah, same reaction, 5 HP too.
Exactly. Flare hit him for 145, which would have given a chance for that trade to happen. But then, unfortunately, the window closed. Infiltrator couldn't capitalize on that kill onto tens. And that gives a chance here for Winthrop University, or rather for Cubert Academy, to really just work the map and maximize the orbs.
Threw away from the Rolling Thunder, which is just going to be the most critical ultimate for Cubert. His Infiltrator will be at the back with that Hero Vandal, and if he wants to keep it, better be careful. His moves won't be able to help him unless he pushes past the smoke, and he does, but the paranoia from Cubert may have caught moves and puts him in a very awkward spot. With Infiltrator going 1-for-1, not bad. Let's see with the Sheriff, a hope and a dream, and nothing as Cubert carry 4 more rifles into the next round.
Yeah, you just wish he had another player with him, or at least better weapons, because that recon dart actually pinged all 4 players. So far, Nasi getting good value off recons on the C site holds, but they just need the weapons and maybe some sort of way to work out a better defense here on their C site, just because of the fact that their Cubert Academy are entering the C site quite easily, and Moobs is having a hard time just really trying to anchor that spot up. Especially now when you're looking at it, he's using his trips on B and A so that both Infiltrator and Nasi can work together to try to pinch towards the C side with the overdrive.
Ooh, Infiltrator heating up, and the pings through the wall, the overdrive! Oh, just takes care of most of Cubert. But wait a minute. What is going on? Flare is cooking. He's lighting up too. That's been snuffed out. And with Winthrop just sizzling in this round, you thought that Cubert, this is just going to be a quick round. We're actually in a 2 versus 2. Oh, a Steel Garden. Okay, we're trying to chase whoever this is. Nasi just trying to get away. And a Nightfall infested too. And just one darn classic could have ended all of Cubert's hopes in this round. Now just a 1v1, T-Dog versus Moobs, spike in hand. Now it's a mind game.
Moobs will have all the information now. Trip and camera. We'll know the re-hits going towards that B site.
Where are you?
Okay. Both players exchanging util to try and find each other. But this trip is going to deny T-Dog from getting into A at least. Now Moobs knows there's nothing left. Wrapping around through stairs. Prowler's shot. T-Dog knows he's close. Trying to play the clock. Play his life. The re-swing! Moobs wasn't ready! Clutch for T-Dog!
Oof! It looks so good for Winthrop University to kick things off on a C site. The Hunter's Fury, the stun that came through, the recon that got so much value. And again, that's why I'm a Silva lover. Nasi getting maximum value off of that ping. Look at that. 4 players getting pinged once again. Combining now the overdrive with the Hunter's Fury, but Redux steps up to the plate one more time, opens up that site with those kills, retaliating back towards that spawn, has a Steel Garden to work with, and gives a chance here with a double ult from both T-Dog and Redux to win that 2 versus 2.
I thought that overdrive was just gonna flawless. I mean, Infiltrator doesn't need an overdrive to sweep through Cubert. Now you got a showstopper too? Infiltrator, let him cook. Oh my god, Allie's involved too. Cubert just tried to brawl through rubble and just lost. That's all she wrote. Redux says goodbye, and Winthrop try to catch up.
That was nice by Infiltrator. All that solo play towards the A site. So he came back from the replay. It's instant chaos right away. And now finally we get into the bread and butter that what I was trying to talk about with the Silva. Recon Odin, play that towards the A site. And that can really melt down the type of aggressive A site hits you're going to try to take with this Neon. Because the wall that gets pulled up could be an instant tell of that the Neon's moving towards that side, and you could just get melted by it. And Cubert Academy chooses correctly, at least to start towards that C site, because they have been getting good value in breaking the util and leveraging the C site takes and map control at the very beginning.
Cubert are trying to pick up the pace for C, knowing Winthrop had been sending 3 or maybe even 4 to the Rebel side, and Cubert want to hit the site while it's weak, while it's open.
Ow.
And Moves says open who? We're closed for the day. Picks up 1, Neural theft out, Winthrop are on the way, and it's Cubert that are floundering against the Winthrop that look really established. A 2 versus 2, 10's gone. Up to Redux, who's out of sight, out of mind. Now pinged by the drone. Nazi will spam through the wall with an Odin. And Redux takes a bit of damage. At least has the smoke still up to isolate, but Flex is isolated. Who? He helps pinch through.
Yeah, especially the recon landing him towards that ground. Such nasty util coming out here from Nasi. And it looks so well to kick things off there, to start things off for Cubert towards that C site. Good picks, good openers, moves somehow fully stunned, gets a kill with the Phantom, and then pulls out the Neural Theft to allow Winthrop University to get so much information within that round. So you think about how many kills they've gotten thanks to utility, both from Moobs and Nasi, was huge there for Winthrop University. And that forces a timeout, the first one here of this map. This time for Cubert Academy, because it seems as though this quick flank coming through on their actual site execs on the C site is starting to get figured, or starting to be a thorn on their side to deal with. Because if you're looking at it towards the end, Moops is just trying to delay as much as possible. And he's not even playing soft side. He's just trying to get his one and trying to delay enough so that the fast rotate from Infiltrator and a double duelist rotate coming out with Ali could be good enough here to just backstab Cubert Academy so far.
That Neural Theft was huge too. I find these last members, Cubert maybe chatting about how they're going to leverage this overdrive. And if they're expecting a lot of pushback from Winthrop and Rubble, that could be a place to kick things off. But if Winthrop decide to play more of a distance battle, Cubert may not have the best. They got Guardian, they got some Vandals, wouldn't be too bad. So Winthrop aren't going to full commit to that Rubble side. If anything, they could be walking down mid.
What it did damage though.
To suppress them.
The early spray coming out now from the Odin from Nasi did some heavy damage onto Knights, which allows now the double push to come in from front B.
Yeah, and at the front of B is Ali. Also still has a nade. He wanted to try and escape, but he doesn't want to escape. He's bringing the party right to Cubert. Two duelists in your face with a paranoia in place for Flare. Just waiting for the call.
There.
Cubert on the approach. Do they know they're about to walk into a trap? Nismo has some util of his own, tries to flash, and Winthrop fire back. They got nades. Cubert have an overdrive, and it's a bloodbath, and Cubert aren't making any headway. Ali's just too clean. A 3K. The duelists from Winthrop reign supreme.
And a flawless round for Winthrop on top of that. The counter utils from both teams were actually quite nice, and I don't think Cubert Academy was expecting a paranoia to come through from the B site or all the way towards that front. Nismo's flash, it was supposed to be a play where or Infiltrator or Ali gets spotted, and then they throw the paranoia and start rushing through, but instead it was engaged with a flash from Nismo right here. And now with that coming through, it just allowed for the players to just do a quick 180, bait and switch, and look at the picks coming out right after there from Winthrop University. Just so clean. C's nade also wasn't good enough there for Cubert Academy to push out the B-side defense.
Okay. Winthrop again, Rubble control, but quick to ditch the scene of the crime. Oh, I like that Redux is gonna try something new and actually push through Rubble solo. We'll have this 1v1 against Ali. He's gone. Now Cubert could try to chase us down for the trade. Ali's very injured, 20 HP, but there's support from Nasi still with an Odin. Loud and proud, and even a drone. Such good information, a good position for Winthrop too. Cubert are just gonna walk right into the line of sight of Nasi. There's no way. Oh, 10's a victim too.
You got two guys swinging with a stinger, trying to go, blah, 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 but then Nasi has the big blah gun. It just mows them down. That was just too easy of a round there for Nasi, the IGL, and now with the University, despite the timeout that came through by Cubert to try to work things out and try to get rounds back on their side, it's been fully shut down by some great defensive holds by Winthrop University. This a little bit easy because you have the range distance advantage from Nasi's Odin versus these Stingers, but that previous round, once again, on that triple hold from those players was so nice. And back into this round, already into the action. Look how Cubert Academy is already moving here into aggressive B control, trying to push some players away. But now it feels as though you're not going to try to fully commit into a C site. You're just trying to force these rotates to happen, and you have now finally players staying back towards that spawn and trying to watch these pushes.
When you have open vision like this, just hoping for the defense to peek, kill the trip to see if is that going to get the attention. It just reestablishes the smoke, but that's one less thing to worry about. Draw out as much Winthrop util as you can, because that's the game plan. Cubert still have the spike behind, and Winthrop aren't taking advantage of any open space. If anything, it's Infiltrator about to head first into Cubert, but there's a Nightfall breach util. There's only a defending Hunter's Fury that keeps Infiltrator safe from the swarm of bees that is Cubert.
Look at the HP after the Hunter's Fury. They're so low.
Another Odin travesty, but this time Cubert have a response, but there's only one person left
30 seconds
to take the test, and it's Knights in a 1 versus 3. At least he's got the spike. There's still a lot for him to clear by himself.
Exactly. And with the Cameron trip still up towards the C site, I mean, this should be an easy rotate after a plant for Cubert Academy. Unless they fumble the bag and are not coordinated on a retake, this should be an easy round now for Winthrop to take the lead 7-4.
Knights get a surprise. He was expecting a walk down stairs, and Infiltrator is low. Depends how Ali and Infiltrator work together. Ali down, Infiltrator is going to swing solo. And that could have been deadly if Knights had stood there. Now Moves and Infiltrator have synced back up, and the defuse is being held past the halfway point. And Knights! Oh my god, clutched. A fumble for Winthrop, and Cubert benefit.
Feels like I'm speaking these Casa curses into existence.
Yeah, you did.
Dude, everything was perfect. The Hunter's Fury from Nasi kills a player, pings 2 down to 45 HP. They still have 3 players on the B site. They know the plan is towards A. Yet, yes, I understand what was happening there. You're trying to jiggle for information. The other one's trying to watch back to see if Knight somehow TPing back towards Baby Door after the plant. But then that 2 versus 1, when Moves was moving forward. Get it at half, double swing, try to fight him. It's easy for you to get wall banged.
I heard there's a party. It's just on the other side of the map. Ali's on the flank. Cubert don't care. They're heading to the left.
Party's done.
On the party. Okay, Steel Garden is gonna get both of Infiltrator, but I got finger guns. Steel Garden won't affect these. And Cubert Academy on the other side of that smoke. Actually, Knights teleported in or something. This is so staggered from Cubert. Messy rounds back to back from both teams. That ends the way of Winthrop all along, and they get to steal the off too.
Dude, that's just kind of sick. Winthrop University also noticing what are the strong points coming out from the Steel Garden, though. Yes, the Steel Garden comes out, but if you're playing a Jet, and you can play Jet Knives. If you're playing Infiltrator with a Neon, you can pull out the Overdrive. And he gets the perfect stun that doesn't allow players to move through the one-way cage that's popped up, isolates Nismo, and then it doesn't give a chance here for Cubert Academy to move into. Look at that. There's a cage, a smoke. What can it do here for Cubert Academy? After they're desperate, you're teeping across, you're still isolating 1v1s against a guy that has an overdrive just running across the map on C. And he's now 15-8, and also allowing Winthrop University to get another lead going into this half. This time a 7-5. A lot cleaner, at least this time for Cubert Academy, but maybe still not enough.
Winthrop are 3-0 on pistols. Taking everyone so far. And Winthrop got caught in a bit of a fault line. Just Nismo got blinded and he couldn't capitalize. Wall up. He just heard the reload, heard the boom bot. How he's skipping across. That was fun. Meanwhile, Winthrop got an advantage going at C and a plant too.
And a huge numbers advantage of 4 versus 2. They can play within the site. They already have one person watching the flank.
Okay, 10 slow check against Infiltrator, and just staggering in solo isn't going to help. But Winthrop, so well coordinated and also so aggressive on their pistols that it's hard to kind of feel out what's going to happen.
Yeah, and that's what you were mentioning when we got into this this match for the second map. Double Duelist is just going to be very aggressive, very quick. And we didn't expect for Winthrop University to be as fast on the flanks on the defense, but you're definitely seeing the value of the double duelists here on the attack, at least from the pistol round. They were very quick on just taking full control of front B site at the very beginning, taking control of mound from both duelists, and then you don't allow Cubert Academy to go for the open door flank back from the B site. And it continues this way for the second round.
Mid check. Winthrop adapting well. Door open, no immediate sight lines into C. So Winthrop have no information, but hey, they'll be able to see if Cubert are going to peek them. So Winthrop can kind of just stand and react, look for pigs, but now the smoke's in place for Cubert. It's one sight blocked off. And they're still just both the breach and the open on the right side of the map. So not a lot of blinds available for Cubert to go when it comes to stopping Winthrop getting in. But I guess who cares when Ten's hitting headshots? Infiltrator, I guess, trades with double kills. So the advantage gone for Cubert. Now 1v1. That moves, wins, an important one. This puts the red carpet down for the A site.
Yeah, almost had a chance there. You're trying to count the bullets. On the side, I think it was Nismo trying to swing through and get in that pick. Or at least on Redux, and unfortunately it is going to be a win for Moobs with the Spectre against the Pistols.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, we just walked into the crosshair for 10, gets 2 easy kills, but just selfless plays to allow Infiltrator to move through and get 2 easy kills across because he just walked into the site.
T-Dog come through the staircase, and having to push through tree is not going to be too easy. And clear around the site, the back site. This is just going to feel really impossible, but we've seen 1v3 clutches from Knights. See if T-Dog can pull this off. So tap the spike maybe, get their attention, get them into your crosshair, get them into your ballpark. T-Dog waits for the last second for them to exit, and Infiltrator gets the last laugh, and Winthrop are almost at double digits.
There's a chance there for Cubert Academy with the lure buy that they had to. They have full eco, rather, to even win that against Winthrop University. So the fact that they got 3 weapons down, that's a small little W in that column there for Cubert Academy. Again, 2 easy shots that you just saw here on this replay. Players getting caught off guard. Iowa's Knights here fighting against Moobs, and you were just hoping for him to win that one there. If you wanted to stay in the game, at least for Cubert Academy, sooner than later. Now at least they have weapons to work with on the defense.
Oh, okay, Knights stabilizes. Infiltrator was just testing him. This is mostly a save hero Vandal from Nasi, and that'll be behind. But Sacrificial Lamb, Valley goes forward. Yeah, he's got thorns in his way. He's got a thorn in his side, and Cubert are all over them like butter on toast, and the spike's right in front of him, and that's just dessert. So Cubert be able to try and close the gap in the score.
Yeah, very nice. Winthrop University, I mean, they are bringing weapons into this one, but it is a bonus round that you have here for Winthrop. And that's why I feel like Cubert Academy allowed themselves to be a little bit more complacent at the beginning here. Getting fully stunned, but still getting killed while stunned is quite nice there for Knights. And Redux there for the save, and a flawless is perfect, at least into their gun round for Cubert Academy. And that said, though, you saw from the beginning of this round for Winthrop University, they're still doing the defaulting of working alley towards that front B site, working Infiltrator towards the C mound. The only changes that happen are the other bodies around that supports or Infiltrator or alley in front of those areas, just so they could manipulate these rotates a little bit better here for the side of Winthrop University. Now they finally have a gun round to play against if they want to continue with that same type of conditioning.
Last one was front B.
And Cubert was able to build themselves up a really nice win streak from winning the first rifle round of the first half, similarly to the second half first rifle round of Haven. So we're Cubert, they're not too far behind. Some good flashes, good thorns, Redux with the setup, but needs to back up Knights, who's just a one-man army. We don't need a man. Now he gets back to safety, and Winthrop have to figure out what's next. Oh God, moves. Is he gonna do it? 1v3, okay. Good 2 for 1's not bad. And now you just opened up B. You're going behind rubble, so the options are limitless for Winthrop, although don't got a lot of manpower. Just a 2v2.
And that's the beauty of, again, that conditioning they're doing and the default that they're currently playing. Ali was able to walk into the B site, get the backstep onto Tense, despite the good start that Cubert Academy had on that C site. So 2 players on both teams doing individual prowesses, starting off here on the side with Knights on a C mound, and then onto moves for Winthrop University. Now you have a 2v2, but the advantage is on the side of Winthrop because of the health and because of the time.
I just love what Ali was able to do this map. It's how much clearance he got through B, inching around through rubble. Now work together. He trades and Flair finishes up the job, and Winthrop steps away from going to the semifinal.
And I was going to commend how Cubert Academy is also disrespecting this composition that Winthrop University is currently doing on that C mound, because you're not playing with any big flashes outside of the Omen. And you kind of want to keep the Omen flash into your sight hits if you can here on the side of the attack. So I love that Knights is leveraging just his aim to outduel his opponents. But man, Winthrop University also has a bunch of shooters that can just shoot as well. And of course, we're just going to have to keep waiting until we figure out if Cubert Academy could actually come back into this game. And at least now, Jen, you're seeing here that for Cubert, they kind of do want to do a similar thing as Winthrop has been doing, which is pulling out this Odin on T-Dog as a fade.
Infiltrator Overdrive, you see what he did last time with it? He's just a speed racer. So that's what I'm looking forward to as well. But when you got a Vice sitting on C at all times, it's not feeling too good because the Thorns aren't really at the front door. They're sort of at the back corner. So it's not fun. But I always have fun watching Infiltrator. We have an insane amount of talent when it comes to duelists and challengers. And it's amazing to see the clash between, well, Redux, who's fragging like a duelist, not on duelist. We'd love to see him on duelist. But, and what Infiltrator is able to do, it's been fun.
Yeah, 100%. And again, the path to pro here through Challengers has been quite nice, and you've already seen it from Sato at the beginning, but we'll hold that thought. Here's some action. Players are dying. Advantage Cubert.
Fell over, folded like a lawn chair. What the hell just happened? And this is the type of Winthrop get close to the finish line and Cubert start the comeback. That's what you gotta worry about. You just gotta close it out.
And if anything, if I'm looking at the X's, is the first kill came from Knights again towards that back of that C mound and wins that duel in the long range. So now it just comes to me that they don't really have an answer for Winthrop University to move into the C site anymore. So they tried to push towards A, but they haven't really been aggressive on that side before. And they just got met by the sprays, the Odin, the util coming out on that side and just shut them down.
All right, Infiltrator Overdrive did not, I hyped it up too much. That's my bad. But got a whole Hunter's Fury up Nasi's sleeve.
Yeah, and sorry, this is an eco round for Winthrop University. They shouldn't win this round, right? Oh, hold on. There's a showstopper first. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Thorns? Nope. Wow. Yeah, I guess, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Showstoppers are just canceled like that. So 3 versus 3 on a couple players on Winthrop having classics. Wait a minute. Okay, neural theft from Moves. This is possible.
No.
Knights in the picture, but Moves is painting a different ending to this for Winthrop with the spike planted. And Knights at least with the paranoia, but okay. Moves down for the count. Knights position revealed. I see an Infiltrator watching both sides of their fortress.
I like this.
You just want
3
Knights
pistols
to
and
save
2.
here? Is
3
it possible?
pistols? I mean, no, he's going to go for it. He has to. He's been feeling it so far on the defensive side. Yeah. I mean, a rifle, a stinger, and 3 pistols. And Winthrop University was able to close that one out. It made me just forget what the hell I was trying to talk about just before that. Winthrop University just leaving me speechless.
got the ritual circle of whatever curses we're putting out. Yeah, you know, don't give them the thrifty, fight for it.
Yeah.
And what are we looking at? It's like a fly on the wall. Like, what was that? Squirrel. Showstopper doesn't get to go off. But man, was it intimidating. It was intimidating running into the side like that.
Yeah. And I think it was just Cubert giving him so much space. But speaking of space, they want to fight back here for Rumble Control again.
Denial of the weapons, the owl drone, just to see the corpses left behind of Winthrop, who lose the war for Rubble once again. This Prowler won't get deep enough for Cubert. And now all rests on Knights with the Stinger, who's just not going to take the risk of getting his one. He'd rather be one with his team, and that means a plant for Winthrop.
It's a silver lining, but we've seen scenarios here where Knights was able to clutch up a 1 versus 3 before, so player disadvantage could still be doable here for Winthrop University on this 3 versus 5.
Nightfall versus Hunter's Fury as Nasi hopes to keep the forces of Cubert at bay. And now it's a brawl within the sights. And just Nasi left. So many injuries, hemorrhages. A hospital that Cubert won't be able to access yet. And a peak. Unfortunate stops the defuse, but thankfully Knights is still there to end the day for Cubert Academy. And
We're good, we're good.
I know, but 0.9, I get scared. I'm just building tension.
I would have been scared. I would have been scared if Nasi somehow still survived when he jumped off like a fadeaway shock dart and doesn't get spammed down by Knights. But yes, it was a scenario where a 3 versus 5 looked like it was going to be doable because of that scenario of these guys just shooting back on a side of Winthrop University. This is insane and intense how much Cubert has to fight for these dubs.
It's scary. Haven looks close only because Cubert came back 3-11. Infiltrator first blood against the king. And it's Winthrop will pick up the spike and feel inspired. But also look at what Ali is clearing. He likes to explore around B, finds the vice wall, which means, hey, this Sentinel may not be around C, or at the very least the wall isn't. And they've been able to read that Knights has been the solo holder of C, and he plays more passive. Cubert wants to really flank. Now the vice wall has been triggered for B. What's next for Winthrop?
That was the thing. If it wasn't triggered yet and they were trying to execute in that Rolling Thunder could have done some good damage for Nismo. But now they have a chance to work the map again. One Prowler. What a fate coming through.
Cover going out.
Forces out the Rolling Thunder, but C site's open.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder gets you a guarantee on Nasi, but Winthrop have evicted the rest of Cubert and want to set themselves up for a match point, but I need this round to end before I really feel like there's going to be a winner.
I'm not going to say anything. This is all you.
Challengers fumble. Okay, T-Dog 1 versus 2. Just another day at the office, right? It's a familiar scenario for him. This time we'll be able to tap the spike. He has to walk past the smoke and have to have his crosshair immediately up. You don't know if someone's at the left corner. Try and draw fire towards him as Flare can have the smokes back up, and T-Dog is gonna fight for this tooth and nail. And he's revealed, come at me, bro. Flare did just that. 12-8, 1 round away from the semifinal.
And that's the beauty of Winthrop University continuously playing these type of defaults that they're running the 2C mount, 2B, the passive A. So keeping plays inserted on that right side, getting hit by the Prowler, initiated, engaged the Rolling Thunder from Nismo. They went for the Hail Mary on that side, and they just threw that into the darkness. But it should have been maybe understood here when the wall was already procced on the top of the B site that there wasn't going to be that many players back towards that A cave in the beginning. And that, again, you see what happens towards the end. There's 3 players versus 1 on that C site. They play a perfect pulse plan. Even that 2 versus 1 util was beautiful coming out there from both. I think it was the Omen and the Cypher on the side of Winthrop University that didn't allow here T-Dot to get any value on that retake, on that attempt of a clutch. And now Winthrop University are at map and series point. I don't know, though, Lemon Kiwi, that I would necessarily call this an upset. I guess we should, since we all voted for Cubert, right? Except for Ash.
Ash is a knower for sure. And Winthrop have just been criminally underrated for so long. The desk and even you, I think, pointed out that they're a dark horse. And Winthrop have only grown. They finished third place, for God's sake, last stage, and we're still underrating them, you know? So Winthrop definitely are going to get a lot of respect, I think, with even more eyes on them today. And this is a different Cubert Academy. Can't deny the sort of changes that have been happening role-wise. I mean, even Redux, I thought, did a great job on the Duelists last time, and it's first blood for Winthrop, and a save for Cubert.
No.
Not ideal to be playing Stingers at range against Nasi and his Vandal, and what he's been able to be for this team, which is impactful. And he's not even done his tear. Tens has to pick up the pace and laser him down. Had to put down the gun to put down Nasi. It's another C hit. And the thorns from Cubert were not enough. Winthrop 4 versus 2. Semifinals ready. Knights on his way. What is he cooking? Oh, he can't go on the flank. That's denied by Infiltrator. Winthrop base is loaded. Base is covered. Looking for a home run. And it's Tens and Knights. These together, but the crack in the smoke. Exploited. Flare ignites. And Winthrop to the semifinal.
Winthrop University with a clean series over Cubert Academy. Not expected by a lot of players or a lot of fans, including myself. But man, do they look like a real Challengers team in this playoffs. Dominating victories on the first map of Haven, and now this time as well on Lotus.
Such a huge congratulations for Winthrop and winning both maps in kind of similar score lines, looking so well drilled, not looking intimidated, not playing scared. And that says a lot to the maturity that they've had and also the experience that they've been able to get, not only from all the collegiate tournaments, they're in the championship, like they're in the grand final. Oh, goodbye. No signal.
No signal. That's basically what's going to happen to me in this. And maybe it's because of my prediction. I'm just getting punished.
That's so true. We're gonna have to cancel you. And Winthrop, I mean, they're at the grand final of the CVAL Championship that's going down in a week against Maryville, and they want to be in the grand final of Challengers. That throne is open, and Winthrop are looking amazing. And I'm looking forward to what they have to say in their interview. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you after this.
all these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
Just a bunch of college kids that can 2-0 your favorite any day of the week. Winthrop University to do it again. They were a force to be reckoned with throughout the Stage 1 playoffs, and they're showing up massively here again. 2-0 in the series, be moving on into the next stage of this upper bracket. I mean, Ash, we are at the point where we do not underestimate this Winthrop University team. Even if the, predictions one way going one way, they showed up and they're going to show out. Well done to them.
Absolutely. I mean, to be able to take this in a 2-0 when we've seen this team go back and forth up against Cubert Academy is huge for them. It's gone to 3 maps every single time historically between these two from stage 1 into stage 2. And everyone on the side of Winthrop showed up today. They did not come to play whatsoever. I love that they continue forward with this unabashed confidence on the side of Winthrop. And for the side of Cubert, I think we got some of our answers of what we were expecting, maybe for those roles coming into it. Doesn't look the most comfortable, I don't think, for Redux right now on that Sentinel, but you also have to keep in mind, like, this is a big adjustment for him as well to be slotting onto that Cypher, onto that Vice. And I think Winthrop did a really great job at kind of just like picking apart the holes in Cubert's gameplay.
I agree. And I think a lot of, honestly, a lot of the reason why it really just didn't work out was if you notice, like, second half, there was such a weird thing going on where you could actually see them winning, back and forth rounds. But what happened was there was such a big economical despair in both sides, where one round was given to Winthrop, one round was given to Sentinels. But since Sentinels had already not had such a great start on that first half, they were bound to lose from the start. There was absolutely no way, unless they somehow got themselves out of that consistent back and forth with Winthrop University, that they were going to win. And it was just so evident that they had to put themselves in a repetition that would have just led them to lose. So there had to have been some drastic change, whether it be, just completely throwing away a round to give them some sense of security, because there was never really a full, complete buy for Cubert, which completely sucked, because now you're just working with a Spectre or a Guardian when everybody else has Vandals or 25 shield and like a Stinger, right? So it just wasn't the best circumstances, I would say, for Cubert, which was completely unfortunate.
And looking over the individual player performances as well, I mean, going into this to see this composition for Winthrop University was a lot of fun, being able to see this double duelist. And it fared so well. I love the head-to-head we got between these Neons as well. But Infiltrator was somebody Ash in the first series was popping off, and he just couldn't be slowed down in the second either.
No, and this is something where, again, we know Infiltrator is one of the best duelists within the league. Winthrop is at this point, like, in stage 2, they should no longer be considered an underdog team. I think even going into this Cubert versus Winthrop matchup, the storyline has changed since stage 1, right? Winthrop have proved themselves as this team, and Infiltrator especially, with being how consistent he's able to perform. And when he has that hot start on that first map, that is when we can expect him to carry on forward with that performance. And he showed it here today. The Neon coming in looked so good, so comfortable for Infiltrator. This is something that we've known looks good for him before as well, but also just being such a leader in those first kills, in those first engagements for this squad across this entire series, and that opportunity to open up so many of these rounds for Winthrop to find this.
Someone who just never missed a beat throughout the entire series. Someone who, I mean, hasn't for Winthrop for a while. We've always talked very highly of Infiltrator, but to be able to have him in that sort of form heading into playoffs, when I know that this Winthrop University team has had a lot going on, especially as collegiate, is just absolutely fantastic. But we have none other than Infiltrator on the line now for our post-match interview. So let's head on over to that and get a couple of words from the GOAT of this series. Hello, how is it going? crazy start to the playoffs run. You're going up against Cubert. You've gone up against them a couple of times before. You're now going up against Tens. Like, how did you feel going into this match in comparison to how you feel now after this 2-0?
Well, I kind of felt like we were gonna win this series. I just had a lot of confidence going into the game, and so did the team. Obviously, we showed out. So, and I just feel like my prediction was right.
I mean, of course, you always got to believe in yourselves, but something we've always praised Winthrop University for is you guys just have this unparalleled confidence, like from the get-go, even when you guys were more so the underdogs looking back at stage one. And I want to know, is that just from all these reps together? Is that just something, this team mentality? Like, how has this just never wavered with this squad?
I'm not really sure, honestly. We don't really we don't practice at all. So I think it's just we're just together all the time. So we just work well with each other, and yeah.
Crazy. Winthrop University, you are a crazy group, but it makes it a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you.
Talking back to the series, I want to talk a little bit about this Lotus, because of course, now that Theo's gone, we get to see the swap ups. We get to see the double duelist coming out. So I want to know thoughts about that too, especially two. That looked very comfortable for the team.
Yeah, honestly, we didn't really talk about any of our comps today. We just got into the match lobby and wanted to try double duelist and Theo's nerf to the ground, and it worked out.
Is there ever going to be a point where, like, if you're in grand finals or anything else, where it's like, okay, we're gonna game plan and strat this out, or is this just the secret sauce and you can't disrupt that?
We probably just chill. We can't disrupt it.
Amazing. I want to know how you feel. I know there's a lot of confidence here, but next up, you're going up against Envy, of course, undefeated throughout stage 2, everything else. How are you feeling going up against this team?
I feel good, but they are an insane team. So, and this is the first time we're ever going to play them. It's been 2 splits, and this will be the first Winthrop versus Envy. So it'll be fun, but it'll be hard. I think it'll be hard.
It'll be a really exciting matchup. I absolutely cannot wait. And last but not least, I kind of just want to touch a little bit on your own performance, not just through today's series, but through the rest of Challengers, and get your thoughts on it, because you've been a really impressive duelist to be following so far.
I've just been playing with a lot of confidence. It comes from just playing the game and having my team hype me up and everything. So it's basically just confidence.
It works out. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Trader, best of luck going up against Envy. This was a great match to watch. Thank you for chatting. Have a great rest of your night, okay?
Also, someone sign us, please. Please, someone sign us. Thank you. That's all.
Please sign Winthrop University, guys. I mean, they deserve it at this point. Honestly, like, yeah, Ash, like, this is crazy. Like, yeah, we'll keep that going, because Winthrop University throughout stage 1 playoffs, top 3, they just beat Cubert Academy 2-0. Like, now, Ash, they're going up against Envy. Maybe if they beat Envy, that's when the sponsors will start running to the inboxes, right? Surely.
Surely. I mean, shameless plug there, right? They've proven themselves being this team that's even able to find these results when they're not going through those cracks. But I honestly feel like even Gomper's talking about the fact that, they play collegiate. This is something that we all know. They get so many reps in without having to run those scrims as well. But I love the confidence that we're hearing from Infiltrator. I think this is a very momentum and confidence-based team. And as long as they can carry on that mentality going on through playoff, I would not be surprised to see them make a very deep run and even be the ones to contest. I think the really big litmus test is going to be that Envy matchup that's happening 2 days from now. Like Infiltrator said, they haven't met each other in the server yet. And that is where we're really going to see where the ceiling of this Winthrop spot is.
Yeah, pulling up the bracket, that'll be such an exciting match to watch. I absolutely cannot wait. And that's going to be happening very soon on the other end at TSM going up against Burger Boys. But I'm looking at this bottom bracket, and Ooh, I mean, Gomps, you never want to be in the position of having to go on a lower bracket run, but like 5 PS to go up against Cubert, like Ambrosia, up against Chet's Pets, and like the same could be said on the reverse because the talent for stage 2 has been crazy. Like, oh, it's gonna be a heartbreaker.
It's not gonna be easy, to be honest, especially with, I mean, I do believe YFP and Cubert do have, you know, some history with playing against each other, with Cubert Academy actually winning in previous times. So, you know, matchups where you've actually played against the person that you're playing with, and, you know, some players having to, you know, face the truth of, can I beat them again, or will I be able to prevail? So it really is like a redemption arc story. And if they manage to, you know, you get another potential spot at making it. So it is exciting, but it's also so scary to know that, you know, one mistake really does mean the absolute end of it all.
Which means you cannot miss a single match. Today was a lot of fun. It was a great day, but we're only just getting started here at Valorant Challengers Playoffs. That is it, unfortunately, for us today, but we'll see you tomorrow for more. Stay tuned. It'll be a good one.
Out of the sight, maybe able to even wrap around towards heaven, but at least having eyes. And that's Victor, or 7, I should say, watching ramps. 3-man push from Chet to go on a flank. And he got a crossfire from TSM, and GMD holds that down. Now with a heaven push, Vora against Marv. A great win, an important one, and allows the res onto Sim, but not expecting Victor.
See, now I have both areas opened up. The res is about to come here towards B heaven. It's 3 players holding up the top of B site.
Oh, the ace to say goodbye to Chet's Pet. Good angle. 7 has to play through main. ISO wall out, spike tap, TSM locking it down as best as they can with what they have left. Only 3 of Chet's Pets, but for it with a recon, I should say. Shot bolts. Now just gonna spam through the smoke. How is 7 knowing where they are? The Custer Garage! The clutch, a 4v5 turnaround. But wait, Victor versus 7, the final 1v1 to send us into us. Ramping up the aggression, reading Winthrop, adapting well. It's paranoia that splits Cubert in half. Does Winthrop want to prevent this from getting too settled? Flare and Nasi do such a fantastic job as a duo to win. Another C hit. And the thorns from Cubert were not enough. Winthrop 4 versus 2. Semifinals ready. Knights on his way. What is he cooking? Oh, he can't go on the flank. That's denied by Infiltrator. Winthrop base is loaded. Ace is covered. Looking for a home run. Tens and Knights piece together. But the